Good day, my lovers. Good morning. Moderna is, a lot of people aren't feeling good about Moderna as far as the stock sentiment goes. 61% on Webull are bearish today, whereas 39% are not. Right now we have a pre-market that's showing it's down $16, $17, $16, so it's changing a bit back and forth. Earlier it was up, it was showing the pre-market to be $4.29. So earlier it was showing it to be $10 up, now it's showing it to be $16 down. Again, the pre-market is nothing but a mere suggestion as to what happens in the day market, the actual market. So let us know. And I have not been on Moderna just yet. And what I'm going to do is open up a window here so that you can see what I see. Let's see if we just go ahead and get some volume though right now. Okay, second quarter conference call. And let's move in.
With that, I'd like to turn the call back to Stefan Benzel for closing remarks.
Oh, wow.
Thank you, Corey, David, Jackie, and Steven.
All right.
Before taking your questions, let me share a few thoughts.
Okay.
On this slide, we articulate how we have been thinking for many years now about using our mRNA platform to maximize our impact on patients. On the left, we now have two core modalities. For vaccines in blue, we have achieved authorized products, and for systemic secreted and cell surface therapeutics in pink, we have achieved human proof of concept with our chikungunya antibodies, demonstrating we could get therapeutic level of antibodies and we could repeat those successfully. In the middle, we have 4 exploratory modalities which we are in the clinic with 6 programs to understand if we achieve human proof of concept. 4 medicines in immuno-oncology, 1 in cardiology, 1 in rare genetic disease. More are coming in the coming quarters. On the right, you see 2 modalities which are not yet in the clinic, but for which we believe we have achieved important de-risking in non-human primates. Delivery of mRNA into the lung and delivery of mRNA into hematopoietic stem progenitor cells. Next slide, core modalities. In vaccine, we are focusing on bringing to market what we believe could be a game-changing respiratory vaccine. That medicine would combine over time COVID-19 boosters plus seasonal flu boosters plus RV booster in one single annual shot.
And that's been...
We have a great vaccine against COVID-19. Our RV clinical data have shown high level of neutralizing antibodies, which has led the FDA to grant a fast track designation. And our quadrivalent seasonal flu vaccine is in the clinic now. The flu market is $5 to $6 billion per year. Despite flu vaccine efficacy being notoriously suboptimal, around 60% in a good year, and down to around 30% in a bad year. We believe we can do better with our mRNA platform, given what we have demonstrated with COVID-19. The Moderna flu vaccine candidate could launch as early as 2023. CMV is now close to entering phase 3, and we continue to believe the market opportunity could be $2 to $5 billion per year. EBV should enter the clinic soon. There is no vaccine against CMV infection or EBV infection. So we are working toward moving the company from COVID-19 prime vaccination sales in 2021 to COVID-19 booster in 2021 and 2022 and beyond. And then adding flu as early as 2023, and then adding RSV and launching CMV and then EBV. I'm excited about this vaccine pipeline and how these vaccines could help prevent deaths, hospitalization, and disease in billions of people over the years. Steven and his research team are not resting. They are working in our labs on more vaccine candidates, and we cannot wait to share with you these new vaccine candidates in the future as we take them into clinical studies. This is where the power of mRNA as an information molecule and the industrialization of Moderna and the digitalization of Moderna and our cash position will enable our teams to bring important vaccines to protect people at a scale and at a pace not seen before in the pharmaceutical industry. In autoimmune disease, we aim to continue to scale that therapeutic area. Next slide, exploratory modalities. 6 clinical programs in 4 exploratory modalities. If we get positive clinical signal, we'll scale these modalities quickly as well. That's where the beauty of a platform comes into play. Next slide, modalities in research. Very typical of our long-term mindset and our desire to maximize our impact on patients, we continue to invest in science to explore new modalities, like the one in the lung, and more recently presented at our Science Day in hematopoietic stem cells. In our lung program, we are both working on using mRNA to express a human protein in a cell. That was our first Vertex partnership, but we are excited about our exploration of doing gene editing using mRNA to express a gene editing enzyme. That is our second Vertex partnership. Next slide. I believe that the uniqueness of Moderna is that we're expanding our impact on patients in 2 dimensions. We're expanding in 2 dimensions at the same time because we have built and industrialized our mRNA platform. Because mRNA is an information molecule, once we make a medicine work in a modality, like the COVID-19 vaccine, then we use the same 4 building blocks of life to make another vaccine. So we scale within a modality really fast along the first dimension of the y-axis. On the second dimension is to keep expanding new applications of mRNA into new cell types on the x-axis. And we're doing both at the same time with different dedicated teams, all powered by our science, our digital, and our manufacturing infrastructure. David shared earlier our framework for capital allocation, now that we are generating significant amounts of cash each quarter. Our number 1 priority as a company has always been, and will continue to be, to invest in the business. We continue to believe that we're in the early days of a new class of medicines, mRNA, and if small molecules more than 100 years ago and large molecules 50 years ago are any indication, the next 10 to 20 to 40 years are going to see a very large number of important medicines. And because mRNA is an information molecule, it will happen really fast. We aim to continue to build the world-leading mRNA company. So we're talking about investment in acceleration of programs already in the clinic, investment in new development candidates moving from the labs to the clinic, investment in our platform to continue to improve the science and to implement new modalities, investment in manufacturing, investment in commercial presence, including our digital commercial presence, investment in digital so we can scale our company faster and better than traditional biotech or pharma companies. Our second priority is to expand our horizons by complementing our platform with external technologies or products. This means we're interested in nucleic acid technologies, gene therapy, gene editing, mRNA. On the mRNA front, if we find new delivery technologies that could expand our current capabilities, we will look at them carefully. We would be interested in technology licenses and or in development candidate licenses and or, if it makes sense, M&A. You can count on us to be disciplined. We know what it takes to go from early research to filing with regulatory agencies. And for having done it, we know the risk associated with new technologies, and everything that works in a mouse will not necessarily work in a human. From a strategic standpoint, we are not interested in small molecule or large molecule development candidates, even if they could complement our commercial portfolio. We love information molecules too much to be interested in acquiring analog molecules, like small molecule, large recombinant molecules, or cell therapy. The share buyback is our first one. We are very optimistic about the future of Moderna, and we're just getting started. Our board of directors will continue to regularly review what is the right thing to do to return capital to shareholders in light of our cash generation, balance against investment in our business, and external investment opportunities. Let me talk now a minute about corporate responsibilities. It is very important for us to make Moderna a model of corporate responsibility and to build a sustainable business. Like everything we do, we don't just want to do things well. We want to do things in the best possible way. We were pleased to announce recently the establishment of our charitable foundation with an upfront endowment of $50 million with a significant focus on underserved populations. We are humbled to have been awarded the #1 spot on Fast Company 2021 for Best Place to Work for Innovators, which complements our last 6 consecutive years of recognition by Science as a top employer. Both awards reflect the importance we place on our employees and the culture of the company. Recently, Axios Harris released its 2021 Corporate Reputation Survey, and the Moderna brand ranked 3rd among 100 of the most visible U.S. companies, our first mention on the list, and the highest ranking for any biopharmaceutical company for corporate reputation. We have recently worked relentlessly with the U.S. government to facilitate donations of the Moderna COVID-19 vaccine to many low-income countries. And we are committed to minimizing our energy footprint. As I look to the next decade, the same North Star is guiding us than since we started. We believe we have a responsibility to maximize our impact to protect healthy people and help patients. Our commitment is stronger than ever. This is just the beginning. We look forward to welcoming you at our annual R&D Day on September 9th, where, as in previous years, we will do a detailed review of our development pipeline. The team and I will be happy now to take your questions. Operator?
Okay, as a reminder, to ask a question, you will need to press *1 on your telephone, and to withdraw your question, press the # key. Your first question comes from the line of Salveen Richter from Goldman Sachs. Your line is now open.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my questions. Could you walk us through the dynamics for 2022 and beyond in terms of APAs for Spikevax, essentially demand in the context of supply of the 2 to 3 billion doses for 2022, and then how we should think about the years beyond 2022 and pricing? And then secondly, with regard to external BD, how are you thinking about integrating areas like gene editing and gene therapy with your platform?
Maybe I'll start on the answer on 22-23. So, as we said, right now we've announced that we're increasing our capacity. We see very strong demand continuing in the context of the pandemic well into 2022, and hence we've given you the range of 2 to 3 billion doses, depending very much on whether our customers are still purchasing for primary series or if they're looking at boosters, and then depending on the eventual dosage for boosters. So I think it's really going to evolve as to exactly what that looks like in terms of dosage. Going beyond 22, as we said, we are starting to see now the forward planning countries that are looking beyond the very near term. We're starting to then have contract discussions and in fact have agreed some contracts into 23. But I think it's early to really know as to how this is going to evolve in terms of the transition from pandemic to the endemic phase. In terms of pricing, I think it's helpful to start with where we are in 2021 to have a context for understanding pricing going forward. So really 3 buckets of pricing in 2021. We have the U.S. government, where the first 100 million doses was priced at a little over $15. The subsequent 400 million doses were contracted at $16.50, and that pricing was considering a couple things. One is the BARDA funding we received to underwrite our phase 3 trial, and also the size of the contract, the 500 million dose contract, which is very large. The second category is the higher income ex-US countries, where, as we've said in the past, we start with a price range of $32 to $37 a dose, and there are some cases where we offer discounts based on volume for high volume. And then the third category is low and middle income countries, which have received the lowest tiered pricing, including those sales to COVAX, which are considerably lower than the price to the U.S. government. So if we start with that framework for 21, what we can say is that the contracts that we've signed now for 2022, the pricing constructs are very consistent with that framework that we've had in 2021. And so we see a continuation in the context again of the pandemic with the pricing framework. If you look at the average price that you've calculated in your model, of course, that's going to depend on the mix across these categories. And of course, we're expecting to see significant sales to the middle and low income countries, and that increasing in 22. So it shouldn't be surprising if the average you see some declines. And then finally, I would just comment that as we move into a post-pandemic period, then we would expect, as we've said in the past, to market forces to impact our price negotiations. So hopefully that answers your questions.
And Salveen, I'll maybe just pipe in at the end with your first question on gene editing, which is, how do we see it intersecting? Look, I think we have been, as you all know, the innovator in mRNA and lipid nanoparticle delivery in therapeutics for a while, and we've watched the space quite interestingly, or quite significantly, in terms of ways that we could help with delivering gene editing cargoes across a range of different tissues where our lipid nanoparticle systems have been shown to go, even in humans. And we think it's the right time for us to start to expand in that direction. There's a general convergence, I think, out there in the gene editing space that messenger RNA and lipid nanoparticles are perhaps the way to go. And that's something we strongly agree with, having spent the last decade working in the technology. So you'll be looking for us to bring new payloads, new capabilities, new enzymes into our existing technological capabilities, which we think are best in class.
Thank you.
And your next question comes from the line of Matthew Harrison from Morgan Stanley. Your line is now open.
Great. Good morning. Thanks for taking the questions. A couple related questions on boosters, if I may. I guess first question is, maybe you could just put in context some of the information we're hearing from the FDA or the CDC, especially ACIP, on their position on boosters and how you would expect that to evolve over the coming months. Second, could you comment on the potential for a multivalent booster and how you might be thinking about that in the context of the data you presented today, especially just on using a third dose of the existing shot? And then third, could you maybe just comment on your views of long-term virus evolution? Obviously, typically, viruses tend to evolve towards more infectious but lower virulence. And so I'm wondering what your thoughts are on the long-term booster market, obviously, versus the sort of near-term booster market when infections may still be quite high. Thanks.
Sure. Thank you, Matthew. So let me try and take the first question first. So, I think we are going to always defer to what's happening with the public health officials in terms of when they think the appropriate time to recommend a booster vaccine is necessary. Where we see the data ourselves, I can't speak to the challenges they face, but what we see is the potential for waning immunity. In fact, if you look at back at our vaccines day, we had Professor Davenport come in and present work that he'd done at University of New South Wales in Australia, showing what he predicted back in March would be the picture for waning immunity from the vaccines. It was recently published in Nature Medicine. I had a chance to open it, and it's looking remarkably prescient because the predictions he was making about the relative strength of the different vaccines suggested that small differences in efficacy would start to emerge to be larger differences in efficacy at about 250 days as neutralizing antibody titers wane. And that may be what we're starting to see. And if you play that forward, if you assume he's been right about those predictions, then that picture continues and continues through a year with continued declining neutralizing antibody titers over that time. And eventually, we therefore believe a real increase in breakthrough infections and disease, even with vaccinated participants, even with mRNA 1273. So we continue to want to be vigilant because that trend and those predictions we think will come to the fore. And I think the Delta variant has taught us to also be incredibly humble in the face of the virus's ability to fight back and increase its transmission. I mean, I think most of us would have thought SARS-CoV-2 was a pretty good infector earlier this year. Delta has shown us that it can make huge steps forward. And so for all those reasons, we think that it's appropriate to be cautious. Our approach is not to is to defer to public health on when boosters are going to be necessary, but to bring forward the best options as we see them based on the science that we see and the evolving epidemiology. And that's where I think our conclusion today is given beta, gamma, and particularly Delta, given the real-world efficacy that we're seeing out there against Delta right after vaccination with 1273 and the neutralizing titers that we can see that I presented today against Delta with the 1273 prototype dose, that we feel pretty confident that that's actually the right way to approach this round of the fight with the SARS-CoV-2 virus. Now, if I pivot to the second and third questions you asked, this is not the last round of the fight with SARS-CoV-2. We expect it to have at least a couple more rounds, and maybe annually. We're just going to continue to fight this virus back. And that's where we think multivalent boosters continue to be an important part of the scientific strategy. As you look forward to, say, early 2022, Delta is what we're fighting right now. But what are we going to be fighting, in 2022? What new variant of concern? There will be one. And I look at the evolving picture with Delta and the overall variants of concern, and there's a couple of specific things that jump out at me. There are now, I think, 5 point mutations in the various variants of concern, 3 of them present in beta and gamma. We've talked about them, the 417, 484, and 501 mutations. And now there's 2 mutations in the receptor binding domain in the Delta strain, 452 and 478. And those 5 look like the ways in which the virus has tried to step away from our neutralizing immunity with our vaccine, immune evasion. If you think about how this might play forward, it seems logical to us that those 3 mutations present in the beta gamma line and the 2 mutations present in the Delta might find some way to combine in new and potentially scary ways. And if that came with the increased transmissibility, the force of infection that Delta can achieve, that might be a significant threat. And so we view our multivalent platform as the best place for us to try and anticipate that threat. And logically for us right now, that would be looking at a beta gamma or a beta variant of concern combined with a Delta variant of concern and evaluating that going forward. And that's the 213 program that we're going to be looking at. But we don't think that's for this cycle. We do really believe that 1273, a booster dose, will hold up against a Delta right now. The long-term virus evolution question is a great one, and I would say we just got to be humble. We've not faced a variant, a virus quite like this, and again, I don't think any of us would have predicted the step change in transmissibility that was seen with Delta over the last 5-6 months, and so I wouldn't rule out that the virus doesn't have that kind of surprises in its future. But if you take a very, very long view, 5-10 years view, I would say that we continue to think the model for what SARS-CoV-2 will look like in terms of an endemic market is probably predicted by other respiratory infections, the endemic coronaviruses like OC43, which every year have rates of reinfection in adult populations and young kids. Every year results in hospitalizations and some deaths, including in this country. And we therefore believe there will be a long-term endemic market. The virulence of those viruses, as you pointed to, is lower, and that's good news. Hopefully it's not as big of a threat as we're seeing right now. But we need to be cautious and humble because SARS-CoV-2 keeps surprising us. And maybe that virulence will be something more substantial than we see in endemic coronaviruses. So we're hopeful that it will that virulence will decline, but we really do believe the virus is here to stay for the long term, and therefore there's going to be a need to regularly boost particularly high-risk older populations against SARS-CoV-2 into the future. hopefully it has answered your questions.
And your next question comes from the line of Ted Denthoff from Piper Sandler. Your line is now open.
Great. Thank you very much, and thank you for all the thorough information, not just on Spikevax, but also on the pipeline. I guess my first question has to do with capacity and really trying to understand a little bit more fully what goes into continuing to grow capacity, especially overseas. And I guess the second question would be with respect to the orphan disease pipeline, which is, I think you guys know it's one of my favorites, just in terms of application for mRNA. How can we be moving faster there? Again, appreciating that you guys have a pandemic you're trying to address, but it seems to me like everything's set to go there, and just curious what we can be doing to maybe accelerate some of those important programs. Thank you so much for taking the question.
Thank you, Ted.
Yeah, maybe I'd say... Oh, go ahead.
So Ted, I'll take the capacity, and then Stephen will talk about rare disease. So as you recall, Ted, we've announced, I think it was in February, that based on the market feedback of the countries, given the high efficacy of our vaccine, that there was a lot of demand. And so if you recall, we decided to make very significant manufacturing capacity increase, 50% addition in the U.S. It's all at our U.S. site for drug substance in Norwood, and then the doubling of the OUS capacity at Lonza and Rovi. Our goal is to, as I said in my remarks, depending on the booster dose, which until we have final say by the regulator and until we see the 100 microgram data for 1273 third dose, as Stephen described, we won't know for sure. But if you model both the prime series APAs that have already been ordered, which will be, of course, at 100 microgram, if you model what we anticipate in the mix between prime series and booster vaccines for Spikevax, if the booster dose was 50 microgram, we could have up to 3 billion doses of supply. And if the booster dose was 100 microgram, that could take us up to 2 billion of supply. So it's a bit hard to think about it. What we're trying to do is to not have the challenge we're having this year, which is a happy problem. As I said in my remarks, we are still tracking for 800 million to 1 billion doses this year. But I've also said that we are not taking any more orders for 2021 because we are totally maxed out. And of course, we would want to be in a position where we can answer to any countries wanting more vaccines. And so by doing those investments, we really are hoping that next year we can make sure that we can fulfill all the demand we're going to get from the market. And as Corinne mentioned, while we have already signed 12 billion of APAs for next year, and there is, with those countries, an additional 8 billion on top of the 12 of options that those countries have, there are still a lot of discussions ongoing. And so what we want to do is to maximize the penetration of Spikevax around the world. And I believe that the new data of this morning showing that the efficacy, the final efficacy of the COV study is holding very nicely, I think will just be yet another argument for countries to want to vaccinate as many people as they can in that country with 1273.
Yeah. That's helpful.
Stephen, do you want to talk about
Sure. Yeah, so Ted, I think we've had a longstanding commitment to these populations, and that's as strong today as ever. And we hear and want to do everything we can to accelerate these medicines for them. It's important to say that this, fast to the finish is the goal, not the fast to the start. And while we're pleased with the start of the propionic acidemia program and hopefully shortly MMA and others in the clinic, our goal is obviously to rapidly move through those phase 1 studies that find the right dose and hopefully then rapidly move into pivotal studies. And as you know, that can happen very quickly. And so, particularly in rare diseases, particularly with some early positive clinical data. And so that's what we're trying to do right now, is anticipate that positive data, expand and build out our team in that therapeutic area, and begin the more foundational preparations for closing very quickly if we can get some encouraging positive clinical signs. But working every day to try and get to accelerate the time to those early data, and as well as I said, prepare for that future.
Fair enough. Thank you, gentlemen.
And your next question comes from the line of Michael G. from Jefferies. Your line is now open.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for the questions. Two questions. One on boosting. Do you guys have a good sense of what you think the regulatory view or hurdle is to support boosting? You show that great data on slide 30 showing the waning of the antibodies, and I think we all see that could be a problem, and how the third dose gets you way up. But what do you think the specific data is, or put another way, the titer level for correlative protection would be to support boosting for the fall or the winter? That's question one. And then question two, a little bit similar, on flu, with that data coming up later this year, is it your view that significantly higher levels of antibodies will lead to significantly higher efficacy, and that with just a larger study that will also be supportive of a launch, I think you said in 2023? Thank you.
Sure. So I'll try and take the first question, which was, so as you pointed to, well, we do not currently have a correlative protection in the world, unfortunately, for any of the vaccines, and so it's very hard to say objectively what titer, what level is this sort of the minimum level. Which is why, in our minds, and subject to the regulators to developing their own perspective, but in our minds, the right way to benchmark this has been, let's look at that really consistent, high, durable efficacy in phase 3. Let's look at the neutralizing titers that support that, and let's do better. Let's get above those titers, because if we can exceed those titers, where we were just after the primary vaccination series, then it should stand to reason that we should be able to provide durable protection at or above the levels that we saw before. Now, of course, the virus is evolving, and that's where we see Delta, and we have to be humble about that. But the good news is, it looks like in the real-world data that the vaccine 1273 is holding up against Delta, even with partial vaccination, as Jackie mentioned in her slides, and with some of those references. And so we do think that getting at or above those levels should hold up quite comfortably. How much above those levels? Is it 1.0? Is it 2.0? Is it some other number? I think that's ultimately going to be a sense that we want to have between ourselves of the data that we have, the benefits of the different dose levels, 50 microgram, 100 microgram, and again, the data we've already seen in terms of phase 3, and then a dialogue with regulators about how they see that benefit risk. But as it stands today, we think the 50 microgram data that we've presented really looks encouraging and likely meets that standard. But we want to hold off, look at the 100 microgram data in just a few weeks here, and decide, nope, that's the right call. We've got to the levels we need to, and we think we can reset immunity in a vaccinated person with a third dose at or above the levels that have been driving this durable protection to date. I'm sorry, I missed the second question. Could you just repeat it?
Yeah, similar, I guess, in flu, that when you have data later this year, I suspect you believe the titer levels will be extremely high. I think there's some better understanding based on regulatory guidance documents that for flu there's some acceptable levels, and you could certainly compare it to approved products, that high levels there would be supportive of a larger study and a faster path market.
That's right. Yes, thank you for reminding me. So we haven't provided guidance on when we expect to be able to get through those subsequent studies and ultimately what that regulatory path is, because we have to engage in that discussion with the FDA and global regulators, and those are ongoing. And so it's really subject to them agreeing. But I would agree with your characterization. It's certainly our hope and view that because it's a well-understood market with things like the HAI titers, that even a new platform like messenger RNA might be able to leverage some of that thinking in terms of immunogenicity and safety as we think about moving forward to approval. We'll ultimately have to show efficacy and real-world efficacy as well, because that's what's going to be of interest for payers. But again, the regulatory path is going to be subject to discussions with regulators that are ongoing. So I can't provide more guidance at this time.
Thanks.
And your next question comes from the line of Jenna Wong from Barclays. Your line is now open.
Thank you. I have 3 quick questions. The first one is, if boost shot turn out to be 50 microgram, should we still expect similar price range among the 3 buckets during pandemic phase? And then number 2 is, could you walk through the clinical trial development path for a single shot vaccine against COVID, flu, and RSV? And the third question is regarding the external investment opportunity. You mentioned that expanding to 2 new modalities, lung and hematopoietic stem cells, but gene editing with lipid nanoparticle delivery, currently focusing in the liver. Does that mean you are willing to expand to the liver diseases?
So let me take the first question, Gina. On the boost, the price is not linked to the mass, so we anticipate the price of boosting to be set up and not related to those. I'll let Stephen talk about the second question. Is that okay?
So I'm happy to take that question, Stefan. This is Jackie, and it's around the clinical development plan for a booster combination vaccine. And the good news is there have been multiple combination vaccine developments in the past, maybe not for this kind of a groundbreaking indication, but typically what we do is license the initial components first, and you know that we are working on our BLA for COVID. We are preparing phase 2-3 for flu and for RSV, and then we would look to license the combination vaccine through immunobridging.
Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you, Jackie.
Go ahead, Stephen. Stephen, go ahead.
I was going to take gene editing unless you want to, Stefan. One comment too on Jackie's point. We already do have combination vaccines like the HMPP-3 vaccine, so we hopefully do have some experience there technically. On the gene editing question, we do have, as you know, programs that target the liver. But as we've presented at previous science days and even today, we have a platform technology that also we think allows us to get in broadly into the immune system, and particularly hematopoietic stem cells. And so where we imagine our strong suit to be is in delivering nucleic acid technologies to those areas. And of course, as we look to expanding in gene editing, you'll see us look to those technologies that we've got the most experience with first, and then bringing a range of different payloads into our capabilities.
Thank you.
Next question, please, operator.
Come on, move it along, Moderna.
Operator.
Okay, folks, we're going to go ahead and cut short the earnings here. I think that's about...
Hello, operator.
All right, welcome back here. I'm going to go ahead and cut that down here because...
Lavina, it seems that we have lost the operator. I hope...
Yes.
Sorry?
Yeah. Corey from JP Morgan, if you are...
Okay, so... They just to do a recap a little bit on this, and we don't have a lot of time. We only have 5 minutes, and we need to get into what the market's going to be doing today. Moderna is working with the U.S. government, taking donations even for low-income countries, committed to helping low-income countries out, lowering, even having tier pricing for what they call to be more affluent countries, more mid-range, and then low-income as well. They expect to have 3 billion doses going into 2022, if I heard that correctly. Earnings today, by the way, is $6.46 per share, beating estimates, which were $5.96 per share. And how we need to look at next year's gene editing and gene platform within the Moderna brand. 2023 right now will be announcing the increased capacity and context of the pandemic well into 2022. They definitely see that as going up, and their capabilities is also continuing to rise. Pricing for 2021 and 2023. The U.S. government, by the way, bought the first 100 million doses at $15, and then the next several hundred million doses at $16.50. And this was in part because they received help from the beginning in creating this vaccine. And as we already spoke about, higher income countries comprise of the next category, which is anywhere between $32 and $37 per dose. And there's also discounts based on higher volume. And we've been seeing some of these countries, they do orders for 20 million doses, others do orders for 100 million doses. So there's different price categories determining, based on how many doses you're ordering. They're talking about having a booster shot, one shot, which all of this amounts to increased profit for Moderna. Moderna made it to $433 per share yesterday. Moderna's market cap right now is $168 billion and has plenty of room for growth. And I'm sure they touched on their 10x goals. And also we heard them just a moment ago talk about Bencel. I call him Bencel. Of course, we're talking about Stefan, and he's the CEO of Moderna, and he talked himself about their goals to invest back into the company. And remember, I always bring up, and they will invest back into this company. They've already proven that in their first 10 years. And they are empowered. They are so empowered. I mean, this pandemic has empowered a lot of companies, to be honest. No company like Moderna. And yet we see other companies that have been far more empowered. Look at Moderna, realize it's the company that's going to be empowered. Whether that's a good thing or not, well, it is a good thing because they're helping humanity, and that's just the way you have to see that. Time now is 9:29, so we're going to go ahead and right now switch gears. But just to cover on a few other things, COVID has once again dominated earnings. They beat their earnings. COVID reporters, that's what you're witnessing, is reporters asking questions, expanding to new modalities, accepting new liver disease medications, the price of boosting and separating around the clinical development. Moderna is planning to boost vaccine income and multiple combination vaccine development in the past. Typically what they do is license and initial components for the flu combination vaccine through immunobridging. All right, folks, we're going to move over to the market now. For me, that's switching gears. I hope you're doing well. And I want to get your comments here in front of me. And so that's a short recap, and here we are. The market's open. So let's go ahead and see what we have going on. 416, which is right. I suspect we're going to grow today. We could drop a little at first, and I do think we can grow. I mean, earnings is not a desperate, disappointing thing. The only thing that's desperate and disappointing is the market mind of greedy bastards who work in greed hell and do things that way. And so they expect this thing to drop. And when you have, for example, right now I'm looking at the stock sentiment on Webull. It shows 62% of people are very bearish. And what can you do when they beat their earnings and people come out bearish anyway? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. This thing hits down to $400. I think I just might pick up an extracurricular call, huh? I mean, I don't see the reason why it would even be going down right now, but I would exercise caution that first hour. And so let's go ahead. I'm going to jump into, I just don't agree with what's happening. I'm going to jump. Whoa. These, is that Moderna? Holy cannoli. Is that serious? These prices are outrageous. My goodness, these prices are outrageous. Okay, so then let's go ahead and... Whew, that's giving me a bit of shell shock. Okay, wow. Just wow on that, huh? Moderna's gotten really expensive there, so how can we're up $315 on the day because of, look, now it's at 414. You can't even think quick enough. This thing is moving fast. I should have already been in it, but the fact is we're still looking at things because we're analyzing the earnings. We're at 418, 419. This thing's going to run away from us. Let me get this mother booker in there. Otherwise, I'm never going to get it in there. And shabu, shabanga, bangalang. And it was off. Those prices were not correct. Thank you very much. I appreciate you screwing me out real good there. Unbelievable. All right, so we're at 412. We might get another good option to get in. I'm not going to jump on it like that. Not today. Too many things can go right, wrong, or otherwise. I would like to get in sub 410. That would be nice. Remember when I told you I said it'd be nice to kind of start things out a little bit. All right, so there we are. This is our opportunity. All right, so it's between 6. I can't even trust these prices, honestly. Okay, so there's the prices. Should have sold my other ones while it was going crazy. One contract market. So we're gonna do. Yeah, I think that'll work. I think that's gonna. Given the current volatility in the market orders are tempering. All right, that's fine. Whatever. I'm just trying to get out there. Let's see. Limit. Oh god, it's already at 414. This is what's driving me nuts. So it's a, what, 510. So I better put in there a number high enough for that. It's just all right. So that was filled. All right, let's just kind of look at what's going to happen with that. I don't like how expensive these things got. More expensive today than yesterday. That's because I told you when I was explaining what. Let's turn that down a bit. I don't like trying to speak over music. There we go. I love Moderna as a company. That's obvious. People get nervous over nothing, it seems like. I mean, the smallest little things, and they're just completely nerve-wracked. And I do get that, but I don't share in the sentiment, that's for sure. That'll drive you nuts. I don't know how you could even make decisions in that mind frame. All right. All right, just take a breather. We're just getting things going. It's 4:34. I love you. Your happy healer loves you. You know it's true. I'm here for you. Your happy healer loves you. You know it's true. All right, let's get back to it. 412.63. Where are we? We're $85 up on that move we just made, which is good. Let's go ahead and jump back into Moderna. Boy, she's gonna move today. You know what? She didn't drop right off the bat. Who's going to sell you that nonsense? It's going down to $300 today. It would be there already. This is how, when stocks crash upon opening after earnings, that's what the fuck they do. So this isn't doing that right now. It's realizing its value. I'm going to jump in for option number 2. And excuse my language. I am airing today on more than just ModernaExcels. I have my lovely folks on... from a number of places, and I love you all. Let's focus on seeing if we could come together to use happy healing methods to see through the market confusion, to make good decisions. And right now, Moderna's at 419, so I'm not wasting any more time, but that's what I get for having used foul language to my beautiful people. All right. I can't count on these prices. My goodness, we're at 423 already. So we're moving fast, man. We're moving fast. I don't know about all that quickness here. This is really, it's just so fast. What? Oh, it canceled out. We're 470 up on that initial move. Let's go look at our other. This is insane. 110 up on that one. It was already up 400 the last time we looked. So we're at 424. Let's see how AMC is doing. AMC is a little bit up. Why are all these things checked? Excuse me, uncheck. I didn't do all that crap. Okay. Alright. Yeah, this thing is just going through the roof. The only thing I regret is not getting in there for more when I bought this first one. Because as you could see, it could be challenging getting these orders in. Especially with this kind of volatility, and you can't even... You're kind of blind placing your order right now with all this volatile action. And then, you don't really know. I think it's on a little downswing, so we're going to wait now. We were trying to catch that upswing, not fall off it. In fact, I have a half of mine. No, we're going to just sit. We're going to sit. We're going to sit. This market open, even your HappyHealer lover gets around a bit, and these, it's so... I got to get some better tape, obviously. This market open, and the thing about it is it's just all over the place. But good news, not bad news, outstanding news. All right, so this is an opportunity for us to buy, not sell. Let's get in 426. My goodness, it takes a downturn only to go up harder. It's not letting me. It says my order's been canceled. What the heck? I have... Let me see if my useful purchasing power... Yeah. Okay. Alright, so we're up good. Man, let's get over to the other account. Maybe I'll have more freedom to move there. That's why I say it's important to have multiple accounts, folks. Alright, let's get in here. We're gonna get into Moderna. Man, I'm still waking up. I'm not ready for this hell. It's going to be at 4:30 in a second here. I wonder how those bears are feeling. All right, let's... Yeah, man. I almost want to go into next week. Let's go into next week and buy one... sheezy, shula. One... Man, it's just so fast moving right now. Nah, the hell with that. We're going to stick with this week. I don't know why I'd be in next week just yet. I feel good about this company, that's for sure. All right, let's get it in there now. I don't know why this thing is... What just filled? Okay. You know why I had to check that? Because sometimes you fill it, and you thought you did it for 1, but it came out for like 20 or something. No, well, 10 is the number. So we got it filled around 4:30. We'll see how that goes. Let's see how our other positions are doing. Our P&L for the day on this account, you would expect it to be higher than it already is, given where our market action is. We're at 435 right now, 437. My goodness, it's on fire. Have you ever seen a stock on fire? Yeah, just so humble about that. Just so humble about, Moderna's movements. And I think that this is a time we can all do well. Oh, 3 likes, I'm out of here. See you guys tomorrow. That's it, 3 likes? Seriously? I'll look at that again in a second. 437 right now, 440, doing very well. Guys, I'm serious. I'm going to leave if you don't like this video. I don't come here putting all my hope into this and effort into this just so you guys cannot show appreciation. Share and like. There's 8 people watching. I want to see at least 5 likes. We're at 438 right now. See, you're ruining the mode. You're ruining the mood, and that's not good. Okay, we got 5 so far. All right. Don't think just about yourself and be a greedy bastard. I don't want nobody like that here. I want people who are focused on winning in the right way. 441 is where we're at right now. Just a beautiful... I should be in with a lot more than I am, obviously. It's just difficult to get in on this market. And how excited are you about buying, like, these are very expensive call options. And this is going to be a bang-up day. You know, all those bears, I don't know what they've been taking. I mean, I'm trying to help them. They see they're working on ego. No, nobody really knows what's going on, so we're all lying. Let me be the hardest liar. Oh, the hell with this lie. That's what greed hell does. It's not what I do. I don't do that. I'm trying to help people. So we're at 440, 438. The next action is to try and break through that 450 mark. And let's see how we're doing over here. Wow, good up for that one. Just one call option. Can you believe that? Up 1,500. And given the way this thing is moving, you know, I don't like keeping deep in the. Well, it's not really deep, but it's deep enough. I mean, I like to try to pull those out of the deep, but right now it's just today's a great day. What can I say? Like I said, I'm humble about that. 441 is where we're at right now. The goal is to break through 450. On our next little dip, I'm buying in a bit more. I'm not going to do it rambunctiously. I'll try to do it measured. Today it's hard to do anything measured. We're sitting on, as it is already, 3 contracts. We started the day with 2 contracts open already in Moderna. It was wise having those open contracts from yesterday to today. In fact, at 410 today, those contracts were worth more today with less time but more volatility than they were worth yesterday at a lower price. At 420, they were worth less yesterday than they were today at 407. Unbelievable. So the price right now is 436. And the rich people, the way they make their money in this big movements is they get out quick at these different numbers, and it allows them to really capitalize off of market action. All right, now's the time for me to get in, I think. We'll see how quickly it moves from that. I'm just going to try and... We got a 460. I think that's a good one to get in. I could trust the numbers on this one much better than I can on Webull. I think I'm not purchased into their stupid program. Limit orders are the ones that are being accepted mostly today. I don't know why I'm even playing with this thing. Maybe limit orders, market orders will work on this one. So you got to check and double check your bets. Make sure that you're just purchasing what you intend to, so you don't screw things up. We're 753 up on this account, and let's see where we are. Now remember, this stock stepped back a little bit, but you know, a lot of these. There we are, $1,202. We were up above 5,200 at a point just a moment ago. We're not about to become greedy or emotional at all today. Well, maybe a little bit, but not greedy. How about that gentleman who walks around saying, "How's all my greedy bastard?" Nah, we're not doing that today. 438. So, we are also on another one of my Landy Mantic's Brands of Passion channels, and nobody's, you know, God is great. God builds a great way for us to do things, and he provides ready-made medicine. Moderna comes from our brilliance, also a gift from God, but in this case, you only have to cut it from a tree. Marijuana Mantics, and I think it helps us get closer to our soul. And indeed, for all the drug issues I've ever had in my life that's taken me downhill, marijuana is not one of them. Marijuana has helped lift me up. I've never done marijuana when I was younger. The only reason I ever got into oxycodone is because doctors put me on it. It's wonderful doctors and their greed. And that's what happened. The truth, I learned from it. I don't run from it. And I find that marijuana is such a gift to people who've been through all that hell, but it's more than that, a gift to all people. So, in that we're on Marijuana Mantics, I know I have not been giving that channel much love, but now all channels are pointing back to you, Marijuana Mantics. We recognize you today, and let us take a nice good hit of our marijuana. Okay, so right now we're at 437.28. The next move is to break through 450. We have a bull sentiment. It doesn't matter what these Webull dum-dums think. They could think bearish all day long. That doesn't make them right. Now, it doesn't mean we are to not be humble and not end up winners out of all this. Let's see what those let's see what those humble guys themselves at Webull are doing. We're at 433 at the moment, 434. So we're just, it's gonna be a wonderful, incredible day, my friends. I said today will be monumental, and I said that 2 hours ago on Webull. Do you think they were paying attention? Nah. They don't listen. A lot of people don't listen. Earlier, 2 hours today, the one person who has been virtually 100% correct here had told you it's going to be a monumental day today, period. Did you listen? Question mark? No. Exclamation mark. And your Happy Healer lover gave you this information even before earnings, period. Well, I hope you're doing well. Come join us at ModernaExcels on YouTube. It's good enough. I don't think the ModernaExcels got on there, though. Let's try that again. ModernaExcels at gmail.com on YouTube. Period. Sorry, let's get out of there. Yeah, to be humble is the way. 432.31. And, you know, when you start getting cocky is when you start regretting your actions. And so, with a humble heart, I think that I really wish that, you know, things move so fast. We're only at 9:48, and quite frankly, I just woke up not too long ago. But I'm selling my first call if I can get at least, you know, some good profit out of it. This thing makes it impossible to move around. And I might just buy another call at this point. Either you're selling or buying. That's why they say, and that's why I agree, that sometimes when you get that feeling to sell, the actual best thing to do is buy. Because when you buy, you don't sell. It's a psychological thing. And yesterday we did well, but there's a few times I sold that we could have held, and there's a few times I held that we could have sold. You just do the best you can. See, it seems like we're coming back up now. All right, I'm going to go ahead and, yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to jump into another one, not out of anything. So this is where it is. Okay, sounds good to me. And we're going to actually go for 2 this time. Enough with just, man, that can go sideways. These such high prices, you got to, well, not really. We're going to do 2. We're going to do 2. And they're close enough, I think, that we'll just do a market if it accepts it. It might not. As non-standard. What do you mean? Oh, what am I looking at here? What is this? That went up in price? Let's check this out again. Let's come here. Buy. What? That's not the right stock. Okay. And now we're at 434. This is the 460 calls. And I'm going to go ahead and get 3 of those suckers right now. Okay. Our bid, I am going to use limit order. And we'll put in there 580. And let's see what we get. They were canceled, rejected. That's BS. They could really screw you up with that. In this similar order, let's slow this down. Let's do 1. See if we can get that to go through. Might be something, well, it's dropping a bit there. I think we'll just move along. Wait, hold on. Let's see. This is saying it's a non-standard. What is about non-standard? 460. I think we're okay there. Alright. This is a call. Looking good there. Let's see if we can get this one to go through. Rejected again. Now that's market manipulation. Well, let's come to positions here. Let's narrow. Close that. So we're actually down for our P&L a little bit on this one for the day. I think it's a good price to get in. There's a lot of euphoria. But because things were starting out on a sentiment of a negative sentiment, I don't know that I would necessarily believe that the euphoria or the sentiment was for bears. I think that earnings turned out to be, well, maybe it's just fate saying, hang on to what you got, brother. It's a little bit hard to see through all the craziness sometimes. 1, 2, let's just take stock of where we are. 3, 4. We have four contracts, and right, we're gonna go ahead and hold off on that. And on this one, we're still up 700. This was a nice little move. Let's see if we could buy one more. Right, this is a good time to buy, really. I can't understand what the hell's going on in this account when they don't give me accurate numbers. This is crap. Now, I bought another one, but how can you understand what the heck's going on? How can you see? Whoa. I don't see anything here. It's going back up again. This is unbelievable, man. This is what I'm talking about with just unbelievable. We obviously made a purchase, but hold on. Okay, so we're holding 3 now. Alright, so let's see what happens. That means, let's check. Oh, got it, whatever. We bought our first one at 505, and we bought the subsequent 2 at 1105 and 1145, and it's holding true right now, and that's given for a 427 price. Remember when I said, will it just start around 410? Can we just get our orders in around 410? Now you know why I was saying that. And look, it moves a little bit, and now I stand to, when it drops, I mean, it'll wipe away that profit real quick, but it'll also gain profit really quick if it gets its fire going, which I believe today is going to be a nice day. But you know what? Being that we're only half an hour in, that is still to be determined whether we're going to have a great day. I mean, remember yesterday I was telling you about greed hell? These dirty dogs, they will walk around beating down this stock. They have no reason to. It's got great everything. I walked those figures out earlier, so did Bansel, and there's only great reasons to get behind such a company and really make some money in the process. And yet people, they mess it up. We're 754 up on this so far. So we've got 4 contracts on this side, which is just even hard to look at right now. And we've got 3 contracts on this side. And with that, I'm happy. I'm going to coast on that. There's no reason to do anything until we see some price movement. And this, now that it's almost 10 a.m., we want to see price. We want to see it prove itself. Move up. Show us what you got. Okay, so we're going to Moderna here. We're at 429.77, 430, and we're looking for an upward movement. Oh, well, now that we're looking at the chart, I feel a bit more confident about what we see, and that is our first initial push. Yesterday, the high for the day was 433. This push went to 443. That's pretty much touching that 450 mark I promised you, and everybody laughed. I said, never doubt your happy healer lover, because if you do, then you stand to lose money. And why would you want to do that to yourself? And now it took a dip. Its dip took it down as low as 423, and now we're pushing back up again. However, you'll see these, and I'll move in on them, you'll see those little peaks as you go. The idea about those peaks is you don't want the peaks to go too far down, because then that shows indicative movement of a downward trajectory, but with such a highly volatile stock as Moderna, and you're going to see sometimes where it does crazy things and then comes back and does amazing things. Do I think now's a good time to buy? Absolutely. If you're just showing up to the game and you didn't get in and you're looking for an in marker, well, here's your marker. Of course, I am not your financial advisor. You are to make your own financial decisions, but as your Happy Healer lover, I certainly am rooting for you. Do I believe in upward trajectory and movement? Absolutely. I've been talking about this for the past long time, and you know that. Things are just realizing its value. Now that we had earnings today, I think that the initial $500 marker that we were looking at for the last month, when I've been giving my overall price per share forecast and what the value is actually for Moderna, I feel that I'm going to have to do some math later on and come back tomorrow with a new value. I believe it will raise, and because earnings came in higher and things are looking better. So we'll see what that turns out to be together. And we might be, transitioning to some kind of just hold situation for a moment until we move to the next level. And that's fine. Personally, I'd rather, do a little consolidation and then move up without continuing to go back down. So, and give some people some good opportunities to get in. Some of these lovers who are showing up here. And if you haven't already, please like the video. I take it very personal when we're just getting started trying to help people with Moderna, and you come in and you watch and you soak the information in, and indeed in some cases you do well enough you could buy a house and you don't even like the video and you don't share the video. That's really offensive, isn't it? I mean, think about it. Isn't that offensive? And so don't do that. Don't be that way. Be a lover. Be caring. So right now we're just making that back and forth movement. If I knew I couldn't move quick enough, but remember when I said, I want to sell this one share that I had bought this morning? That was because all the indicators and the excitement and the you could say the people who were fearful on missing out, the FOMO, were driving this price insane. And I knew that I could sell just that one share for almost a $2,000 profit. But that moment lasted literally long enough to look at it on the screen and it disappeared again. So that's just the way it goes sometimes. You can't get emotional about that. We're at 432. All you can do is make the right decisions. And we have a fast moving stock. And so do me a favor, everybody, right now, if you can, share this video so that people see what we're doing. Share it on your social media, share it on Facebook. And for those of you who do that, I greatly appreciate it. And perhaps I'll come back tomorrow then, if it seems like we're growing. And I'll do this again tomorrow, and I'll help you out. Maybe it'll become a daily thing. And Moderna is growing. It's going to be a 10x company, and I'm a subject matter expert on it. I've proven myself and the ability to help so many people. I'm proud of that. And I would especially appreciate if you would share it with other people so that they can also do well, and that we can be a more robust channel and grow. So if you can, and let me go ahead and see your comments here. Jason said, I posted for you, bro. Thank you, sir. And Michael Lee said, same, sold my scalpel at 442. Okay. Amen. 420 puts up in the air. LOL. So people are happy. Please do share the video. And you know how I am. I'm raw. I care. I'm truthful. I'm honest. Surrounded by a bunch of liars. And a bunch of, they're clowns. They're just mocking devils. They mock. Oh, you're this and that. They don't know. They don't have any truth. They're just mocking. That's it. They're mocking devils. And they got a lot of that devil energy. I would pray to God that we can get out of this world of greed hell, that we can use brilliance and really take care of people who matter, the elderly folks who are left behind that are expected to live on fixed incomes while the greedy people are driving up inflation without actually driving up innovation. This is a situation where Moderna is actually doing that. We're at 434.87. And shebang-a-lang-a-dang-a-wanga. Yep, we're doing well on these. Let me show you how our 3 shares that we picked up are doing. And I suspect we're going to go past eventually the 450 mark I've been talking about and promising people. Oh, and there it is. It's doing great. And I'll tell you what, one of my supporters here, let's see. Yeah, 435. So we want to beat this last peak, which will take us above 4, I believe that was 442-ish. And so we'll see how well. I don't want to see it just go boom all the way to 460, and then you get the glimpse what the price could have been, and then it goes away again. I want our healthy progress to hold. And we're fighting through the bears. We're fighting through the sentiment. They're screaming about how everything's manipulated. They could have just listened to the HappyHealer, realizing that we're talking about honest truth. But no, they have their own plans. They've been in the market for so much longer than us. They're so ego-driven, so pride-driven. They jump around from stock to stock. They chose to be shorties. They see that the way the hedge funds are selling us out and getting rich, they want to attach themselves to that. And, not going to have it. All right, so right now we're at 431, and you could just see, and that's why I like to have this up over than the, it's so much more helpful than looking at those candles, and you can't see the pattern as well. You really can't. I'll show you. You want look at that pattern there, and then I'll bring up some candles for you. Just because I love you, I'll bring you some candles, you know. How many birthday candles do you want? Okay, so here's going to be some candles. We'll go to the chart. And there you go. Enjoy. Those are the 2 ways to see this thing. And to me, that's harder to make sense of as far as what it's doing, where it's going. You don't get that look up, look down based on where it just came out of. And you see these huge candles. You don't really know where the line is on that candle, where it decided to actually end and move on. It becomes a bit hard to look at. And so we're at 430 right now, 431. One thing is, it does give you that price action in between. And I use the candles sometimes. I'm not just cursing them. Look at our volume. It is decreasing a little bit here, which is expected. We opened. However, will we call that a decrease? I don't know. Let's get into this other side here. And we'll get back on to Moderna. And we're looking good. It's healthy. No worries. Like I said, I don't want no panicking around here. Nope. How come we're only at 6 likes? You guys should be liking. So there's this is the order book right here. You can see some of the price action. Things are looking healthy right there. And we are sort of settled in this one area. Higher highs, higher lows is what we're looking to see. Let's see if it goes as low as this latest valley. And then it'll turn around. That's what it does. It turns around. And so now it's going to go high again. Let's see if it breaks. We want to see it break. This is why this is so much more helpful than the other one. We want to see it break 435 on its high side when it comes back in. And that's the movement that we're in it for right now. And when it does turn around and get on that high side, I think I'm going to go ahead and, man, I just want to sell out of something. Just want to sell out of the, just want to sell something for profit. And then when it comes back down again, get back in again. That's what the rich people do. Doing those things helps you. It helps you a lot. It makes it so much easier to deal with losses, and you're getting that incremental progress. That's why I really don't like that day trading rule. Not enough people realize that, and they don't complain hard enough for that. All right, turn around, Moderna. Because you got a lot of people who are, like I said, it's already touched for 442. That's an indication of what's, that excitement, and that was in the open market. It's willingness to move forward. Our progress has been erased for an $85 loss right now. You see how quick things move just on small movement like that? That's why I say when we get on the high end of that trough, I'd like to be thinking about putting away some profit and then getting back in at the lower end, or back and forth. I really think things are going to go, exceedingly volatile, as I've said already. And, to be prepared for that is to be prudent. And it's really, today I feel like this beginning action, just like we started with, is a bit volatile. So let's see. Right now we're going down to 419. I think we're about to turn around. Let's see what Yep, we've got good volume. I think we're about to turn around. So, we're seeing some consolidating around that 420 mark. People are taking profit. Other people, they were already bears, hoping to see this thing go down. And then there's the real truth. There's the earnings. They came out better. There's the real truth. There's the prospects and hopes. So all of that stuff is better. And, but you can't, this world, I'll tell you what, if I could leave the world and leave you guys with a world that was about growth and love and happiness and truth, this market would be exploding. I can go on to heaven or whatever. This world is nothing to live in the way it is, with all these jerks trying to, I'm greedier than you. Let me be the next. Turn on Meet Kevin. He'll teach us about greed. Go on, Meet Kevin. Tell us. It's just not the way I view the world as being the best. All right, so again, we're just going to zoom out so we could see this larger action. And I think once we turn around, it's going to move just as hard in the other direction. We are 1,000 down, and that's why I didn't go in with everything guns a-blazing, because I know how this stuff goes. And we'll wait for the turnaround. And then we'll push it, and I'm confident we'll get it. I certainly am myself confident that we'll get it. But, the only thing that ever gives me pause, not fear, I mean, I'm aware of it, pause, frustration. Love uses anger too. We're up a little bit in our other account. Maybe we're doing that turnaround now. We'll see. Yep, looks like we are. Now's a good time to buy in, by the way. These are our buy-in points. I've been saying it all morning. And I have a hard time not buying in. But again, this is, looks like we're turning around. It could be a little bit of tricky trek and just, going to maybe cost us another little bit and then come up, or we'll see what happens. But I'm not going to buy in more until, that's why I like cashing out at certain points and having that option. That's why I don't like the day trading rule. But I think I'm going to save and hold off my buying in until I first cashed out a little bit of profit on some of what I've already got. There's no sense in pushing headlong, head first with these greedy bastards out there who operate on greed and fear, and they're charged up, they're angry, they're mad, they know that they should be winning, they're so pissed off that things are working well for a company that might be the next, Tesla grand American experience building up innovation. They just can't have that. Insane, my brothers and sisters. We're at 421, so we're making that move back up. And I wanted to buy in, and I hope that if you feel compelled to, you do. But until I can register some profit in there, which I should have done, and I missed the mark because, I'm talking also, but also because, now it's turning around. So that's what we're doing. We're gauging still. I think it's fine. I think we're going to be fine. I'm not going to overanalyze things. I don't do that naturally. And so we'll just let it be what it's going to be. But I think it's important to remind ourselves what these natural bears And I know you guys listened yesterday to what greed hell really is about, and I preach about American Mantics is the solution to that. And if you're young, if you're any age, it doesn't matter. If you're older, we need a better world. If you're younger, we need a better world. And that's too cliche-ish. You can't just say better world. You got to have an entire plan. You have to be so crystal clear in explaining what is the problem, what are the solutions. And that's what American Mantics is. And I don't let people weasel out of that truth. You have to be so crystal clear. It's $422 right now, the price, moving up. You have to be so crystal clear in describing the hell that it does, because it's a trickery force. By the way, it's the devil. Folks, it's the devil. I see people defend greed, and I say, do you realize that that energy that you're defending, I mean, all due respect, I love you so much, but it's the devil. It's the devil. And then you have love, which is God Almighty. And no, I'm not, as soon as you say that, you lose a lot of people. They think of you differently. They think of you as, oh, this crazy guy. He actually believes in this God with this beard who's like, got a wand and his magical forces, and he believes in this horned guy. No, that's the shit that the devil does. He mocks and he makes fun of the real energies that do exist. Tell me when you see a child raped and killed and left in a forest that you can't see that evil. Come on. Tell me that you can't see that evil in these people all the time that are doing bad things, or even just normal people. A normal person in greed hell is a pretty awful piece of shit. They watch and they allow bad things to happen. They don't do anything about it. All right, and I regret that. My hope is that we can change that. Everybody universally recognizes, oh yeah, this is an evil world, and some people, they're more pragmatic about it. Oh, well, maybe humanity just aren't the breakout race or the breakout species. We're only maybe our job was to supply plastic to the earth, I mean, seriously, what are you doing with your life? This is why I'm not marrying anybody. We got bigger problems as a humanity. If you want to wait until you're on your deathbed to come out of your you don't get to live forever. You're hanging on to something that's fake, and you're killing what's real. So that's the truth. We're at 423 right now. That's why should I worry about smoking? You're killing the world more than me. Oh, but I'm good. I jog every day. I take my vitamins. I'm on top of everything. Yeah, so did I. I had a six-pack. I had everything. Now I'm a bit fatter and I'm a smoker. You know what? You don't give me any desire, this enjoyment in this greed hell. Do you think I like seeing what you're putting out that you love so much? Oh, this is the world. This is great. Fuck that. This ain't great. Do something about it. All right, so we are just a bit back and forth movement. We don't want to see these lower lows and lower highs as we are. But again, this is just a temporary, I believe, just a temporary movement, more associated with our previous movement. We started the day out with a huge jump up, and Moderna today might decide that it wants to do more of an inclination up, so we'll see. The day's early to be looking into it too hard. And then what happens is all of a suddenly and all at once it spikes. And so I went in measured. I'm not in with everything I can go in with, and I'll just stay measured, and I'll stay as much as I can humble and prepared to do what's right. That's not always the easiest thing to do. Right now we are 2,000, let me see here. No, back this up here. Yep, we're about $865 down, and on the other account, which has other stocks in there, it's about 2,000 down. Which I'm not a big fan of. I don't like down movement, but we're coming back up here now. Let's see, we need to push a little bit. I expect that we do have a lot of these mocking devils on our hands. That, remember already today we got up to 442, and there was a bunch of options in that to make some movements here. So I want you to be thinking about that for where it goes next and to be prepared to capitalize. I mean, I give a lot of myself when I come here and do this because I'm not focused on just me anymore. I'm focused on us. And so it gives, all right, let's see where we are. 419. And let's see what's going on with, and I'm not too concerned about volume. The only thing I get worried about are these vampires who leech to our beautiful stock, and then they're looking to take something out of it. They don't want to come up with us. No, that's not what they do. Remember, they learned from the hedgies. They just want to, if it means building profit with us, they'd rather lose. And they do. They'd rather lose. And so I just think it's important to recognize those facts, because when you do, and we're teeter-tottering on being up or down, because we ended the day yesterday at 419. So we're pretty much right at where we opened. And, I'm just not going to ever settle myself on what the world is. People deserve better. I look at the people I love and I know we deserve so much better. I might be considered what you would say is shell-shocked. So shocked to change so dramatically. Why should I be looking for a boyfriend or a girlfriend in greed hell when people are focused on the wrong things? You could chase somebody with love for years and only keep running into greedy little devils who only worry about themselves, and you don't know it until you're 3 and 6 months in. And that whole time you could have been working for God's world and working for a better world. And by the way, you become magnetic. People love that too. That's the best force. And so, meet somebody doing that rather than chasing greed and hell. I feel good about today, but we still have all, the only thing that worries me most is the world of greed, hell, and the energies that come with it. People, that's where my vision comes from. Why have I been so right? Because of that. So you can discount it, get bored about it, and not realize the value in it, but that would be a mistake. If you want a vision, then, you see right away what it is. And that's why, part of me is like, okay, let's see what happens here. And we're going to go to hit the moon at, 4 and 500 and all this stuff. But then another part of me is like, okay, let's keep an eye on these dirty little bastards who are always pessimistic, and, their danger, their biggest danger is that they look like us, and we expect them to feel like us and love like us, but they're not. They'll sell us out so quick. I mean, remember, the person who murders and rapes little children and leaves them dead in the forest, they don't think like us. They don't love like us. They don't act like us. So there's people out there that do this evil, and you got to recognize that. It looks like we're turning around here. Looks like we could even be making a jump. And the way Moderna's been moving yesterday and today, it's not been on a steady ladder movement. It's just been making these huge leaps and bounds. And, I prefer, honestly, the steady approach, but huge leaps and bounds work too, as long as it holds on to the victories. All right, so we're at 421. This is nice. Let's see if we can keep that energy going. And welcome. I hope that you shared the content. It's easy to do that. And if we grow this together, we'll come back here each day. And I promise you, at some point, it seems like I get it right every single day, but one thing I ask you is for your patience. Sometimes you got to hang on to see things prevail. And I want you to gain the vision that'll help you to see. So listen to my little ranting on the side. It's not ranting, it's preaching, actually. And if you listen to that stuff, it'll make you a better human being, more capable of dealing with life's tricks the devil's tricks and the hell and be able to keep you happy in a depressed world, because happy healing is very lifting. I know sometimes I sound somber, but that's not really somber. That's teaching a very difficult lesson to people who are blind and they need to be broken through. And so that's all that is. I'm a very happy person, and I'm very open. You see how I am. I share anything, as on, oh my God, I can't even say because it's just not appropriate, but the things that I could say so easily. The things that are considered wrong and greed and bad and devilish in greed hell is almost completely opposite than God's loving world. There's nothing about our bodies that are evil and bad and nasty and ilky and yucky. Actually, our spirits encompass our bodies in this experience in life so that we can better enjoy it. But then we destroy that process with our awful ways. And, you're ucky and yucky. And, this is what we turn people into. So then we, instead of wanting to be around people, then we want to, kind of be by ourselves. It's just the wrong way of doing things. But that's what greed hell does, literally. And right now we're at 421. And seemingly counting and going up. It looks like it's the bulls in charge. If you're looking for some buying opportunities, I think we've been hovering in them for a bit here. Marijuana Mantics on Facebook. God's drug. Stay away from oxycodone, heroin. Stay away from cocaine and methamphetamines. That's the worst. I've never touched those. I never went to drugs on the street. It was doctors who I trusted that were able to get in through my Happy Healer lover 20-year-old self, 22-year-old self. I was seeing a chiropractor, and the doctors that was seeing my mother said, no, you don't need that. You need this medication so you could be at work and you can... Yeah. So right now we're at 416. So just playing that same pattern. Now it's moved a little bit more so we can better see it. Let's just continue to keep an eye on this pattern. I'm expecting a breakout in the upward momentum, the upward way. Hello, it's Keith. This is what greed hell does.
Suspension notice along with a warrant against your name. Ignoring this message will be an intentional second attempt to avoid initial appearance before a magistrate, judge, or grand jury for a federal criminal offense. This is the final attempt to reach you.
You gotta watch out. This is what the world of greed hell does.
For the next available officer.
It's always out to scare you in every direction. And that's a scam. Don't believe it. That's not how you get contacted by that kind of stuff. And yet it's so convincing. I warn my fellow lovers, if this is the kind of world you want, I'm a 42-year-old man at some point, then my life will be extinguished, another lover down the drain. And you get what's left over. My brother died a few months ago. You get what's left over. If what's left over is just a bunch of greedy bastards, then that's what you get. And lovers die so fast in the world of greed hell. They often give all of themselves to the efforts of humankind, the unity, and all of us, only to have their efforts stepped on and crushed, and then they're left alone. And oftentimes, because they're lovers, that's the most painful thing for them. They weren't in it for the money. They were in it for the progress. I relate with that. Your Happy Healer lover lives a lot like that now in this van. And so then what happens is that they're scrutinized, they're told they're doing things wrong, and at the same point, they're here working for people. They're following their passions, and they're hoping to give back to humanity in a way that is passionate for them. Right now we're at 413.65, so we're just holding on. And like I said earlier, if you're looking for buy-ins, or even if you want to do, and I said this all week long, some puts that put you in a protective stance. I mean, either way, this thing's going to move so hard and fast, you might be able to make money doing both today. I mean, this is one of those days. That's why the price went up, even though we're in less time, because that volatile market. So this is where you get to really do some things you don't ordinarily do. And in fact, I think, well, I wish I would have thought about that, and I would have had I not been talking. Maybe when we were, well, maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. This is 411.17, and again, we've already been at 442 for today, but I am worried about the current action in the market. So what I'm gonna do, I mean, look at this one here. Take stock of the situation for one thing. This could turn around at any moment, because we're really falling on this line here where we were already coming up, and it moved up fast and it's coming down a lot slower, so people who want to get out are having those opportunities. But yesterday I said it beautifully. Nobody who's going to reach that mountain peak, and this thing wants to take you to a mountain peak, is not going to get there unless you're tested. We're not talking about being in God's world where we immediately appreciate the efforts of hard work and ingenuity and dedication and honesty. Those works are not appreciated. First, you got to be tested, smacked in the face, and done greed hell's way. And then maybe they'll take you to the next summit. But not until you've been through that. And that's a hard process. And there's a lot of trickery. There's both bear and bull traps. Both happen. You have to be ready to recognize that. When it does happen, I am a bit concerned about people who might have gotten in too deep, that they put all their profit into that. And considering that this is made a movement down of 30 points from its recent high, and it could change at any moment and go right back, what I'm going to do is I'm going to buy in. That's all I can do. I'm not going to buy. I'd rather buy in than purchase a put at that price. You purchase puts at 442, not at 408. That's just the way I feel about it. But if I buy another call right now, that call can stand to really help out when we start growing in making a better outcome. And we don't want to be tricked out. There's a lot of trick outs in the market, filled with, remember, in greed hell, the market works off of greed and fear. Okay. Says we can have that for 880. Let's make sure we're right. Okay. Oh, that's what we got to do. We got to come over here and slip into that account, and then we got to come back here. And my losing room a little bit, but not too bad. Okay, we're gonna try and pick up 2. It's from 850. That's fine. We'll just stick with that. Well, do we have to? Not really. It's 850. Let's see. Things are moving slow enough. I think I can get a little better. Okay, let's see what that does. Filled, or was it? Working. Okay. So it looks like it was filled. It's 4.2. Remember, this automatically, and a lot of these do that, they put in a number for you. And let's say the number that they put in for you is, let's say that number's not what you have intended to buy. Let's say it says 10, and you hit enter and go on that. I've done that once, and I gained a lot of money, but then I lost it too because I didn't realize what it was doing. You got to make sure, that was a long time ago, you got to make sure that your intention is seen. if you lose or make money and you did what you intended to do when you're executing your order, and even experienced people, can happen to anyone because we get our nerves fluttered, then make sure that before you hit that enter and before you go, make sure that you are at the price you intend to be, make sure you're at the quantity you intend to be, and make sure that you see P for put or C for call, whatever you intend to do. We're at 413.67. I like that. Those two particular calls now means I don't have to go up as far in order to get back green, and that I could, quite frankly, start thinking about moving on to incremental progress. But I think we're on a pretty good lift up right here. We're at 414. I'm just gonna go ahead and go back here and see. Yeah, I think that's translating okay. I'm finding this account a little bit hard to look at by itself, so I'm going to move out of that other part. But yeah, we picked up, those are the two we picked up right there, and they're up $100 right now. Let's see what this thing is doing. Hopefully it continues making that spike up, because that otherwise we're seeing a trend that I don't like that is just continuing on. But there's a larger trend too behind that that's going up, so you can't just be solely focused on one or the other. Yeah, and there it goes, it's moving again. So that's what's helpful about that snake. And sometimes I think a lot of people, they like to view it through there we go, through the chart here. And you could see our upward movement right here, but you could also see we got down low enough right there for a moment that it got concerning, but that we're also still kind of moving up. Our okay, so the volume was actually lifting up when it was coming down. You know what that means? We have short sellers in the market selling, and it could be some profit taking as well. But I suspect with that kind of increased volume, and for no reason at that moment when we're going up, that's short sellers. I mean, and that's who a lot of people have connected their energy to. Detestable people. We need more. Wouldn't it be nice to have a president that was building up our country, building up hope, building up dreams, showing a way? No, what we have is greedy bastards, and we have devils running our world, so just beware of that. Alright, so I'm going to just come back out here. Whoops. Come back here. I'm going to stay focused on my movement right now. So we're only up $35 in that. It's not really much of anything to sell. We didn't really move that far in any direction. So we're still waiting for that movement now. And I think maybe at that price we should consider some puts. I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to buy right now. And this could kind of make it harder to make profit going up. It's just that, there is that unknown factor, those greedy bastards. We're not really doing that horrible in terms of the overall picture. But if this is downtrending, there's only two things left to do. Get out and become a spectator, one. And two, to buy you could buy calls or you could buy puts. I bought 2 calls initially. I want to keep the momentum going, but at some point you have to think about protecting yourself, and I don't want to jump out of the movement, so I'd rather pick up some puts. If it comes down to getting out of the play altogether, I feel like that's a mistake. And I'm just looking at one account here, but I feel like that's a mistake. And that's what happens when you sell out, because you're working off of fear more than courage. And you end up missing out on a monumental run that would have really made the difference. So if you pick up calls, then it makes that monumental run less stressful, because you can make progress easier. And if you pick up puts and it continues to go down, it affords you the opportunity to wait on your calls till the time is right, and it affords you to make profit on the way down, at least on a side bet, where you could cash out of that when the blood is let up. But what could also happen, and because we're just hovering around this price right now, is that those puts become problematic, that you bought them right at the time when you're at the bottom. You should have been buying calls, that those puts will never print. They'll just be a liability, and they'll take away from at least 2 of your contracts that are profitable. And so that's why I didn't jump on it, and it looks like we're moving up with a little bit more vigor now. Let's hope and pray that what should be happening does happen. Remember, let's keep this stock in mind for a moment. There was nothing that happened in earnings that was a shock in a downward way. There was actually good news. Things got better than we expected. Now, leading into earnings, all we have done this entire time was expect what the expectations were to actually happen. Given that was confirmed and beaten, the consensus is the bulls were right, and that Moderna is realizing its actual true value. That bears were thinking this was a lot like how things were towards the end of last year. So they were expecting it to do what it did then, which is to immediately and dramatically fall in price, and that's just not what's happening here. It's not what happened then, and it's not what's happening here now. Do we need movement to make progress? We absolutely do. But are we losing? No. That's why this entire bet and situation with Moderna is so hard to be in, because it's becoming more expensive. People are recognizing what's happening over here, and I'd just like to see what should happen. And that's the thing in the market, you can't get the timing right because all these greed and fear energy that's out there. But trust me, like I always say, I'm a 42-year-old man. I've probably got at least 30 years left, even if it's harsh ones, working as hard as I can to bring in this better world. Hopefully more people help. Maybe I'll be only alive for 2 years doing that. Maybe I'll be alive for 50 years. But however long I'm alive, it'll be doing that. Hopefully more people jump on board, and that then we do see change, and that the world does pick up. And my goodness, that's the dream. And like I said, take me now if we could just exchange in that so you can have that. Yeah, I like that we're seeing a little bit of, we're just going to have to see if that's really an up movement right now. We're in an uptrend emerging. We're going to have to see it continue on a bit longer. And let's see about our volume. Okay, it's not so bad. Too many new scaredy cats that don't know what's going on. All they know is FOMO. And if our volume was at, say, our normal 10,000 right now at each checkup, then I would feel a lot more comfortable, because those are people who get our value much better. But the people that are just jumping in, FOMO buying, they're not really in it, they don't understand, those are the ones I get concerned about. Anyways, at 408, really? I don't think it's, yeah. At some point, you can just recognize the facts and say, make your call. Be prudent. You had a lot of green days. Don't get greedy now. Be willing to let go of some profit if it means saving your pot. And for us, we didn't go in as incredibly hard as maybe some people did, but hard enough, I suppose, to be concerned about movement right now. That's just an honest assessment of the facts. But not concerned enough to go selling in wholesale. Maybe concerned enough to not be buying more and getting in deeper and deeper and deeper. But that if we did buy more, they would be puts at this point. I'll be honest with you. Just because you can't, the unknown factor, it's all I worry about. I wouldn't say sell your calls and jump into puts headlong. I would just say have an insurance bet at this point. If you're that concerned about it, that's your choice. I'm not a financial advisor, and I'm more and more considering that myself. When I first had mentioned doing that at 4.15, perhaps I'd be happy about that. And I might be selling them right now. And that's why right now I'm not jumping on purchasing them. I'm not convinced that this thing is falling out that quick necessarily or at all. I don't know. I will say that because there are these unknown. I mean, if you go to the sentiment, and it's one of the things we talked about first, and I've been looking at that sentiment, everything's working in the energies. It does mean something. 58% of people are bearish on Moderna today. They're done with it. They're through with the idea that Moderna is being profitable. Of course, they're jackasses and they don't know better, and they're agitated. They lost a lot of money. So there's a lot more going on than just the value of Moderna. You get what I'm saying? If it's just the value of Moderna that we're talking about, I suspect we're at 500 now easily. And I'm revamping to look at things a little bit closer. And I'll be coming out tomorrow with a new revised, which I think will be an upward movement. But nonetheless, I'm going to be prudent about it. I'm not going to just blurt it out. But a new revised price target for Moderna. So you have that to look forward to for tomorrow. So we're just sitting on our current, there it goes down a little bit more. Let's see here what our momentum is. Let's see what the general market is doing, because there could be other things going on that we're not really aware of. So we've got, and I like looking at specific stocks as we do that. And so first off, let's see what Tesla's doing. All right, that's up 5 points. Nothing to write home about. Gosh, that's a sucky company right there. Let's see what NVAX is doing. They are also down off their recent highs. They got up to 238, and now they're sitting at 233. So we'll keep an eye on what's happening there, and they are starting to come back up again. Right, so that's what they're doing. Let us see what Ocugen is doing. They're in the $7 range. Okay. And a lot of the discussion on Moderna is also talking about their plans for picking up productivity because their jab is needed. Okay, so we have let's look at the SPY. Okay, so the SPY's going up right now. And by the way, Moderna's in the SPY. Let's just take a glance back at Moderna real quick. So it's at 406.90. Okay. Let's see AMC again. That one's going up a little bit. I hope to see AMC make some nice strides here today or tomorrow. All right. So that's giving up 2,000. That's why it would have been nice to jump on earlier and take advantage of that profit when it was up. But, you know, the difference is it could be up much more even. And still yet, this day is early. Like I said, I started the day saying I'm humbled today. It's hard to tell where you're going when you're getting right up to the edge of, you know, the value, having had so many good days, even though, you know, it's hard to hang on to those days at times. And, you know, I always like to bring out the truth in greed hell so that you can at least see it. It's hard later on when we're just having a discussion at the kitchen table and I blurt out, we're in greed hell. Things are wrong. You know, no, along the way, when all the greed is attacking us and the bad ways and how they work, you need to be bringing it up then. People need to see. I am so for certain that we have to change our ways and take control from this world out of evil and put it towards love and the truth, the honest truth, so that we can't have duopolies like the left and the right destroying our hope. This is easy to see for your Happy Healer lover. You know, what I might just do is not buy anything more, not buy any puts or anything like that, but just hang on to what I have. Hang on into tomorrow. Maybe I might roll over something into next week, but just dig in on it. Dig in because I know its value. Maybe not buy in more, but dig in. Maybe just hang with what I have exactly. Maybe remember earlier when I was talking about buying into next week, that's why I was saying that, because I am concerned about these bears and this bear divergence that we were talking about yesterday. I'm concerned about their education in greed hell and about their fear and greed, the way they like to see the market move, and that they don't do courage and care and they don't do the truth. They'll happily win on lies. And it's hard for me to respect that for one thing, but I certainly can't discount it considering most people on earth are that way. And that's what makes greed hell greed hell. If most people on earth were for love's way, well, it wouldn't need to be most people because it's such a powerful force. All you would need is really 20% of a group of people can cause the entire group to become loving. But of course, God's power is a lot more powerful than evil. We're at 409, so that's great news. We are climbing. And so really all we can do is just do like the bears did, dig in and hold out. They believed in, I don't know what they believed in. It doesn't make sense to me. I challenged them to please try to make sense to that. I did it yesterday. I said, please help me make sense of that. And they don't have a way of doing it. Certainly not like me, explaining things inside and out and having a complete thesis as to why. All right, so we're at $412. Certainly not cocky. No, not today. Not ever. Humble is the way to go. If we win, we will win with humility. And that's the way to go. And if we lose, we will lose with courage and care and humility. And that's the way to go. Not with fear and hell. You can't change the larger facts. You make a decision, you stand up to it. See, that's what greed hell does. It's whiners. Everybody's a victim in greed hell. But really, we are all victims of our own selves, our own idiocy, unwillingness to hear other people out. You know, listening is a derivative of love. It's care. And ignoring is a derivative of hate. And when I talk with my honest heart, it's amazing the number of people that ignore. And that's why I use passions to bring us together. I know that I'm providing value to you in a way that's so great that you won't leave because you need the value that I'm providing. But now that I have you, I can give you an education in greed hell and American mantics. And I do. And I'm sure that, you know, that's exactly what we need. So this went down to 405, and now it's made a climb up to 410, 411. At one time it was even up to 412, 413. But now it's just flirting back and forth in that area. The chart's a little bit sloppy if you're just looking at this, you know, immediate point. So I think the energies are all over, and you know, like I said, right now, I think the best thing we can do, we are doing, which is holding out. I mean, we've already considered everything. We considered buying puts. Just don't like the way it feels. And if we did buy them, we would have been losing on them. Let's just take that. The only thing worse than losing in one way is losing in 2 and 3 ways. We thought about, you know what, buying calls might be prudent. but it's in the same direction that you're already waiting, except for that you can get deeper in and you're not prepared for those losses. Then you become more emotional. And so what's really guiding your purchase? Is it honest knowledge and truth and courage, or is it actually borderlining on greed? If it's that greed, just ignore it. And I don't think it's greed, but I do think that we have, contemplated it and given the real threat that this bear divergence is having, and the real value that Moderna itself has, and the courage and care of us lovers, that there's a real battle going on. And I think that the verdict is still out as to what's going to happen. I don't think this day has fallen into an overall permanent pattern for the day. I don't think we've already reached 442. That's our high for today. So for those bears who want to come out and scream that the HappyHealer said 450, it got nowhere's near, and how awful, just get out of here with that. I assure you, I probably would have sold out of a lot of my positions at 442 if I wasn't here delivering back to the community. So, there's that. I was telling you at that point what we could do. That's why I say don't base everything based on what I'm doing, because even in my best actions, being on air, talking to you, giving you information, relaying things that give you the idea, all of that takes away from just acting and only acting on my side. So, take it in. This isn't meant for you to mirror every movement I make anyway. It's meant for you to use the counsel that I provide to you to improve your chances at being successful in making money on Moderna. We've been doing that very well for a long time. Today we were up against a lot of forces, and that's why with the progress that we have made over the last, many days, that we come in today quite powerful. But we don't want to apply all of that power in pushing towards upward movement only to be left gasping for air. We're going to reserve that power, and in that way I've reserved quite a bit of power, and for where I'm at and how hard I've been in, it's all within relation. These accounts are still well up, and that's what I'm focused on, and I'm focused on the current battle at hand. It is not over. We are still hoping for the best. We are not convinced that bears have this thing either, that we would have bought puts if we had felt that way and completely convinced that that was the truth. And I wouldn't blame you now still if you did. These are things we're struggling with, and we're just being honest about it. Anybody who walks around with that bravado without really being honest about these things are not being truthful. And just like I say, like when we take profit in order to protect our wins and our gains, we need to cut losses in order to protect our pot. But what I did to protect my bets in this sense is I was, for my current levels, very tempered coming in. So right now, I think that the best thing I could do is just hold down and keep confidence. And I think that's the best thing I could do for the community. I think that's the best thing that you could do. And then you make a decision. And we monitor the changes together. And let's go ahead and just look ahead of the situation a bit. If things get down to 400, then what I will do is wait for it to come up a little bit if it's moving as it currently is, and I will buy a put because it might show that that's far enough from our opening dollar to at least have that insurance. It's tough to buy a put, man. It's really tough because I believe in the value. I think that it's just as easy to say if it hits 400 to buy a call. This is the problem that we're in. That's why I say whenever you are in this situation, the only way you can really protect yourself, and that's why I was, we seen all this exciting euphoria. It felt like it was going to be at $500 in 2 seconds. But especially after what the bears were saying, But we didn't let that just propel us forward in a drunken state. We instead just bought in with what was comfortable at that moment. What I think is important now is to think about all of that, to keep an eye on this moving price. We're at 408, and to hang in there. If you're a bull. If you're a bear, well, I hope you are being as modest and humble as we are. We don't disappear, that's certainly. Well, there's nothing embarrassing or wrong about what we're doing. We're not trying to sell anybody cheap, or we're not trying to do awful things in order to make profit. We're trying to build things up. So that's one thing. Short selling and buying a put, or trying to make money on both ends and following the movement and being honest with what a company's value are two different things. If they can honestly equate to me, and I've given them every challenge in the world to do this, why their thesis of Moderna going to 300 is a true reality, then I'm all ears to hear it. But they don't have that for me. It's at 411 now. That's why I stay confident, because they don't have that. And that's not honest then. That's just crap. And don't worry, one day when I'm president, if we're also lucky enough for that to happen, we will change that. So if you bought a call, like what I said was my feeling, that's what I would prefer to do, if anything, and I'm not doing anything at all actually at that point, then that's what I would do, is probably buy a call, not a put. And yet we've gone to 412, so that would have been profitable. We're at 413, and that would have helped in our forward progress, our ability to make up for some losses that I'm sure some of us experienced in this recent movement. But now it's our turn. We're up at 414, and so that's what I mean by, if you do that, and that's why I'm spelling that out so clearly. That's why I went over everything with you in an honest way. That's why we even considered, well, let's buy puts. We're not being jerks about that. We're not incapable of following movement, but it didn't make sense to do that at the moment. And so if at that moment you bought a call and it worked for you, well, then I'm glad you did that. I certainly felt like doing that, and that's why I said that at that moment, that I wanted to do that, because it felt right. But the only thing that held me back is the dangers that the day poses, the unknown characteristic of the bear divergence, and their lack of even having a plan or a thesis at all. And the fact that I have to be prudent, because I've already went in as far as I can go. I can be very brave where I'm at, but if I go in further, then I'm stepping where I don't belong. $414 is where we're at. Well, 413.30, 414. It's moving on 414, and I think that's positive. I think that we should be courageous. It feels a lot better to be at 413 than it does to be at 405 like it was a moment ago. I think it reached even 404. Let's see if we can get a reading on that. Our losses certainly are starting to fall away now, which is good. Yep, see all that movement? Which is very good. And go back to the price. So it is 413, and look at the action. This is definitely a push up, so we'll count it as a change in direction. I would even say now's a good time to buy puts if you are waiting for a signal, but if you want a confirmation of that signal, stand by. We're at 414. Be humble, be prudent, be honest, and be a lover. $415, I think we're getting more of a confirmation, and I'm happy with the way things are. I'm not moving a doggone thing on my end. But for you, maybe you're just getting going, maybe whatever. I think now would be a good time, depending on your situation. That's why we all can't be doing the exact same things. If I was dealing with your pot in your portfolio, I might be doing things totally different, right? 417 going on 418. I mean, Moderna, I say it all the time, it makes huge movements. You have to be prepared for that. I said it earlier today. You will be tested. You will be tried to the core. And remember, we got this bear divergence. And now we're at 419. It's just realizing its value, my friends. It feels good when you know what you're doing. And so you just have to somehow manage your way through that hard point to get to the juicy points. And then hope that the juicy points are juicy enough to take us to the special places we intend to go. Quite frankly, we don't want to be jumping all over the place. It'd be nice to just make forward momentum and continue to make forward momentum. Moderna deserves it. Its market cap is not equal to its current value. And right now, I totally am out there on the record saying that I believe that earnings could take us to 450 and beyond to 500. And so that's where I still stand. The bear divergence is, you got to keep an eye on those suckers. They're out to destroy progress in America. They don't want to see the great new world come about that empowers too many people, and they prefer to be kings among men. And the truth matters. You're getting two educations here. One about the stock market. Well, here, let's put it like this. One is, modest education, not too important. And the other one is a life-saving, grave education. The first one that is life-saving that is just, modest and not as important is about Moderna. And the life-saving one is about American Mantics, your HappyHealer lover, how I became the HappyHealer lover, seeing the truth, realizing the lies, and how we're losing our loved ones. Yeah, that's the greater lesson here. But I would never get you on that. You never would have heard me out this far. I needed something to combine us. So that was our passions. And that's how American Mantics and your HappyHealer lover and working for God and being effective and helping the gift translate, the greater gift, that's how it's done. We're at 416.68. Remember, crouch to jump. Don't think that when you make a leap, and just because you start turning back around, don't think that that means we're going back to where we just came from. That's not always true. Suckers stuck. Call out to Marijuana Mantics. We need a president who smokes marijuana, not cigarettes. In Europe, they like to put tobacco in their marijuana. Welcome to the program if you're here. Our humble family of lovers. I'm your HappyHealer lover. And let's see what some of the stuff you guys are saying. Yep, $500 incoming, says some. We are ModernaExcels. We're the only channel that's live and dedicated to the movement of Moderna. It doesn't matter if we're not popular and nobody's looking, or if we're where we are now. And I think Moderna will be a popular stock moving forward. We have every reason to continue growing and realizing our new value. What the Moderna Earnings Call last gave us, in combination to the last call before it, meaning the quarter one earnings, that it gives us a pattern, and that pattern is growth. Their dedication today has been renewed to that growth. They spoke about it. Bensel has said it himself, that they're reinvesting back into the company with all their massive empowerment, and that's all they've been doing. Now we're at 420, And so this is the only place you can go to that's dedicated to that movement. In fact, I think that we can be very fortunate in what we grow here, because we are the earliest channel that's competent, that's focused on Moderna in a realistic way, who has a track record of getting it right. I've been around well before now. We're not just getting started. There's previous videos going back months ago that we call ourselves ModernaExcels. We look at other different things, but we're not necessarily focused on those things insofar as they could tell us more about Moderna. It doesn't mean all we put on is Moderna, but it is our main holding, at least mine. But let's say you can have 50 different holdings. If you're in Moderna, you need to be a part of this, right? So that you can get the best. People that are looking for the best information, that it's available to them. Now that we have 10 folks watching, make sure everybody likes as you can. Share. We were just up to 13 or whatever we had a moment ago before that. Share the video, and so that more people get it. Right now the price is at $419.57. I'm feeling a lot more hopeful about things. I think my somberness kind of dissipated with the 15 points up, and I think that you guys have also experienced that same feeling. I am not emotional. I am emotional, but it's not the emotion you get from greed. It's about courage and knowing you were right and seeing it work out. It's not about, ooh, I know those bastards. It's not like that. It's about love, and I love to see you make progress and profit. Man, that's so great, and I think it's just a wonderful thing. And so we're officially at 420. We just hit 421 for a moment, and now it's in between. And like I said, I wasn't eager to buy a bunch more until I could at least see these ones I have through to profit, and perhaps even cash out on some profit with those. And and until I do that, I'm sticking with them. And so I'm not selling them either. I mean, I'm not buying or selling. I'm just holding. And I certainly think you should be doing something different if it calls for that. And that's why I've told you throughout this process then that you need to respond to those movements. And that's why I give you the information for that. And you can ask any questions here. I do look at the various messages that are put on the screen. At this moment, please now, and if you've been watching, you know how I am. I take this very seriously. Please like the video so that other people can get it. Please like it. Please like it. And if you don't like it, what do I also say? Well, then I guess that must be the end of the video. Nobody sees it as being valuable anymore, so time to go. And but if you like it, we stick around and we continue building, and that's how we'll be able to build this up into something nice with a lot of people enjoying it, with a lot of people getting something out of it, and our side agenda where we share this wonderful passion, where we can build up on American mantics and love and better ways for our future, and to save our lives in general, and also to make a stronger market. Love and truth is the way the market should be working, not greed and fear, care and courage. And so I am very, people would mock that, but I say beware of the mocking devil. They're wrong. And that we are the winners, the people who think with love. And I know that's what you are. Many bulls, they have that going for them because they can't. It's hard for them to get behind. I mean, even buying a put or buying the idea of buying a short sell position, for example, it's harder for them. A short sell, for me, is impossible. I've never done it before, no matter how well it might do for me. Put is more like following temporary directional movement, but it's not something I'm proud of, and definitely not something I want to see. Although you got to have puts where you can't have calls, so I'm okay with it. And of course, just buying the shares is a very smart thing to do, because now you're most prudent. You don't have to worry about timing at all. You're buying what you know to have value. You have conviction in that choice, and if it dropped to 300 because the bear divergence, no skin off your back because you're not selling. You're going up with Bansal. He told you where you're going. We're going 10x and then beyond, and reinvesting and not putting limitations. And so that's definitely a great way to do it too. And so we're at 418. I think we're doing a bit of crouching to jump and moving, and it's moving in ways, however, that, like I said, is sloppy. First, it's on a pattern that's like, step up, right? And then it was like elevator up. I mean, choose one, stick with it. Well, in this case, we're not complaining too hard because it was an elevator up followed by a step up. But now we see there's some, a little bit of, what do you say, like challenge there. So resistance. And now that we're hitting that resistance, it's going to have to be tested and go through this little back and forth. But then when and if it breaks through, I believe it will. Only going to be humble about that because of all this, our brothers and sisters who choose to, instead of taking arms up beside us, they take arms up, go in front of us, about face us and stab us, or they get behind our back and stab us in the back so that they can profit. And that's what greed hell does. And so, that's why I'm a lover. I'd rather be a lover and be dying on the streets, doing just like so many have done before me that weren't comfortable with greed and doing the things that greed require to get advancement in this world, that I'd rather do love. And a lot of people, they're so caught up in the energies, but they can't even explain it, not the first part of it. They'll be living on the streets realizing that they got there because they followed their passions, but then things got hard and they became alcoholics and homelessness and other, depression and eventually death. Greed has a way of killing so quick. And then you got these greedy bastards, they fly by in their Bugattis, maybe they're a preacher in the world of greed hell, and they scream, or they say, those people say nicely to their wives, look at that poor person, too bad they don't have a job and taking care of themselves, right? Despite the fact that these people were lovers and giving all of themselves to everybody. If all of us were lovers, we'd be doing so much greater. If the pastor was more concerned about being a lover than driving a Bugatti or a Lamborghini, then maybe we would have a better off world. And this guy wouldn't be dying on the streets that he just ridiculed. And then you have others that are more direct about it, and that's how a lot of these bears are. And they holler out their window, "You bum, get a job, meow." And these are people that only loved you. They were musicians. They wanted to give art and care and bring up the whole process of what love is, what the value of life is. If you can't bring value to life, by the way, we're at 420. If you can't bring value to life, then we all lose. And that's what those folks were focused on. And the guy who drove past him was focused on greed and fear. He doesn't want to be the guy dying on the street. Oh gosh, the most awful things are guiding our people. That's why we need courage and care. That's why I personally don't worry about being in the company of the people who are doing the dying. I realize what it's like to have been young and vibrant with life and winning and working hard and having people with suits and ties, the most respected in life, doctors among us, delivering to me my own brand of death with drugs. Nobody stopped them. They were given great benefit in this life for having done it. And then, so whether you find the streets that way, or if you're like your HappyHealer lover, so vibrant, so energetic, a fighter, that you fight back and you're successful in so many ways, and that you can continue suffering then. That's what the greed hell does. That's what I've learned so much about. That's why I'm so humble about it, my friends, my family, because I know that death, and I've seen it over a long period of time, and that it's so cruel. It's so cruel that the biggest sweethearts among us suffer the hardest, while the greediest bastards are given the most promise, like meet Kevin, who will take and break from everybody who loves him as hard as he can. And that's awarded. And people walk around, they think to themselves, man, that's a real good guy right there. Wow, what a wonderful guy. Think about what we got on our hands. It's such a danger. So many blind people. And then it'll be next. They will be next. They'll be the ones on the street. By the time they get this lesson, it'll be too late for them to do anything about it. That nobody else before them ever stopped or were at least successful enough in the attacks that greed hell puts out to explain to our other people, to our humanity, to explain in the world of communication and progress, where one man's word can be heard and listened to on the other side of the world. We're at 415.67. We're at 417. And instead, they had that talent. I have that talent to be among those who are suffering and to explain why. That's why when me, Kevin, says, oh, we're going to solve hunger. No, not hunger, excuse me. Homelessness in 60 days. He's not truthful about that. He's only riding on the suffering of the homeless even more so that he hopes he can become governor or garner more support or get more votes or get more what have you. That's what greed hell is always after. In some sort of benefit, corrupt and crooked in its attempt. It's after profit. They want your money. And because money has stolen the value from humanity, in part. It's human beings who that should have that value. And it turns out that money takes that value when it should not. Money should be a tool, not the essence of mankind. But it's becoming, and it has for a long time been. My friend has told me, and I realized just how real it was. And he's a man of God. But he says, I've toiled through life. I've worked hard. And all through this life, I've always put my money aside. I've always saved my money. And it's taught me in time that after all that money that I saved, that meant something. It was my ability to express my will in this world. That money indeed was my essence. My essence is that money, he said to me. I realized in that moment what the problem was and how grave and how grand that problem was and how scary for the fact that, well, the biblical explanation of the devil's energies and his ways turn out to be true. How cunning that devil is, that the lie is so brilliant that people believe that money has actually taken the essence of their soul and their energy through this life, that their will is expressed through their money, and that is the way they express their energy in this life. That to me is such a confirmation of the problem that we're in. And I knew, man, money is not my goal. The hell with money. There you go. And so that's why it's easy to realize that, well, you need money to do the things that are important, but what's most important are people. People are what's most important, not money. And so the moment you miss that, then you miss all value. And that's how people sit on the streets. And we're just hovering between 415-ish, 414-ish to 417-ish right now. And that's why people on the street are going through the suffering that they're going through, because other people are willing to allow that, and they shouldn't. We have no business allowing some things to happen. Those were the givers, the lovers, and the carers. That's why I believe in an income for all, and that's why I believe in empowering people in a true way so they can pursue their passions, that they can give back to the world. That's all they ever wanted to do. But that while they're giving back to the world, we shouldn't kill them. I mean, they're providing the avenue for a happy life for all of us just by being themselves. Just by being themselves. We're at 414.21. So it looks like we had some upward movement followed by, and it looks like we'll probably, if you zoom out on things a bit here, because what we're seeing here are step down, zoom up, step down, zoom up. And I suppose we'll probably, it's a bit of a sloppy market when you bring the divergence of these bears together with the lover's core. And it's going to be a little bit sloppy. Let's see if this volume went down. If it did, that'll be good, because then we're just clinging on to people who realize our value. And there's been a lot of, at this point, I would say, that we're going through a lot of consolidation that's realizing itself, and perhaps we will hit a ground sooner and sooner and sooner, and will start to grow from there. And those who were doubting the progress that today holds will learn that actually Moderna has a value, that those who have been in it the longest are seeing to it that that value is recognized and that nothing in that regard has changed. And so we'll continue to see, and it looks like we're having a lift up right now. We're at 417, or maybe we're just still staying within that movement that I had said a moment ago, between 414 and 417. But let's hope we see this thing jump up. We want to see it make a nice jump if it can. And that's where we're at with Moderna. And everybody just realize and we are obviously being tested in this range, so I think it's nice to see it jumping up. It's 417.72, 418, so those are all good signs. We're not even hitting noon yet, folks. So just keep the faith, have patience, be a lover. We're in this together. We're at 418.43. I would love it if you guys would help me. If you had as many lovers working together, and it does not take, it could take 1,000 greedy bastards who don't help each other to get nowhere, as much as you can get 10 lovers to make and change the difference. 10 lovers can beat 1,000 greedy bastards. Remember, greedy people, they don't work for courage, they don't work for promise or for the progress or for hope. None of that stuff gets their fancy. They don't care about it. They say, show me the money. They're looking for that value force. Well, we're all looking for that value force, except for that lovers realize that value is in humanity. And so 10 people can do the work of 1,000 people when their faith tells them they're doing right, when they're inspired and hopeful, and that's what makes the difference. We're at 418.39. And I'll always keep it real with you. I love you. You are my family. We're all HappyHealer lovers. And that is when we get down to the true essence of our purpose, our sacred purpose in this life. Many of you don't recognize that, but you should, because it would be the truth. And you should, because it's right. It's critically wrong when you don't. It matters so much. And, we can't persist with lies. We can't tolerate those. That's how the devil kills us. And I know we can beat that dirty devil. Trust me, I know we can. That devil's scared. That's why. Why is the devil scared? Because think about it. 10 lovers can beat 1,000 greedy, fearful haters. 10 lovers can stay longer and stay vibrant and stick to the cause, while those other ones are always out just for themselves. We need unity, and that's why I love the ape movement, because they are a unified movement. We're at 420 actually right now, almost 419.50, then now 419, so we'll see where it goes. All right, you just have to be a humble lover to see the best of what this world has to offer. And for so far as to the extent that we're tested like we've seen in the market, and we always see in the market, we're tested. On good days, we're tested hard. On bad days, we're still tested, but it's like our insides are cut out. So that's how it works. And I think that we shouldn't even be tested like that. We should be prudent to get things right. If that's what the test was, well, let's all be for it. But you give the opportunity for the truth and what's right to come out. There's no thesis for what's right. All there is are the energies, folks. And their energies are greed. I'm not going to just say theirs. And, quite frankly, it takes like 90% of humanity to be that way for greed hell to persist. And that if 10% of our people were honest, true, selfless lovers, that then the other 90% would come with them. That is what the truth is. So you just have to be cognizant of this stuff. And then until that truth is realized, the energy of greed hell mocks love so that it never takes hold. When you're counting on greed to make your way, you never want that love energy to take hold. And that's how cunning greed hell is. My loving friends, my loving family, it's just how greed hell is. It will never give up in the effort, and it's persistent and nonstop effort, and it has one goal at the end of the day: death for all humanity. That's it. One goal: death for all. It'll take one person, prop them up like me, Kevin. Look how great we can do. It doesn't talk about for every win Kevin has that there's 10 losers contemplating death and hell, but that all they show is Kevin. Look at me, I'm such a winner today. Aren't I so great? And let's all do more greed hell. Everybody could be a winner just like me if they weren't such losing idiots. Such, what does he call them? Weenie babies. And yet people are blind to the problem. Imagine what it would be like living in my mind, seeing right through all that nonsense and seeing that succeed, seeing that rewarded. And when you speak against it, seeing good people with good hearts protecting that. It's what we have. But with your happy healer lover, we dispel that bullshit. Meet Kevin runs from me because he knows he's a coward. And I'll tell you what, each one of you would serve us all well to remind him of that. Hey, how come you haven't debated your happy healer lover, Kevin? Huh? You want to run for governor? He offered you Happy Force 1. He offered to help you, but you weren't even serious about it. And you mock people. You're not using God's love or truth or what's right for anybody or trying to learn. In part, you didn't want to do what the happy healer wanted to do because you're out to screw people. You want to take from the homeless. You'll take from whoever you can if you could benefit from it. The story of the homeless only mattered to you as so far as it mattered to the real estate industry and how it depressed home values. That's how we knew Kevin for the last year before he ran for governor. But now that he's running for governor, all of a sudden it's about actual homelessness, and they're somehow he cares about their suffering. Oh, well, let's bring in the military and we'll get them out in the streets. Yeah, that'll bring up those home values nicely. That's what he's really about. And I can't let liars in my vicinity, especially when I'm intimately involved with that, helping and offering my love and help to see them successful, and that they're doing that. It's the same thing when he says he wants to bring a casino in. So remind him, tell him, hey, debate your happy healer. Let's see what he runs from me. I'm telling you, he is. That's what they know, greed and fear. And love can actually steal from the power of greed, because that's part of love's power. That greed tries to do it and it emulates love. It pretends to be love so that it could take more. Greed, all it can ever really do is steal. That's all it does. It's not the creation force. Love is the passion force, is the creation force. That's what builds everything and creates all value. Okay, so just doing this back and forth. Hello, it's Keith. How can I help you? Hello? Speak up or forever hold your peace.
Under your name for suspicious and fraudulent activities carried out using your identity. The court has issued a suspension notice along with a warrant against your name. Ignoring this message will be an intentional second attempt to avoid initial appearance before a magistrate, judge, or grand jury for a federal criminal offense. This is the final attempt to reach you.
That's very threatening, isn't it?
Press 1 and hold for the next available officer.
Such a lie. All that is a scam. It's all a scam. And look, it's coming from a number. I have no idea even that's out of this area. Hangs up when it realized that you didn't fall for it. It's a scam. Imagine the people they take from. That's what you get in greed hell. Keep propping it up. It's what you're going to keep getting. Greed hell has one goal for all of us. Death for all. That's it. One goal. That's what a dark ages is. It's the greed's energies taking over to a point where it brings us down. Barbarians. That's what greed is. Taking me, all mine. Selfishness. Here's my sword. I'll cut your head off. I'll rape your children. Barbarians. That's what killed Rome. And Rome had its own greed. And when you get greedy, well, then greedy's going to come for you, even more greed. And that's what's happening. So we're destroying our world. We're falling into a dark ages. Oh my God, can we stop it before it's too late? And people, that cunning lies gets them. By the time they realize what's happening, that reckoning moment where they will be on their deathbeds will only be a few short years from now, and they never even knew. We're getting so many samples of what those kinds of things look like. And as so far as I'm concerned, I worry about people. I love people, and I care about them. I don't fear for my own death, like I said earlier. I realize God's value and our value in this world. And if it meant that you can experience that value and that somehow that by my leaving you can have that, well, then that's a deal I would make, because that's what I'm living for in this world. I'm not out for, I want a boyfriend or a girlfriend like everybody's doing and getting it wrong, and most people are just out for money. Where's all the princesses and princes? Where's all the beautiful sweethearts? They're less and less existing. There's not many true and honest happy healers out there and real lovers, because they've sold their souls already to greed, the devil, and this is what I want just for me, to hell with everyone else. And that force is killing us, man. That's about as honest and straight of an assessment that I can get to. And that's so much more important than Moderna or anything else we could ever talk about. And yet, people have no appetite for the discussion. And that's also partly why we're failing so hard. So, we've really got to be educated on it. Thank God for the power of God's love and passion to be able to break through these hard, difficult conversations people don't want to have. And shame on people like me, Kevin, for not doing that and being a coward and just saying, let me take from as many more that I can take from. And that's unfortunate. We're at 413.45, 413.78, 413.21. Just still in that mid-range. Soon we're going to break out, and we'll break out in one way or the other. And I'm happy that we didn't just, with all that bear divergence, just fall. The floor didn't fall out. That didn't happen. But we're still in that area where we're all vying to see what happens next. I think the bears are losing their hope, and that's good for us, because their hope is to destroy us. And that with more time that we hang on, and we're saying, no, this value is even higher, the more that we'll get to realize that. We're at 414. And so Senda says 4:30 by end of the day. Hey, California, welcome back, buddy. How are you? So you think that we're done? Either way, we're not done on Moderna. We're willing to make money on down movement, up movement, any way it makes sense movement. And sometimes it makes sense to go down just because of these bear divergence attitudes. And when you can read in them well enough with your brilliance, well, then you better act off of it so you can make money for, your life and for survival and for, good golly, we already know how harsh the world of greed hell it is. It'll let you die on the streets. And so, for sure, you need to worry about survival. And, California, I respect what you're saying. I just wish you would offer us some more insight on what you mean. Like when I asked you yesterday, give us the reason why you feel like that, the nitty-gritty details, so that we can incorporate that in our consensus. And maybe we can profit off of that together. We're together in this. We can't be holding back information and then later, blabbing out that, see, I knew, or this is our day, or be more willing to share that. You can write it in the comments, or I provide the phone number that you can call in. In fact, let me put that number up now. You can feel free to call in if you like. We'll open it up. Anybody can call in. And we can discuss what's happening. So feel free to call in if you like. Now the phones are open. And we can discuss that. The price now is $4.16, so you might not totally be right there either, and we look like we're making another jump up. And you might find yourself actually wishing you didn't feel that way. I know that you were questioning things when it was at $4.42, weren't you, California? Because it was tough, I'm sure. Right. Yeah, it's about understanding and right, I agree. It's not about bull or bear. Good job, Callie. You're a good one. You're a good one. Maybe you should call in so that we can have a good discussion. And that's what we do, and we're better off for it when we have these discussions. Let's see what other folks are saying here. And you can put your predictions up, folks, if you like, so I'll read them out. We have one prediction by Send It. Feels that 4:30 is the end of day prediction. Then we have Day Karma that feels 500. It will be coming, doesn't put a time. I agree with that. And about, it's hard to say when that timing will work out, however. And Jason says, Amen, 420. Put it up in the air. LOL. Don't ever use the word put. Otherwise we'll think you mean a put. Michael says, same, sold my scalp at 442. Michael, I think I would have been there with you if I wasn't giving back in the form of this show. But this matters so much to your Happy Healer lover because we learned so much together. Jason said, I posted for you, bro. Thank you. And if everybody could do that, I would greatly appreciate it because we're growing still. And look, we're growing a lot. And what we're offering, people should be around learning and being a part of that. So please share ModernaExcels. And we have a lot to share, right? We're the Tesla of the biotech industry. We are a new way of getting medicine to people and changing the prospects of folks to become healed and deal with diseases that have plagued our species for a long time, and making progress. And science itself is a gift from God. It's knowledge and progress, everything that the evil energies are not. And when you hear a lot of folks of faith and greed hell, they're often scared by progress, scared by science, and turn away from it. But that's the devil again, very cunning, and is out to hurt as many and out for death for all, and barbarianism and ultimate selfishness and greed that kills all. So that's what we're up against. We have those two forces tangoing, and our lives are in the center. This is a spiritual battle as much of any other battle it is, that then whatever spiritual energies that are existing and having this battle on the inside of man's heart is transitioning itself into our outside world. I often talk about I want to translate the gift of American Mantics. Well, what's happening is greed hell is this war of this spiritual battles happening in man's heart, and it's translating into our world. So if we have love and truth and God winning, then what's translating into the world is better sciences, more things like Moderna making progress. But if it's the darkness and evil, fear, and greed and selfishness, then it's darkness and ruining of companies and selfishness that wins. And in greed hell generally, it's people who are selfish that get advantage. It's people that are detestable in their greed that are propped up, and that's why we have the results we have. People that are so eager for their careers and they're not really out for real service. And then we're shocked when those people are not serving humanity and that we're going down further. So that's why we need a major change. Now, what we've been doing essentially, if you look at this, which I believe you are, am I on the right one? No. Where's the right one? Here it is. All right, so we're at 413.91. We'll move this over a tad. And if you look at this right here, we're pretty much tightening up on an overall flag that came up. So it can break out from here and come up again, or the way it's been going down has been a steady slope, so the pain when it goes down will be a gradual one. Kind of irritating because it's not sudden enough to make you act, but it's gradual enough to keep you around for the pain. And but in this case, the bulls have been making progress and making upward trajectory and movement momentum, because when we do go up, it's these sudden and dramatic moves, and so that's what we're looking for. So we don't have to panic over the immediate actions, because the way we've been making progress as of recently are these sudden and dramatic moves every so often. So wait for our next sudden and dramatic move. So far, I have not seen too many sudden and dramatic moves to the downside, more of a gradual approach. So let's continue to watch out for that. Yeah, I'm in it for people. I have something dislodged in there. I'm trying to smoke it out. And that's for Marijuana Mantics. The Landy Mantics Brands of Passions has over 30 brands of passions. Everything from drones. I'm really good with drones. In fact, maybe I'll show them to you. And that's what Drones Mantics covers. Drone Mantics. Remember, there's American Mantics. Moderna did not get the Mantics. It got the Excels. Moderna Mantics. It didn't sound right to me. All right, so this is Mavic 2 Zoom. Zooms in right there. Get an amazing picture. I have about 70% battery, so I could always put it up, and I'm very good with the drone. There's people who are world renowned in the drone world, and they recognize me for being an outstanding flyer and really talented in the controls of a Mavic 2 Zoom. Now, if you have watched American Mantics at all, you know that I'm also a pilot, and that I owned a Cessna 182 Turbo. It was a very nice plane. I ended up selling. Again, remember, I come from money. I've seen pretty much, I don't come from money. I've had money. I've earned it. I come from wretched misery, and that's what's given me my vision and poverty, growing up, being homeless at times, and when we did have a home, oftentimes not having electricity and things. So having a really rough life, but breaking through that with my own intellect and ability, and learning and humility and hard work and dedication, integrity. That's a big effort on my part, to be so committed to the things that I know to be right when it's important to do right, to not allow that greed take over. And I've been successful in my life doing that stuff. And I didn't have to rely on greed. I was talented enough that I could do what my heart desired and be successful doing it. I often wanted to be an actor when I was younger. I wanted to make movies, be like Tom Cruise, not like Tom Hanks. Apparently, he's a pretty bad dude. Well, they're all kind of got, Greed Hell has a lot of secrets in his closet, let me tell you. And so really the ideas of being an actor went away with realizing the truth and understanding that really what I love is art, and I love changing lives and doing love in the right way. And so I've worked hard to build up my knowledge base and have success in a variety of ways, and that's what I call Landy Mantics, the overall brands of passions, that by when people who agree with me that drones are so cool, maybe they'll agree with me that Greed Hell is not so cool. And for those who that agree with me that Moderna is excelling, maybe they'll also agree with me that Moderna would excel more if the world was not stuck in a state of greed hell. And for those who agree with me on any one of the over 30 Landy Mantic's brands of passions, all of them geared towards making that progress. And that's why there's over 30 channels. It's a marketing initiative by your HappyHealer lover to be effective in not only making these connections and building each one of these channels to be geared towards their own passions, but to also approach it from a marketing initiative in the same sense. I didn't want to pour money into being so passionate, helping people just so that they could see it, paying YouTube to bump up my videos. And so instead, I decided that categorizing it and having a smart organizational approach was far more advantageous than simply paying, using greed hell's way, bribing my way forward. And I didn't really have the option to do that anyway. I had to use my brilliance all of my life. I couldn't just pay my way. I had to use my brilliance in order to make progress. And that's how I became a millionaire, starting off with a single bus and having year over year sales growth increases, never giving up, staying true to the cause, remembering what is most important, even as a young man. And so as I've made progress and seen the truth, I said I don't want my mom suffering the way I realized we all did when I was younger. So I helped my mother, and I gave her money. I gave her an allowance indeed, because I had the money to do it. And I was doing well. Remember, by the age of 16, I started Boston Market. I was making minimum wage as a carver. I was cutting their turkey and chicken and meatloaf. I did it very well. In fact, I'm a great carver to this day. I became one of their best carvers. And, oh man, to this day, I'm such a great carver. I love it. You know, the meat's just flying all over the place. And I progressed and excelled there. And by the time I was 18, I was an assistant manager there. And by the time I was 19, and before I turned 19, I became a general manager. That means I was a proprietor of the store. And I had my name on the front door that said proprietor. And people realized how young I was and successful at the same time. And they enjoyed that. My customers enjoyed it. They seen the progress. My employees, everybody really felt very proud of that progress. And we ran a store that itself was having year over year sales growth, increased patterns, having customers that were happy, serving to the three main pillars of any business, which is the customer, their employees, and their shareholders, where all three are happy and consistently making progress. That is what the world of mine has been about. Learning and consistent effort, never giving up. Beings that I was gay at a young age, and I was really the apple of my mother's eye, and a lot of people had a lot of hope for me, and I didn't want to let anyone down, and being gay for me was a tough thing. I didn't come off as being gay. I was very, if anything, astute and tough working and a bit hard, but still, you know, it was true. And so that led me to be single and focused on my career and, you know, putting all that stuff aside, which turned out to work pretty well for my career. So by the time I reached the age of 23, I started my own business. There's a lot more that happened in Boston Market, but by the time I was at 23, I started my own business, which is Crestline Coach Tours, charter bus company, and I specialized in doing tours to Biloxi, taking folks from Central Florida that are retired, that enjoy the pastime of gambling, taking them to the closest area where they could do that. And I've learned a lot about gambling. I have a natural risk taker's ability myself. I don't put money first, I put people do. I've always realized that in building an organization, it's your people that matter. That's why I've had very strong progress when I was younger. I looked at my people and I seen them as soldiers, just like myself. We're in this battle of life to win. And so we did so well together. And the people that worked for me, they gained such an admiration in my processes, my love for them. They felt it. And there's more to that story, but the fact of the matter is progress was made, and it was made fast. And even in my next adventure, which is to become an entrepreneur, and I've been very successful in that, and building up Crestline Coach Tours. Once again, year-over-year sales growth increases, going from just being a tour agency specializing in bus packaged tours to becoming a charter bus company and having one bus that was an older 1981 Classic to getting newer model buses and expanding and having up to 14 buses at one point. And then, of course, get to see Greed Hell from other angles after having seen what it's like to be a millionaire and knowing what it's like that people can't relate with that. Not many people are joining you in that place, and that people look at you for your money and not for you, and not for who you are and what you dream about, all the things that ever made me successful. I felt like that fire that made all that possible was somehow being degraded by what success meant in Greed Hell. It wasn't about appreciation or being loved by my compatriots, my fellow soldiers. It was about them being jealous, and when they did care for me, that they only cared for me for my money. And I seen the most detestable acts. I seen people reduce themselves because of their love for money. I suppose it's because some have determined that that's their essence. And I knew what a lie it was. And I knew that for all the success I had, it wasn't because I was doing greed at all. It was because I didn't put money first. It was because I cared about people. And here's that lying Greed Hell son of a gun. And so I also had some bad times, like the drug addiction from the doctor who did not care about people, cared more about profit, just like most people, realizing their true essence in their view. And took me down a very dark road. And that was bad because that almost took my life and did take my brother's life and did take people whom I care about's lives, my sister-in-law. And I see that hell. Nobody cares. There's no fanfare to that. There's no aha coming to Jesus moment that look what happened and shouldn't we all fix these ways? Nope, just more death. And if you ever try and fix it, it's about more degrading and mocking. That devil's mockingbird comes out. You get to really start to see just how in control the devil is in the devil's world and the actions of people every day with big smiles on their face, but doing the devil's work, like me, Kevin, a big smile, but always doing the devil's work. Okay, right now we're at 409.98, 410 being tested, and we did have a gap. That gap moved down a bit. Today probably is going to be a trying day. That's what it's feeling like. That's what it feels like to me. And so what I'm going to look for mainly is either an exit strategy or hope, continued hope that the truth can realize itself in this regard, and that we do kick in gear. Totally can happen. Totally can happen. And my energies say it's still possible, probable, and coming, definitely. Just a matter of when. You know, the bear divergence, this ugly factor, I know where it comes from. This is not about being angry and shooting off at people just because, oh, well, they're bears. This is about the truth why we're having problems in all areas of life. This is Greed Hell. It's about the Landy Mantic's brands of passions that bring us all together on all of these measures. It's all goes back to that. The apes are having a hard time winning, and I told you why. It's because they're not focused on their courage and care for one another, the unity that they started. Instead, they're focused on greed and that detestable crap. Oh my, hello, my greedy little... Ugh, get out of here, man. That's a really unhealthy way of viewing the world. So, we had a gap down, and it could totally change gears. In fact, at noon typically is when it does that. And in the real, in the real grand scheme of things, we're only down 2%. It's not far. It might feel red to me because I've got quite a bit on it, and I want to be a winner. like any one of us. I mean, who wants to walk? Greed hell's already killing all of us. We want to be a winner wherever we can. Greed hell's out to kill us. That's what greed hell is by definition, means death. All we need to do is come together. That's it. And listen to logic and truth. God's truth is all over to see. I mean, people, how do you get two groups of people so completely convinced that they are right, but on two completely opposite ends of the spectrum? Greed hell, the lies, the cunning bullshit that is out to kill. There's only one truth, and it's the truth that we see all around us. We have challenges, and greed hell makes those challenges greater. Greed hell makes corruption persist. Greed hell is the force that tells my African American brothers and sisters, whom I love so much, that the best way to approach previous problems that were done by people that they don't like now because of it is best dealt with by holding your own hostilities and getting angry and using that devilish energy. And by doing so, they feel that that's the best way to approach that. So it's almost like, well, they were racist, now we'll be racist. Let's see how they feel about that for a while. And it's just awful greed hell energy, that these energies are going to kill us. And remember, that's what greed hell's about ultimately at the end of the day. Greed hell wants death for all. Don't doubt that, ever. Don't ever discount how true that is. In California, I wish you would come on board and talk to us so we can hear about your views on the price action, irregardless of our views on its value. Because, it turns out that I am concerned, and, my only feeling at this point is to stay concerned and stay holding on, because, it's been the game plan the whole time. But depending on how far you're in and, if you did your bets right, you see, my bets were done so that when I was put into a corner and forced to have to make a decision, do I want to buy more, do I want to sell, or what do I want to do, that I'm left doing nothing, because I've already done then what's best for now too, actually. I don't want to sell anything more. I don't want to accept any losses. I do think that between accepting those losses or accepting more losses, it's better to accept more losses and play out the conviction play in this regard than it is to give up on making back what we lost and gains, indeed. So that's where my logic tells me that's not being emotional about it. I could easily see that if things went sour and stayed sour, that the difference between cashing out now and then is worth cashing out, but simply that I'm not convinced that it's going to stay sour. And in fact, it has every reason to come out. I am concerned about the things I tell you what I'm concerned about. And the fact is, being 2% down, and after having been to the prices and areas and ways that it's moving, does not mean this is the bear's day. And if you are a bear, it's doubtful that you're making the kind of bank that you would, maybe some of you are making bank, but not all of you. It's not like this has been a complete bear takeaway day. We're down at 350 or something. That's not what it is. So to me, it's still playing out. But just because I didn't take action doesn't mean that if I had your portfolio that I wouldn't have taken action, or based on the things that you need to accomplish. Remember, for me, and I think long and hard about the things I'm out to accomplish, it's for you. I'm working for you. And what I regret most is that if I make myself weaker, then I can't do what I'm out to do for you. And that if I make myself stronger, then I'm happy because I can do what I'm out to do for you greater. And what I really don't want to do is put anything at risk that would jeopardize my ability, my life's purpose as a 42-year-old man not intending to marry at this point, just focused on the marriage I'm already in with all of you, and to see that through. Maybe if we can get that right, then we can even experience more love. Now we're coming up again. It gets painful and makes you doubt things. That's what That's what the market does, and it could be a trap too. It could make you think too confidently. The bears might be in a bear trap right now. They've certainly been in several of them this last few days, and even before that too. Now let's say, who wants to hear me sing a song in German? Anybody? I'm looking at the comments. Let's put it up into the air. Yeah. I wonder how, speaking of the apes, I wonder how AMC is doing. Nice. 31.92. Good, AMC. Keep going up. I have some calls there too. Nicely done. NVAX is at 242. Might be I'll tell you what, NVAX might be a nice side play. What do you guys think about that? It's on the way down right now, but it's high. It's 244. I'm not going to jump aside because my conviction, I don't know much about. I don't know enough about that one. But Moderna, I do know about. I mean, if you look at that right there, haven't we basically since, let's see what time this is. Since, what is this? What are we looking at? Is that right? Yeah. Let's go on a day chart. Okay, so we got up to 243. I mean, this thing looks like it's really just not in a bad place at all. I mean, if you look at it, it's just sort of level, going up and down, kind of sideways. In some cases, extremely high. In some cases, extremely low. But, and we're looking at the day chart. Basically, when we made this move from 388 past the 400s, we've been at this for a while. So at any moment, I suspect we're going to break up. That's what it looks like to me. Nothing has changed in that way. The real question is there enough time on our options? Maybe what we should be looking at is doing some rolls. You know what a rollover is in your option play? Maybe we could do one. I don't know if we can. Probably not on these. We just have to remain confident and hope that time will be on our side. Look, we're at noon. We've already weathered the toughest part of the day as far as if a bear's gonna break you down fast. And we're within that same movement that it's been for quite a while now. These larger patterns matter. And we're already now on the other side of earnings. This fast and sudden drive down didn't happen. And instead we're staying within that same pattern. People knew what it was going to be, turned out being that, and even a bit better. So I don't see that as playing the major role. If anything, the other things that are happening, the variant now is showing itself to be very concerning. The Delta variant, so things like that now are playing a role. And so Moderna really plays a pivotal part in the development of how things turn out. And I'm, of course, rooting for things to turn out well. And yeah, you better believe it. I'd like to see a breakout And let's zoom out again just on the last, since we opened this morning. Since we opened this morning, well, let's go ahead and look at the full, larger picture, not the full picture. But since, let's see, this was, so this is this morning, this is going into last evening and this morning. At one point this morning, we fell down to 385 in the pre-market. The pre-market never took us as high as we got into the into the open market. We got up to 442 or whatever. But the pre-market did see us up to 429. Which tells me we're looking good. Outside of being on the bad end of a couple of entries for myself personally, I can't even consider that everybody here is doing bad, honestly. That it might be that some of you have bought in at 405 or something like that, since we've even been on air, and we haven't gone below that yet. So I would say it's a safe place to buy in. And what we haven't been doing, or I haven't been entertaining myself, is playing these up and down movements, but perhaps it's time to get a little bit engaged and to do that. But I just don't want to get away from what we're focused on, which is the real movement. And when you can so easily throw a bunch of people off board when you start doing that. And also, we've been discussing some really important central stories to the overall education that'll help gain you a better vision to see some of the same things I see in the markets. That knowledge will help make you an easier gauge of what's happening, and then you can for yourself determine things better. I'm honestly so convinced of that, and that this is a knowledge set just like any of my passions, that I bring to you value, and with that value you gain a sight. And so it's always about translating that gift. And folks, if you haven't liked the video, if you can please, I'd appreciate it. If you have not yet shared the video, if you can please, I would so greatly appreciate that. We have been on now for a good minute, well over 4 hours, I suppose. I'm checking now. All right, let's see. Came on at 7:45. Well, no, we didn't get in that early actually. So about 8:30, so 3.5 hours or so. Nicely done. And I'm just checking out some metric values. Just give me a moment here. I'm on the computer. Are we not live over there? That's odd. We should be live over here. Huh. Let's see here. Price now is at 408.50. Oh, funny enough. So what am I on then? All right, folks, what I'm going to do for somehow we didn't end up on the right. That's so weird. So what channels are we on? Oh, it did show it. My systems are just a little bit slow right now. The price now is 408.21. And so I'm just reading also here what California said. I'm going to update us on the comment section and see where we are. I'm going to start advocating for maybe some movement, making some progress on these back and forth movements. Why am I going to advocate for that? Because we need to be making money. We've been sitting here and we're not making money. By golly, we got to make some money. So let's try to make some movement, some profit off these movements. And when I come back to you in a moment, that's exactly what I'm going to be focused on. And we'll see where our progress is at that point. Price now is at 109. Okay. Right. Okay. Son of a beeswacker. Okay. Yeah, you have to be able to count on your systems. I don't know why this morning. Maybe because I was late for it. I don't know why it did that. But it didn't go on all the channels I was hoping it went on. The price now is at 410.35. Let's zoom in a bit to our chart. You know, in that same back and forth, that like seesaw action, that was the same thing it had done previous at some points. And that's why we're going to get focused on how we can either make profit on this or do something to make profit here. Meaning either the progress is going to start showing itself true and we're going to start rising and staying rising, or I'm going to try and find our peak and advocate a sell of all my, at least some of my positions that I plan on doing this back and forth with. I have to start at the top because I'm not going to buy more positions at the bottom. Okay, so that's how I'm approaching it. Look at your bank roll and start thinking about these things yourself if you intend to use those suggestions. We're at 414, moving quite nicely. That's a nice reach up, a nice gap up. Like I said, not to be worried. Don't be panicked. And you know, I think I worry more for you than I do for myself, to be honest. And well, that's just a trait of a good person. And if you can, share this if you haven't already. I thought we were live on some of my other channels that I found out we weren't, and that makes me sad because I wanted to put this out on more channels today. But it's okay. We're doing well. I'm with you. Florida's a hot one too, boy. It's nice and cool in here though. So one thing I make sure is working very well is my air conditioning. All right, so we're at we're at 413.28, which if you look at previous movements, it's about probably, if we're gonna have a top and we're gonna be in this to try and benefit off that top, we might be near it, but let's see what happens. And it's always easier to sell your to sell your calls and enter puts when it hasn't started moving back down yet, or is sufficiently moving back down. So what we're going to go ahead and do is, and you see me moving over into my account now, is we're going to sell 2 of the calls. We're going to try and be sufficient and efficient about the way we do this. We're going to try and use 2 that we're already on. We're going to try and choose the right levels. My goodness. When you ride, one thing about when you're riding this back and forth movement, you sort of have to be in at the current strike price, or it's very hard to be as successful as you'd like at it, to really make the juice off of the movements. And so realize that. Let's look at the cost of these first. Maybe we'll make our purchase right before we do our sell. And let's pull down a bit here. Go to options. Okay. Alright. So what we want to do is at 415 buy, and now we're going to do 1 put because I can't go with more than that, but I feel, man, and this is going to be when it's going to blow up, right? We're trying to follow the chart, and that's always dangerous. So there's 2 ways you can go about this. Only buy calls and ride them up, and sell the calls, and that's the most you'll go. So you're just buying calls and selling calls, that's it. So that's what I was going to do, but then I was thinking buy a put. Okay, so we will buy 1 put. Let's get it done with. 115, and so we'll get in between on that, 30, and let's go ahead and execute that. That was 1 put. Did it fill? I think it canceled. It was rejected. Let me see if we can see how hard it is to get into where we want to be. Let's say, let's get to this one right here. This is not, now we're at, see, maybe it's good we didn't get it in. It's at 413.89. The last thing I want to see for us is to start losing money because we jump into puts. I always say this is when your happy healer starts earning his paycheck. Well, we know I don't have a paycheck from this, but so to speak. And, this is really when the money's earned because, this is when it's most difficult. All right, so we'll just stick to the original plan and we'll sell. Now what do I sell? Ha! Always something to consider. So we have a 415 call here. It's MNRNA. And start getting focused on these accounts a little better. We're already moving down now for 1151. Maybe you've already done yours. Again, if you're doing it, that's up to you. I need to see where I'm at with all this stuff here. Okay, so that's 460. So we're going to move from here. Let's see. I'm going to look at this chart on this other area a little bit closer. So it did its 2 little touch up. Yep, all right, let's go ahead and process that. Where the hell are we? There we are, close. So we're just closing 1 out. Okay, so between 412 and 460, it's not moving that fast. What the hell is this? That bid and that ask price, huh? What am I looking at? Why is that so off? Oh, I was looking at the wrong one. Alright, so there are 2 here. And of these 2, 7, let's say we'll go for 825. There we go. It's already 830. That's the bid. That's because it's moving up, which is a good thing. Oh, wow. We hit 2 of these little horns and we're still moving up, huh? 2, like those double horns, and we've got a 3rd one now. Maybe that's indicative of a continuation. Maybe that's indicative of a continuation. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Let's jump to the page here. Come on, update yourself. There you go. All right, see, now it could be a continuation, but it could be a trick out. If that's a continuation, it'll continue reaching into the sky. I'll be keeping an eye on that, and you too. All right, so let's go ahead and execute this. Oh man, that's stupid if this thing does. Yeah, I think we might wait off. I'm more of a bull than I am a bear today. That's just the way it is. So you can't say we didn't consider the facts. If we still lose anyway, well then, oh well. We did the best we could. Everything that's in there, it's just the way I want it to be right now. That's all that told me. Man, it's a tough day. It's a tough day. Not because for the way that it could be a lot worse. It's a tough day for making decisions and for getting it right. Oh, geez, that's a tough day. But more than a bear, I am a bull, and that's just because today that's what I am. It looks like it is moving now. Maybe it would have been better off. We'll see. Maybe it's just this tiny bit of back and forth movement, and then it's going to go up again. We'll see. Look at our volume has went down quite a bit recently, so that's good. In its own way, that's good. Yeah, I think that we have hope of not just immediately crashing down, but now this is being tested, and we might get a chance to go up from here. We'll see. That's what I'm hoping for. And I've been paying attention even as I'm talking, and there's a few areas like the gentleman Callie said he sold at 442 on the high, and I'm proud of any one of you who got that. And I said to do that at that moment, that I was like, but things were moving too quick, and I just was talking a bunch, and I couldn't. It moved so fast that it was over. And at that time, I wasn't about to sell at 435 when we were just at 442, and it felt like we could even go higher. For 12. Welcome to Moderna, and time now is 12:23. Let's see what the guys are saying in the comments. See if we can get some of them on board here, and also what you guys are saying in your comments right here. Let's look at your comments first and keep on the chart. There we go, looking good. And we've got California, who's, let's see, Send It says 4:30 by Friday. Save your money. Yeah, you haven't seen me making purchases for a while, so that's good advice, I guess, unless you're getting on top of making these movements. All right, so I just seen 1175 now, and it looks like we are moving a little bit down. So these are movements. It's 412.25 now, so it's like these are movements. This is what it's given us today, and this is what we have to work with, unfortunately. And so this is where we're gonna have to either hope to see it rise up and that we can follow it up and stay on where we're at. I wouldn't be, that's actually good advice. I wouldn't be selling, I wouldn't be buying in terms of the overall game plan. I would consider trying to pick up some of this in between movement. But again, there's only so much of that stuff you can do. You have the pattern day trading rule, and things can get worse. You think they get better by playing those movements, but you're already having a tough time gauging things, and now you're going to get into other movements, that might be more desperate than prudent. So we're at 413.56 actually. We're flying up again. There we go. We didn't sell. We hung in there. And we're making more movement. Thank goodness. 414, well, maybe not. Maybe not so fast. It shows that we have this, something's going on right now. That we have this energy that wants to go. So we'll see if it rolls. I liked it better when I was talking about greed, hell, and God's love. I know that stuff, that must wear you guys out sometimes. I know you love it, but it's heavy stuff. And right now, we're not all... Things in the market are just making it too tough to be geared and focused on all that right now. Because we're in the middle of a war. A little battle. Okay, let's go see how... let's use this one. Let's see how AMC is doing. 31.66. So there we go. Modest movements. Definitely not like what's happening on Moderna. Granted. But I'll take it. Your happy healer lover, will take it. Hey, I'm not here to be greedy. I'm here to be a lover. Don't you forget it. Yeah, I'm down a little bit today. Look, if you count yesterday, we're still up, well, way more. Okay? So let's be realistic where we're at. Let's be humble like we promised to be. And I would like to deliver to you every single moment of every day nothing but wonderful sunshine and progress and profit. But look, we're in a world of greed hell. The happy healer love romantics and ways will take us very far because it's right and it can see things while greed lies to itself. And but we're still in a world of greed hell. We still have a fight ahead of ourselves, and we should still be humble about that. So we're at 412. I think all systems stand and stay. I'm happy I got in AMC yesterday. Remember when I said I think now's a good time to go get an AMC? And let's see, we have another position right here too, by the way, and those are up as well. So AMC, we're up about $600 in AMC. That really helped out, didn't it? And I think AMC will probably go up to at least maybe 30, well, I don't want to say at least anything, but let's say 32 by tomorrow, probably more. And by, I want to sell this other stuff I have that's out on September 3rd. And let's say by next week, that will have seen at least 39 and aim to benefit pretty good on those movements. That's my goal for those. Lord knows I lost enough on AMC. I would like to capitalize on its movements. So we have Moderna's at 413.63. And climbing. We'll see. Maybe we can do our chant. Hula hula mula mula hula hula mula mula hula hula mula mula hula hula mula mula. Are you for that mula? Do you want that mula? Einigkeit. You know what Einigkeit means in German? Einigkeit. Maybe me, Kevin, can tell you. He thinks he's so brilliant because he can speak German. Einigkeit means unity. You know Lieben means? You know Liebe? Ich liebe dich. Ich liebe dich. I know it sounds like I'm saying I love Dick. I do. But it actually means I love you. 414, 413.56. It's where we're at. It's where we go. It's where we know. It's where we see. It's where we believe. We believe. 413.63. We believe. Ba-boom, ba-boom. We believe. Ba-boom, ba-boom. Let's get some progress in here. Hey. Weißt du Reich? Do you know Reich? Reich? Oh, we have 414. Reich means justice. Reich. Kennst du Freiheit? 414.05. Freiheit? Freiheit bedeutet freedom. Freiheit means freedom. Yo voy a la biblioteca en autobús, ya voy. Yo voy a la biblioteca en autobús, ya voy. Ya voy a la biblioteca en autobús, ya voy a la biblioteca en autobús, ya voy a la biblioteca en autobús, ya voy. Ya voy a la biblioteca en autobús, ya voy a la biblioteca en autobús, ya voy a la biblioteca en autobús, ya voy a la biblioteca en autobús. Ay, a la manager Kira Muerte, ya voy a la biblioteca en autobús. We're at 4:12:20. And, hast du etwas Zeit für mich? Dann singe ich ein Lied für dich. Von 99 Luftballons auf ihrem Weg zum Horizont. Denkst du vielleicht gerade an mich? Dann singe ich ein Lied für dich. Von 99 Luftballons auf ihrem Weg zum Horizont. For 13:28. And by the way, I have my background in German when in 2013 to have a change in scenery after having been delivered the face of hell through drug addiction. I decided to get away from all that hell and I went to Germany. And I got there in the summer of Germany, arrived in July. Eventually, when I arrived, I had $2 in my pocket, so I was essentially on the street. But I was in a new place and experiencing new things and new people and love and experiencing the journey that's so important to the heart of people. And I was there for about 6 months. And I was able to make great friends, and I was able to do some couch surfing. I had rented a room for a couple of months. I attended college there in the city of Heidelberg, Schiller University, where I did very well. I maintained a 4.0 GPA on Heidelberg, and then I made my way back to the United States. And whilst I was there, I did a lot of advancing in my German. Right now, we are at 413.15. Hoping for the best of these. Hoping for the love of these. Hoping for the best of these. hoping for the love of these, hoping for the best of these, hoping for the best of these, hoping for the love of these. 41209, lovers. 41209. Hey, it's not my fault we're in greed hell. If everyone was like your Happy Healer lover, we would be in a great new world of abundance, realizing its value, inspired and caring. But no, we don't have that. We have this hell. If anything, I'm a weird guy in greed hell. I'm very weird. In greed hell, I'm so weird. Never forget how weird and weird that I want to be. That anyone would want to be in such a hell. If you were in hell itself, like we are, in greed hell, would you like to fit in with everyone? To be that? No, not me either. Definitely not me. Okay, we're going to 41189, 41105, 41147, 41072. And so we are moving a bit, and it is in the downside. But let's see what we do here. Moderna's being a hard nut to crack today. 411, 410. Certainly not the day that, these mockingbirds would love to have. But it's not our favorite day either. Because we are used to movement these days. We're wondering why we're not at 450 and 460 and 475 and realizing Moderna's true value. It just beat its earnings report. What dirty devil got in the way of that? Oh, Jason, you're in Ocala? I have family out there. That's funny enough. That's where my Boston market job was. And, we'll have to meet maybe. That'd be awesome. Good deal. If you're in Orlando area or around Orlando or anywhere in my path, let me know. Because the reason why I'm in this lifestyle is so that when I'm traveling, meeting people, giving speeches, working for love, working for care, working for the campaign, I'm running for president. You better believe it. I can't live like this. I can't do greed hell so well like so many can. And I don't see anyone answering those problems, so I'm stepping up big time. And it's really, some people, they become extreme and they hit the streets, they lose hope, they end up dead. Me, I'm going to fire back, and that's what I've done all my life. But I see the problem, and I know what the problem is. You better believe I see that problem. We're at 41209. Come on, Moderna. Come on, God Almighty. Bring us some goodness. What sounds stronger, when we call upon Moderna or call upon God Almighty? The Almighty Lover. Yeah. I believe in you. That's the truth. I believe in all people, because I know they would prefer to have the same world I speak of. The only difference between them and I, they don't believe it's possible. They believe it's a dream that'll end in despair. And I say that's what the devil sells. It's that lie. It's what keeps us there. But it's not true. Because for one thing, greed hell has no gifts to give you anywhere. It's all lies. It's all just a mirage. You know, when you think you can make it and be a millionaire and be happy, that was a mirage. It's not true. There's still so many problems that are inherently due to greed hell that is still there for you too. Doesn't matter if you're a billionaire. Like, people that are rich aren't looking for, money grubbing people to marry, but it turns out, it's how it turns out. And often when the money's gone, the marriage is gone too. We can do better. And I'm convinced to it. And I'm also convinced that if such a lover like me pursued love in a world like greed hell, I would have my heart eaten up so bad. And I've been in one relationship. I know how hard I love, and I know how much I give myself. I'd rather give myself to all people and be happy in that world and have my own little side world of God's love and truth, where I get to work for the right things and feeling good about life, rather than accepting the greed and hell and just trying to get my squirmy-ish best in of that. No. We all deserve to have the world of God's love and truth. We deserve to have the world of abundance through our brilliance and our progress. This darkness and going backwards and barbarianism and selfish greed that takes us to dark ages, that's not my cup of tea. I want to see us work towards becoming a type 1 civilization. I study science too. I love science. I love learning about the smallest of these to the subatomic world, to learning about the largest of elements in the universe. And it's so amazing. And you see the magical world of energy, and energy negotiates matter so perfectly in God's world. Right now we're at 4:11:34, and energy is matter in God's world. Energy and matter can be one another. Energy can turn into matter and can turn into energy. That is God's world. And without energy, there is no matter. That is a scientific fact. And that the canvas we write life on is called the Higgs boson particle. That Higgs boson was not even known about until we discovered it in 2012 through the Large Hadron Collider. And this is what science is: progress and learning, and that's what we need more of to make our prospects greater and better, and more investment, and not more of this greed, hell, and death, and disparity, and fear. It just gets old. We're not putting out princesses and princes like that. We are not putting out sweethearts like that. When you're looking for a boyfriend or a girlfriend, or for your children, you want them to meet such a wonderful person, and you know they will, because they're not going to stick around at home forever. Wouldn't you like that they can meet someone who loves them and feels about them as just as much sweetness and hope and love as that you feel about your own children? Yeah, we need that kind of world. Sweethearts and lovers, not this. So we're at 410 right now, staying within. Let me just pull out. We're staying still a bit above for where we were to the previous point below. We have an upper crest where the back and forth movement has met the bottom previous peak of the previous crest, and we're currently battling it out, and there's perhaps a turnaround right there, so we hope. 409.75 is the emerging current price. Time now is 12:43. Felt good getting out yesterday, feeling good as a winner, having the world work the way it was supposed to. Sometimes, even in the world of greed hell, when you have God's love and truth vision, when you study science, you study human behavior and psychology, you study our culture, you study politics, you have the time to do this stuff because you have empowered yourself. You realize that the greatest asset we have are ourselves, are our knowledge, are our experiences, and that you haven't, left yourself to constant toiling of work where you couldn't learn new things. We're meant to learn so much, and it empowers us and gives us a vision. It's the truth. We're at 408.83, just right there again, the same explanation that I provided a moment ago. And if you zoom back on all of this play, you'll see that we're sitting in the upper end of what was before that the lower end of a previous crust, but that it's coming in on itself, that it's becoming smaller movements. Started out really wide and it's converging. That shows a consolidation, and that out of that consolidation it could spring thrusting itself in any direction. So we are getting to a point where it can thrust in a large direction, actually, just as large as any of those previous directions, and it could be up or it could be down. Myself personally, I think that the energies, the movement, the true value of Moderna, in part my optimism, in part that I'm in it already, that I believe that it's going up, If at this point I had the choice to start the day having not entered any positions and just remained a casual observer, I would certainly have preferred that. And I think all of that together means something. And if you put it to work for you, you'll be able to make the right choices for you. Hakuna Matata. It's a wonderful phrase. It means no worries for the rest of your days, because it simply don't matter. If you're going to be a slave to greed, hell, what's the difference if you're broke or rich? When you're rich, you realize you're a slave too. The greater battle is realizing human beings are the ones with the value, not the money. Trust me on that. If I were to die tomorrow, that would remain true, so that's a truth that you cannot change. Greed, hell, is a perversion on human value. Okay, so you sent me a tweet, California, is that what you're saying? Let me go look. I didn't even know you knew my tweet. By the way, if you want to know my Twitter address, it is HappyHealer for 1, the number 1. For what is 1? Unity. Einigkeit. Unity. And HappyHealer for 1. Also, I have another Twitter, and I use both. That one was the presidential one. The other one is just my Happy Healer one. Happy Healer Love. Love or lover? Love, I think love. Happy Healer Love. Which one did you send it to, Callie? My brother? My sister, my another brother, 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 my sister. Hey, who wants to see apes have sex in the forest? Because, humans are apes. Ha 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 ha. Did you get my joke? Ready to get your COVID-19 vaccine. Check with your doctor, pharmacy, or visit. You must not know better, mister, because I already had my vaccine. Okay, so I didn't see your tweet there. Let me check my Happy Healer. Did you say you sent it, Callie, or am I mistaken? You were talking to someone else or something? Anyways, I should probably check them anyway. Time now is 12:49. We're at 408.35. We're on the bottom part of this upper movement. I would call this the upper movement. Really, we're in Bulls territory. So we're in the Bulls territory in the upper movement. That's where we are. To be factually honest, that's a very big thing to recognize, and we'll recognize it right now. We are in Bulls territory, sitting at all-time highs, and just waiting for movement. The only thing in our way are a bunch of the divergence of these bears. Not happy bears either. They came in and ruined everyone's days. Alright, so Jeff Payne, is that you, buddy? You followed me? I don't know, but maybe it's what happened, but... Alright, I'm on Happy Healer Love. 'cause I'm your happy healer, love. And now I'm going to, well, I was already on my happy healer for president, but B-U-T-T. And Matt Kors, this guy, he's not helping the ape movement. He's gotten too scared. Yeah. I would do well helping the ape movement, but he wasn't prepared. That's sad. That sucks because, man, that's a powerful movement of unified lovers who could really make a difference. I would love to see good information getting into apes, man. That would be such a dream. So yeah, we're sort of just sitting at this, the bottom part of the upward movement, more or less. You see that big upward movement right there that we're showing? And it starts from way down here, and it just goes, whee, just like that. And that's where we are. If we zoom out even more, let's go to the 5-day chart. You'll see that this story is one of a constant move up. And when we had the earnings, really questioned, but when you take all of that movement and just sum it up, it's really right there in the upward trajectory. Well past previous days, which are at 390. Yeah. So tomorrow could be where we move on. But the bears, they're not giving up. They're out to ruin days and destroy, they're out to destroy human value and progress, and they're not giving up. They're serious about it. They will hold out. They will die in that position. And that's just what greed hell taught them, because they're using that ego and pride. I'm right. I don't even know why I'm right, but I'm right. Silly shit. I wouldn't blame you if you figured out your own exit strategy. For me personally, I'm holding on. I still, it's a long fought out battle today. And personally, I'm not going to pretend that it's easy on my account, because it'd be a lot easier if we just made forward progress. Well, that's where options become a double killer. And where I say, if you buy the shares, and I do say that often, that you're quite smart because you don't have the same concerns or the same stresses you hear what was happening with us. And not everybody here are, I believe, options purchasers anyway. I believe a lot of people here, or some people at least, if you can mention it in the comments, that if you just buy the shares only, in which case you're sitting pretty. Look at that. You just sit there and see that value turn out well. And over the last 5 days, we're up for $62. I mean, that's right there for you to see. Shows it on the chart. And but you don't have to look back that far to realize just how high we've come. It's still high. That's all positive news. And again, for the difference between a happy bull and a sad bull right now is just where you bought in at. That's it. Now for bears, I can't see how bears are excited about today. I mean, how would they have gotten in exactly right at... I couldn't sell right at 442. Some of you were able to sell at 442. Good. It wasn't like it was just for a super instant. I mean, it lasted for a little bit. And, and the numbers generally in that level lasted a little bit. And you would have to assume that the bears were scared to buy because they were thinking, too, it was going to go to 450. You'd have to assume that those bears did not buy, that they were sitting on puts from yesterday. And or they were hoping that these puts worked out, or that's what I would assume for the bears, knowing how their greed and fear works. And by the time they thought that, oh wow, today is going to work out to be a bear day, which it has not turned into, the price was much lower. And so they're not having a good day. They might be feeling compared to other days that today is better, or they might have a little hope, but that's all they have so far, and their rotten ways, because unless you can convey to me why you're doing something, you're just doing it because, oh, well, that's what I think, and because you're not armed with knowledge, what your, arbitrary thoughts, how far and how much weight you give them compared to educated thoughts is where it becomes detestable, particularly. See, that's what thrives in the world of greed hell, is that lies and, not the truth can thrive for some time. And, greed hell is a very fake place, and, fakeness is what strips humanity of value. Human beings begin to feel fake. And when one human looks to another, they don't see precious value. They see nuance. They see irritants. They see fear. They see possible aggression. They see fear. Yeah. And so know what it is. Recognize it. Accept that that's the truth. Realize that preachers who preach about doing greed and driving in Bugattis aren't helping the problem. They're part of the problem. That they're out to enrich themselves instead of fix the real issue, where we all get to be enriched and live in the world of God's abundance. We all get to have Bugattis and Lamborghinis, but some people would rather only have them. And but they're just working off their fear. It's not like that's the best world for them. They don't get to have marriages out of love. Their marriage is out of money, that when the money dries up, so does the love. It was all fake to begin with. I won't marry in such an environment. I deserve better than that. And so do you. I know you do. I know we all deserve better than what we're getting. And also, by the way, I did have a relationship, but I seen how these problems persisted, and we're closer now than we ever were before. And I love the people in my life, and right now the price is $411.75. By the way, good news. And I just wish and hope and plead and pray for the people that I love to have lives equal to their true value, to the value that I see in them, instead of this cruel, cruel world. And that when one believes that the truth is that their selfishness is the only value they have, well, then they don't even have that, because your love for yourself is only supposed to show you how valuable everybody else is, and you failed that test. And your greatest asset is the love others have for you in this world. That is your truly greatest asset. It's not the love you have for yourself. That is important, that when it shows you that you have value and purpose, you're more likely to see the value and purpose of another. But itself is not enough, because that by itself is nothing more than selfishness. And that's why when you love inward, but only so that you're empowered to love outward. You realize your value, and you respect everyone else's value, and you love them the way you've seen your own value, you've seen theirs, and you love them for it. And our Creator, who created us all. And we're at 412.39. We're looking at the wrong stock on this guy. But there we are. That's a 5-day. Let's get back to the 1 day. Yeah, there we are. And So let's see. Maybe we'll still get a breakout for today, 1 p.m. Maybe it'll suddenly start now. Maybe that'll be our luck. We're still doing this back and forth movement. And had we been playing that back and forth, I'm not sure it would have been all peaches. And given that many of you are limited, and I still feel bullish about our overall prospects, I don't see the sense in steering everyone down that direction, nor myself either. We're at 413.99. Come on, let this be the one, baby. Everybody say, "Hum ba 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 luba luba luba, hum ba 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 luba luba." Let's clear it up. All right, let's sing it up. A wimbawa, 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 a wimbawa. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. A wimbawa. In this jungle, this mighty jungle, 414.50. The lion sleeps tonight, 415.58, 416 almost. Ah, Wimbamba way, a wimbawa, a wimbawa, a wimbawa, a wimbawa. Right, we're getting up there for 16.50, and that's fun. Yeah, let's bring it up. Have those positive energies. 416.11. I can't finish the last part. I need something better in my. I need like milk. All right, let's try again. Wimbamba way. A wimbawa, 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 a wimbawa. In the bada bada boom bang, da bada boom bang. We're at 4:15:35. Let's take a little checkered approach and let's make it break it, baby. Get up there. Get up there now. It's like Mel Gibson said in Braveheart. They were realizing their freedom. Hold. Remember they had those spikes and they're waiting for the opposing armies, rushing horses, greater in numbers, but not in heart. Brave heart. Hold. And then suddenly and all at once, hold. Now, lovers. Boom, bada boom, bada bang, bada rangatang, boom, bada boom, bada bang, bada rangatang. Let's go. 414.54. And it's got a little bit of checkaroo. And a checkaroo for you. And me too. Because when I was a little bitty boy, my grandmama bought a little bit of toy. She told me it was ma ding ding-a-ling. And also when I played with my ding-a-ling, and everybody goes, and my ding-a-ling. Once I was a little bitty boy, my grandmama bought me a cute little toy. Silver bells hanging off from a string, but one thing's for sure, she told me it was my ding-ding-a-ling. Oh, bada-bada-bing-ba-bada-boom-ba-bada, my ding-a-ling. Oh, my ding-a-ling. Everybody now. Oh, won't you play with my ding-a-ling? Oh, my ding-a-ling. Oh, my ding-a-ling-a-ring-a-ding-a-ling-a. Oh, won't you play with my ding-a-ling? And for all of those of you who will not sing, ga-da-da-ding-a-ling-a, you must be playing with your own ding-a-ling. All right, so we are at 4:14:30. Old Humpty Dumpty said, climb that great wall. He fell, he tripped, he fell, he had a terrible fall. He fell so hard he heard bells ring, but one thing's for sure, he held onto his ding-a-ling. Okay, so we got 4:14:40. 40 Jordy. Looks like we have a closet case on our hands, and trust me, I know all about those closet cases. I was one. And this closet case is Moderna. Moderna knows its own value, and it's trying to come out of the closet, but, well, these little greedy bastards just won't let Moderna be what it's meant to be. And so we have a fight on our hands. Are we going to stick with Moderna, who's just trying to realize its love and be itself too? Or do we stick with these greedy bastards who would like to drive Moderna into an early grave? Hello, Skeet. Yeah? Can you hear me? Yeah? Who am I speaking with? Meine property. Right, go ahead, Matt. Speak your mind or forever hold your peace. Looks like he forever held his peace. Alright, so we sometimes have these greed divergence too, where they come in from all places trying to get us to lose our focus, our hocus pocus focus. And right now we are at 413. Now we showed some good movement there. We got as high as in that one. Let me see, use on this one so you guys could see what I'm doing. We got as high as 417, excuse me. And it might be that we're in a new level. That's what I really hope for. I really hope to see us start to climb now. It's at 108. I've been waiting for this hour to approach. We're getting closer to the time when matters start to come together, and we'll see how it turns out. I know a lot of people, there's no sense for everybody just becoming disheartened because, you know, it's not instant profit, but that's how people become because they're mostly in it for the profit. But with the work that I'm doing and that we're realizing and that give the vision, it all comes from a combination of these exercises in truth and knowledge, as well as that gives a vision, as well as the vision itself, 41320. And then you want to kind of look what, you know, is happening here if you look just a little bit backwards. And it does seem like we're moving upward on these great big, you know, movements, but that those movements are upward, that the valleys are higher valleys and higher peaks. And hopefully that we can continue that movement. Remember that the way the stock moves in general, it doesn't and all of a suddenly and all at once just make it where you want it. It takes you'll be tried and tested along the way, and we're still going through that process. Time now is 1:10, so I'm focused on the time because it gives us an idea of how long we've been in this and this back and forth movement, and what we can expect for the rest of the day. We're not at the bottom of how far low it went at some points, but we're certainly not sitting at the top either, and we're hoping for that topward movement. Humble about it. Where's the other? Oh, here it is. So, which one I want to be on here? So we're at 413.01. Right, we got to close this out to get a view where I want to go. I would like to see today off to a more profitable stance, but we weren't as low as we were to start with. I mean, not to start with, but at our lowest. We're up from that. And I have confidence we can go up from there. And I'll tell you, it looked a lot better earlier when we were up $2,000 for that moment, but that we couldn't capitalize on quick enough. In part, I was just doing a lot of talking, but I also expected, to me, it looked very good. That progress was in relation to what we wanted to accomplish. And 442 was so staggering, so high in that moment after having come from, at some points, 387 in the pre-market, that together it seemed like we might be on our way to 500 today. And, and that was definitely a possibility. But we, like the one thing that I mentioned upon open, seems to have, gotten in the way of our party. This is the Bulls party, but we've had bear crash it, and seems like our party has been crashed. So we're just sort of picking up the pieces and making progress. And I feel like we are making progress. I'm pumped up about that. Those who have the most endurance and can get through that will be the ones standing when it's all done. And hopefully it's you. And I don't blame you if you need a break. We've been going at this for a long time. I certainly feel like I need one. I haven't eaten yet. And it's not like I haven't eaten because we made a bunch of money and I'm so excited. That's certainly not the case. So I do need to think about food, and so do you. But, we don't want to miss a moment that we need. I think you have plenty of time to eat. I think you should be in your own element. Me, I'm locked in this show. And I might break away and make some food here. But, man, it feels a lot better to be winning, and I could relate with that. We just want to make that fast forward progress, that movement, and it's just not as fast as we wish. But luckily enough, we are still hanging in there. What I'm going to look at are my calls that expire for August 6th on AMC and see what's going on with that for a moment, because I don't need that to go bad or to hell in a handbasket. So let's jump back here. Alright. And so it did jump down to 28.85 at one point. Got up to 32.64 at another. And I'm not jumping into a bunch of different plays today. I'm staying cool and calm and chill and collected in the play that I'm in, because I don't plan on losing money all over the place or being crazy or discombobulated or chaotic, trying to make up for lost ground. No. That's for another day. And so far as today goes, I'm still in this battle. $31.45. I like that, but I want to see this move upward. I think the Bulls are going to control AMC on a trajectory. Like I said, it would be 32, but I do even expect it could be more. In this last movement, it went from 28.77 to 32.54. Now, I missed that part because we were busy, but I suspect if we get to 32 or above, I will only sell my options that expired tomorrow anyway. So not much loss there, but I would like to get out from under those and at a time that is a bit more opportune than now, because I feel it will come. So that's where I'm at with that. All right, let's look at NVAX was at, I want to say 245 when we last looked at it. NVAX. We're going to take a look at NVAX again, and we'll see if at that time had we benefited from doing a call there. 245. Nah, we would have just been in the same back and forth nonsense. That's why you don't jump into a bunch of plays. You know, you lose in one spot, you can lose in more. Why not? And Moderna's at 414.72, so we're even getting good there. We're climbing. All right, let's take a look at Amazon. That is actually, let's look for the month. For the month, it's down 132. I just wanted to see that because I realized it dropped some. And so, okay, that's all there. Get used to looking at several different stocks as you look at Moderna, and you'll always be able to tell what's going on in relation to Moderna. So 440.55, and it's actually up by 1.57 points, dollars, 0.36%. And it always seems like when the SPY's having a bad day, Moderna is having a good day. That I noticed recently, or at times. Let's take a look at the last 5 days on the SPY. See, but overall the SPY's been pretty level, really, if you've been watching it. But at its peaks, you know, are a bit, I guess some stocks, you would think it would mean it's always positive ground, and let's see how it translates. Okay. CSNDL. These guys, huh? 80 cents. NEO. 46. Remember when it was at 70? Ford. This is not the right Ford. Gotta be careful of that. IDEX. Man. Still a good, is this still a good buy? Been saying that for a couple years now. Ocugen, which actually we're looking at the 5-day chart, so let's bring it back to the 1 day to really see what's going on here. And so I guess it's making a little bit of movement. Good for Ocugen. 13.48% up. Let's look at their news. Okay, they're just looking. Let's look at the short squeeze ones. This past year has been that, hasn't it? Alright, so we have Hood, Robinhood. So let's see what that's at right now. $60 pullback. By the way, Moderna's at 414.48. No sense of just sitting on it while things are doing what they're doing. I do see some progress, though. I like that. And I just hope that it doesn't, I mean, you see smaller patterns and larger patterns. And the larger pattern right now might bring it back down to around 409 if it stays. It'll mean basically, let me, well, no, I'll just tell you. So it's at 414 right now. And the previous peak brought it to, well, let's be more specific. It's the previous peak brought it to 1426. The current peak brought it to 416.02. The previous valley brought it to 407.96. And so the next valley shouldn't bring it below that, and hopefully higher when it turns around. And that if it follows the trajectory of the previous valley, that valley will be around 410. So let's say you do seek to scalp this thing as we go. Well, then there's your number, 410. I'd say get out of it before then, or turn around before then. That's it's not a game I'm going down today. Not right now. We don't have. If I had the ability to go up and down, that maybe play some more movement like that. But it gets risky when we're really looking for a breakout at any moment. All right, and they could be side bets that you do that with. Personally, I'm not going in with another penny at this point, not right now. So not on Moderna at this moment, because I know how quickly and how expensive these things get. Let's see, some of them came down a little bit though, so you do have to. Let's go ahead and take an update on this whole process and see what you guys are saying. Let's use this one to do it. Got myself talked right back into Moderna here, but that's the stock we're on. And quite frankly, maybe some things have changed sufficient enough that would allow us to make a movement. Maybe something is becoming obvious for us if we look at it. That's how I normally do. I don't want to gauge away from that too much. I want to stick on with what I normally do. Yeah, I think it's looking healthy. It might be a good time to pick up another call or two. Maybe they've gotten cheaper and it makes better sense. Well, they're still kind of expensive, but what I'm not going to do is pick up calls that are like super duper duper whooper into the future and high above the sky. Not right now. Man, see, that's how you get sucked in. I'm not sure that picking up calls are the best idea right now. If I picked up calls, I would wait until after, if it did drop down to that 408 level. And then I'll pick up calls. And if it gets to 408, I'll pick up some calls. We'll ride it up to wherever it's going, and we'll sell them. That's what we'll do. And we'll do that for as much as we can. We'll buy them at the bottom point. We'll sell them at the top. We're not going to do puts on the way down. Too much crap. Too much nonsense. And we'll only ride this pattern for as long as that we feel comfortable. And so what we'll need, I'll have to make my movements on the other side and keep this open so we could see what's going on. So yeah, right now we're at the top, and I'm not doing a put today. No puts for me today, because I suspect it's going to break out and I don't want to be caught in no damn put. So we got to wait for it to come down, or if it's still climbing up, great. Let's go. Climb. Nothing else to do at the moment. So yeah, nothing else at all to do at the moment. Just to do that. To do that well. Yep. But nothing else. Nope. That's right. Right, so Moderna looks like it might make that bottom movement a little bit, so what I'm going to do is just kind of think about, I already know what level I'm going to probably buy it at, because we are making upward trajectory. So my level to purchase will be at around 410, and while it's coming down, hopefully, I don't want to purchase it as it turns around. It becomes a harder purchase. Okay. So, and what we'll do is a 410 call. So, you ain't going to go that far, so you better get it right. So, 410 call. I'll do 2 of them. And when it gets to that level, these are not that tight, 1040 to 1145. So we'll have to limit order them at, well, that's what it is now, but it's still moving. Right now, we're still waiting for it to make the movement to where 410 is. And then we'll ride it up to a little bit higher than the last peak, hopefully. But we'll be conservative to sell it while it's still going up. To buy it while it's still going down and to sell it while it's still going up is how I prefer to get my, when I'm doing this kind of action. And so it looks like right now it might be moving up now. Might be changing directions. We'll see. Sometimes it takes a while to follow these patterns that it's overall doing. Okay, let's go up. Let's go. If that's the plan, then we're good. Then we're good. Let's go up. Because I'll tell you what, I would have stuck to the plan. That 410 purchase, you can't buy a 410 purchase and then let it be another one on the gang, because it might go to 413 and then down to 408. Now where are you? You got to stick with the game plan. So 410, I would have gotten rid of it at 413 or 12 or whatever. If I missed the peak, I would have just sold it as a market order right there. Boom, market order out. You can't miss the peak on the way down, because then you'll be below where you started. If a change occurred, and if you get caught in that situation, most certainly a change then did occur. Right on. So we'll just wait for it. Looks like we're going up, baby. We'll take it for 14.23. Amen. High five, baby. All we had to do was come up with a game plan that it couldn't think its way out of. Now we're winning. We're going to win more. Right now, as this rises, let's go see what that other son of a gun is doing. Let's go see what the SPY is doing. It's rising. Let's all rise together. Will everyone rise? Not doing much different than we seen a moment ago. That doesn't say anything. All right, get back to Moderna. Yep. Come on, Moderna. We liked what you were doing. Yeah, there we go. Come on, push it on up. Push it, push it, push it good. Okay. Please do me a favor and keep going up, my baby. And if you do go down, don't go below 412.90, because then that'll convince us that you're staying up. It's 1:28. I think some of you got your lunch, didn't you? Where was it, my singing? You had to get a break. 414.56. Let's go now. No more games. Let's go, Moderna. Not playing. 414.70. This game is over. Now, move. Sorry, I'm not trying to scare you guys. Just you got to talk to some people with authority. And Moderna, you know. So, yeah, it is, Jason. I agree. Today is draining. But you got to stick in the fight, man, or if you throw in the towel, you lose. Yesterday, it felt good bowing out. I had a great day with you. Felt like a winner. I am a winner. We are winners. And by the way, the energies that we're talking about here, it would make all of us winners if we were all doing that, and we realized. But even that all of us aren't doing it, it'll still make us winners. We can handle our losses. We realize what's important. We're thinking clearly. Gives us the best chance of making logical decisions that net profit. 414.67 now, Moderna, now. Moderna, I'm not playing with you. $414.36. Let's go. Let's break a leg. Let's grow wings. Yeah, secure profit's very important, Callie. I agree with you on that, brother. That's always important. And that's for people. It's important that you guys should be thinking like that. Belinda, there's a Webull rolling options feature, maybe. I don't know. I haven't used it in a while. Well, if you did it manually, all rolling options essentially means is to sell your current option and to buy another one that's the same exact one, but for a week later or 2 weeks later or whenever you wish. So manually do it then. The advantage to doing that is you get to use part of your current option's value to buy your next week's options play, which is pretty smart if you think about it, because if this were to expire worthless, well, then you would have wished you'd done that. So roll your option. Good idea. And in fact, if just to throw a little offer on that, I think, well, no, because we're playing weeklies, let's face it. I don't think any of us are at these levels and at this volatility level are seeking to buy options for like 45 days and that kind of thing, because you will pay a premium for those options. That things will settle off. Moderna will fall into its normal movements, and its normal movements will be higher, and that's what will happen eventually. And so we're at 415.35, 38. We are growing. As soon as I threatened getting in another way, I told, hey, look, I'm a backdoor expert. Don't you dare try and tell me you don't think we know the way in. We're going to get in, baby. And once they knew we were getting in, they changed their way. Oh, man. Don't be cocky, right? Actually, I'm just playing around, but you know what I mean. I think we're doing fine. We're right now in a pattern. And if this pattern continues with higher highs, higher lows, and this pattern is not very far along, but it is actually a pattern. It's a small one that's prevailing at the moment. And if we can keep it going, maybe it'll continue to grow. And the hour sort of backs that sort of movement. And for Moderna to stand in one spot, it'll get clumsy and fall over. So it's going to move somewhere. And I'd rather have it move up than down. And that if it does move down, then that previous game plan that I had, I would even have to rethink that out, because this is a divergence from our path. Our Great Bear divergence. $415.29. Oh, Restream bot, huh? Restream bot from Twitch, actually. Oh, Twitch said, so somebody else on Twitch said that. Obviously, that's a bit perplexing. See, whenever I see those kinds of messages, I think greed hell at its usual. We got 415.56. You want to be famous? You want to be a greed hell master? This is what you do. No, I just want to put truth out there and love. Well, the algorithms don't value that. I don't give a shit. I'm out here for people. All right, 415. All right, 414.20. We're coming down now. We shouldn't. Let's see if we continue that same upward trajectory that we're on here. And we shouldn't pass 412, really. Well, in this case now, to stay on it, we shouldn't go down below where we're at now, basically. And it seems like, I don't know, we'll see what happens. We shouldn't go past too much further. Yeah, we're kind of getting there. Yep, okay. Alright, let's see. Let's kind of zoom out a bit. We might be hitting into some newfound volatility here. Which, if that's the case, trying to play these movements have suddenly and dramatically changed. You know, that's not like, not going to be as easy as playing like it was before. And we're still keeping on the upward end of, we're not coming back down to, say, for example, the 409 or 10 range that we were talking about before, which is good. If we can manage that. Fighting for every single inch today. Oh, lovers. Oh, lovers. What are we doing? Oh, there's Happy Force 1 right there behind me. You see the blue? That's the Happy Force 1 in you. Chicka chicka wow, chicka chicka wow wow. So we're at 414.20 and climbing. Just like planes do. And we're climbing. It's like I did in my plane when I had my plane. This is Cessna 182 Turbo coming in for runway 28 from the southeast, looking for a full stop. 414.05. Oh, let me bring my little talker. This is my talker. Alright, so talking to you guys here. So send it, you believe 4:30 by Friday. I'll tell you what, I think any one of us would be fine with that at this point. Moderna's price of options have been keeping its value all the way through, and that's a good thing. You know, the cost, because when you spend money on these suckers, man, the last thing you want to see is that they lose value fast. And if you remember from this morning, some of them went up in value, and it was hard because the volatility went up, and then it was costing us more. And that's not really ideal, because when you buy in at that level, all it takes is for the volatility to come down, not the price, and you lose money. And guess what? Whomever's losing money for that reason, it doesn't matter. Bears and bulls, calls and puts, both equally lose together on that one. So if you bought in early on, you paid more for these contracts than what they're worth now. But they'll start picking up maybe when they do. Just gotta keep that faith. And we're still there. We're 1469. And in terms of being a number, I say 69 is a pretty good one. Make sure you take care of yourself. I'm getting ready to cook some lunch here. Yeah, I don't know why these things are having problems here. That's really unfortunate. Everything I put out on Facebook didn't go out, and I have a lot of followers on Facebook. It's just as well. Maybe they would have followed these, my good friends over there would have followed what we're trying to achieve and maybe would have gotten hurt because of those bears. So we don't want them hurt if we can help it. Oh, here it is. Yeah, we don't want them hurt. We're just trying to do all good, ourselves good as well. Okay, so we're still staying in that general vicinity. It is draining, and I think that for those of us who are looking at maybe accepting a loss, you start thinking about that at some point, because today is Thursday. Tomorrow is Friday. If what we don't achieve today, and if that's what we don't achieve tomorrow, everything that we have now starts to lose all its value. And that's a real consideration if we're not gaining value. It's a problem for us all, bears and bulls. We're all together in that. And if that's the case, then I don't want to be one of these fools who didn't have a vision. Not when, if there was a vision to be had, then I would like to have it. Right now, that vision is going higher, 415.60, indeed, and respectively so. So, without becoming a boo bear, we'll just go ahead and see what we got going on. Yeah, I would like to see a break up from here. It's not even 2 o'clock yet in some regard, but let me finish my thought. So and then I'm going to run outside and grab me some yummies. You got to have, at this point in your mind, consideration for the contracts that we're sitting on. They're quite valuable as is. They hold a ton of value. And the closer they get to tomorrow, without actually... The closer we get to tomorrow, without actually reaching the levels we want, the more we stand to lose. So the name of the game from this point on out, really, is making progress, or it's making restructure. Sometimes you have to restructure on the downside too. And in this case, the restructuring is going to, for some people, they've already acted, I suppose. by rolling their calls over. There's another way you could do it by selling completely out, just sell and buy back in when you feel it's like things are more opportune. But, and this is the way these calls sometimes get people all the way to, this is a trap and it could be work out good for us still. That's why it's a trap. And what happens is it's still not illogical to hold on to these calls, and if you're a bear, your puts and everything else, because everything is still in play and it can work out for you. But that's where we all risk losing everything if these expire worthless. So you have to decide what game you're playing. Are you playing for the time game now? Are you playing for the volatility game? Or are you playing for the price game? Which one? I was hoping to play the price game, but it might be that I need to budge a bit and think about how I can benefit in other ways. So we're at 415 and climbing. To be honest, I didn't buy in as deeply as I could have, right? I hope that's true for you too. It wasn't as much as I bought in yesterday. And in a way, I wish I just had kept the calls that I had come into today with and just held firmly on that. But this is a bit of a bull trap and a bear trap day, because indications were that we were going to realize the value that we're seeing and that we're working towards, but in fact it's just sitting. And that's really tough when it's just sitting, because you don't know if you should get out or what you should do at that point. All right, so we're at 413.73. Let's go ahead and look at this in relation to our chart. Yeah, just more of the same. All right, so we're basically running from 413 to 415-ish, 16-ish, which really isn't much of a, I wouldn't use such a small gap to try and profit on. That's dangerous. But what I would do is say we have every reason. We just came up on a gap up. It stayed up in this case instead of going back and down. That's positive cause for continued hope. And whether it's a trap or not, I think the best deal is to wait. So 413.67. And yeah, so that's how people end up at the end of Friday in expired calls. It's not because they were foolish or they mistaked. It's because, they got caught up in a whole bunch of moments that remained good until the final moment where it was just no longer good. And it was obvious at that point. But it wasn't obvious a point before. There was still a lot of hope on the ground, and people were still hanging in there for what could be and expected to be well. And by the way, these movements we're looking at, let me move over here. And zoom. Which way would I need to zoom to get that vision? There we go. It's about like that. There we go. Now, if you look at that in our latest movement, that's up. That's going up. Yeah, we're going up. It's going that way. Can you see that? It's going up. So we have some cause for hope. And guess what? I'm hanging on to it. And I think that the price action, if it continues to move up at least, and then at other points gap up, well, that's what I expect to happen. Again, our challenge today has been a continued... let's first off start with our great fortunate condition. And that's that if you, and I assume some of you have been taking pointers, So that is if you didn't get in with everything so deep as yesterday, perhaps, then that's good. Because we never really was able to cash out of older positions or lock any kind of profit in or anything like that. So I wasn't about to jump in more, which turned out to be a good thing. And I hope that was able to work for some of you as well. Yesterday there were some people that they weren't really being very careful. They opened up a bunch of positions and all at once, and it worked well for them. I think they're bragging about making $50,000 doing that. Well, if today they did the same thing, which it's likely they did, that's where people err in the options, it's all gone. Especially if they rolled them over, if they held on to them. I mean, depending on where it could have all gone. So I just say be cautious and be humble. Sort of sitting at 413.75. We're all going to be super excited if this thing just gaps up. 450. Boom. Boom. Just like that. Boom. 450. Boom. The whole earth just shatters a little when it happens. And then, right after 450, boom. 475. Boom. 500. Like all within 2 minutes. That'd be nice. And then, as you're trying to cash out, it won't let you because it goes boom, boom, boom again, and it's at 600. It's like, it won't let you cash out. That'd be a nice problem. You ever have that happen? Like on a smaller level, of course. Yeah, I've had that happen. My Moderna brothers and sisters, what can I say? Today is not even a losing day. Today, remember how I often say to you, the difference between winning and losing is placing your bets. Sometimes it's just about your bets. And today seems to be one of those days. It's about your bets, man. If, you're happy, you're happy. In fact, I would almost say if you bought in at 402, all your positions were picked up right then, and we were sitting in this predicament right now, I would say you sell and just move on, right? For today. So, and I'm sure that is some people's situation. It's all about these movements. Now we're going down 412 to 430. It doesn't necessarily feel like a crouch to jump, but sometimes you never know. Earlier when it came down a moment ago, it jumped back up a bit more with some force. So we'll see if that happens, and we'll root for it. Yeah, we'll root for it. It's climbing. Winning days are always better, aren't they? Because I don't like you to lose. Or maybe you're winning, and maybe it's only me who's losing. I'd far prefer that. We're at 414. 14. Bunch of 14s. We're at a bunch of 14s. I'm a teen, you're a teen, we're all teens. 14. For 13.29. Are we on a downward trajectory? Is that what we're looking at right here? For new direction or a minor diversion? I'm sorry, folks. I don't want to give up on this. I could have gotten out. Sure, be done. I'm not being greedy either. I feel compelled. I feel compelled, and I still feel confident. I don't see that. Oh, the Bears want us out. Oh no, I don't see that. So we're still duking it out, and it's tiring. And yeah, it does feel like we're losing Belinda. And thank you, honey. That's sweet of you. But it feels like that, doesn't it? And that's basically because we are down for the day, for one thing. We're $6 down. But being 1.56% down shouldn't be that harsh. What really feels harsh are the other indicators. That's the part where you're feeling worn out. And that's the way it goes. I mean, if you're too tired and you're ready to go, sell out and be done. Cut your losses. Because if you're not in it and you're too tired to carry on, you're better off getting out of it than having something really bad happen. Isn't that the truth? By the way, guess what? AMC's up at $33 almost. Time to get rid of those suckers. Man, I'm looking at my profit and I'm saying, wait, this don't look right. I lost more than that today. Let me go into that. That's some good news. Maybe it'll translate over to the Moderna stock. Maybe you guys copied me in AMC. And if you did, then I hope you're making money. Because that's really what my goal is for you. So August 6th, I'm going to go ahead and let these go. How much profit did I make on this? Good, $300. Let them go. Because tomorrow they expire, that's why. Because we got even $1 more than what we wanted is why. I always keep it grounded in reasons I've already thought about. Because it can go the other way quickly is why. Because we haven't had many wins that are translating is why. And we're at 412 on Moderna. And that's also why. So let's get to, we're moving still. Let's go take a look at this chart on AMC right quick. These are recent movements. Now, could they fall? Yeah, but today's been an up day. I think maybe it might make sense holding on to them for a bit, given the hour. Let's hold on then. Let's hold on. Let's go worry back about the Moderna. Come on, Moderna. It's sort of right before, let's say, at the 10:40 a.m. hour, it landed in these levels and it just stayed down here. It hit this basin and it stayed in this basin. What we're waiting for is a breakaway out of this basin. That's what it's been about all day. It's 2 o'clock and it's still about that. On earnings day, we all anticipated a lot more up and down and all over the place than what we're getting. And it just hit this basin and it's sitting at this basin. Not to say that this basin is bottom out, but it's steady right there. It was higher. It was at 442 as we see. But now it's at 411.43 and it's staying there. It's in that general vicinity. And so it's got me thinking. And you know what? AMC's got me thinking too, though. So I'm not getting out of all my positions in AMC. I'm simply closing. I'll do it in front of you. Give us a little action or something. Moderna's on 411. My goodness. Come on, Moderna. Okay, we're going to close out this AMC for the 3 calls. And let's see what action we have here. Always so close. So we're just going to... Oh, look, we're moving. So should we wait a second? I think so. Maybe not. Let's go see that chart again. And Moderna's gone up too, 412.46. Nicely done, Moderna. Okay. All right, AMC. You got your happy healer sticking with you. We're going to go for 33. I think maybe it's right there. And Moderna's at 411.57. Come on, AMC. Let's do it. There it is, 33.04 for AMC. You know, it might be on an upward trajectory between now and 4. It might take it all the way up to like some 38 or something like that. But given it's 4, and I know how this stuff goes, I don't have as much time on these if things go sour. And when the AMC goes sour, oh, forget about it. It stays sour for a while. So let's do it. We're just getting rid of these 3. We did good profit on them. And, well, now that bid in that ask is spreading a little bit. Damn it, stay up there. Where? Oh, geez, it moves so quick. Okay, so there it is, a little bit higher. All right. We're just going to do a market order. It's actually working through some adversity, but, man, I'm getting rid of these suckers, man. They look like you can go up, but I got my other ones for that. Let's make sure I have it all set right. Sell for 3. There we go, 33. Get up there. 33.04. There you go, 33.03. And let me just make sure that our market thing here will work. Okay. That's market order. Make sure it's not got too screwed over with that new movement. Okay. Man, it's going to be 33.5 now. Watch. There we go. Order was sent. Order was filled. So we got out of that position. That was a $430 net gain. I'll take it. Oh, man. Come on, Moderna. 411. All right, so now here we go on AMC, which that's fine. We're not going to be sad because we did the prudent thing. We've got more time on these other ones, and for these ones, we're going to look for... I was looking to get 39, but, you know, we'll see how it goes if we get there quick, and we're not going to sit on those for longer than what makes sense. And remember when I told you to get on them? I know that stock well as far as the movements go. And I would say AMC, I'm probably pretty much right there on a level that I could apply a lot of the same things, which is why and how I knew that. When yesterday I said, oh, this is what we're doing here, so quick. Yeah, just so quick. All right, let's see what is going on here with our Moderna. Moderna, break out, baby. Come on, break out for the upside. These bears have been trying, but they're not getting anywhere. Where's our total volume for today? Well, don't think it's just skimping along. We're at 21 million for today. And guess what? If there's no breakout from today, the first thing tomorrow, all the bears and all the bulls are going to be doing is fighting just as hard for a breakout. We want a breakout. And so we're not going to settle for much less than a breakout. We want to see movement. We want some way or another to dictate where this is going. Is that going to occur? Well, it makes it more likely given that we're all wanting it and we're not settling for less. Man, I'll tell you, that AMC is saving my butt as far as the few bets I got into on Moderna on this side, and it's making things a bit easier for me. As so far as my losses on Webull, that's pretty dramatic. And all of a sudden, for an account that's not nearly in the same predicament. And man, I gotta get some better situation here on this sucker. Yeah, we'll deal with that later. Yeah, so I feel pretty damaged on this account, but at the same point, not that I wouldn't accept it and move on and sell, but that I don't think it's over. And given that it's not over, there's a lot of like real threat to do some damage to this account if things continue to go further south. And so there's a lot of meat in it for any one of us who are in the same predicament as me on this particular account. Because what I did is I felt compelled to buy 2 more when I already had one. And if you recall, that one contract by itself was up at almost $2,000 this morning at one point, for now to be down not quite 2,000, which means one contract was able to, at 442, manage to bring in $2,000 profit, meaning that's how hard all these other factors were pushing with the price and causing that high value, versus now where we stand, and it's just it's hard to accept because you really didn't see a breakout. If we had a breakout, it's a lot. Okay, we lost and it's not going to be a bull's day. I mean, you could totally get out right now and this thing goes to right up another $20. That's what Moderna does when it does. That's how it moves when it moves. And how would you feel, because you didn't leave a battlefield where, victory was won by any party. And now you left only to see that. That makes it tough for when you're in it already and at the tune of, the greater part of your account value. And that you're already in it for that level. And I wanted to grow this baby up, but we'll see what happens. Should I accept and just cut at this point? There's some cause to say that might be smart, but well, let's put it like this. What's at jeopardy here is not necessarily, I mean, these things got pretty cheap, didn't they? $255, $2.55 for these guys? Geez, maybe the right thing is to pick up a couple more right now. These are the 330 calls. They're so convinced that it's not going to go to 330 that those calls became that cheap right now. Wow. 409.66. Let's take a look at this larger. Well, maybe that's the time to buy in. Maybe we're getting on a. Let's just take a look. Yep, we're turning around. Let's see if we can buy some on this right now. We're going to buy for that price. Why not? We're already in it this deep at this point, and that's not a bad price. And we'll see if we can even get a little deal on this. 60, if it means we don't get the deal at all, so be it. And that's how you do it sometimes. Filled. Okay. Can't beat them, join them. If you're gonna drop faster. Get it over with so you can get to bed. Now we're at 410, so those are helping bringing it up a little bit, I'm sure. Let's get in there. What's our buying power on this? 283. Let's buy one more if we can. May as well. 293. So that's 240. Oh yeah, they'll let it go through. Let's try and even get a better price. We'll get it for 260 again if we can. Let's see. Next. Buy. Nope. It's sitting on the order block. Modify order. We'll go up to what is that now? Whoa, wait a second. It should go through. Where is this price at? So where are we at? Oh, okay, that's where we're actually at. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. It went through. All right, so now we increased. Instead of dropping anything, we bought more. So now I'm sitting on 6 contracts, and that means I won't have to pull as hard to make some of that back on that. And that's what I did. Did you guys move on that? Did anybody move on that? I won't blame you if you didn't. You got to make your own choices up. AMC is at 33.11, and Moderna's at 410.25. And I'm considering in my other account doing a similar move. I mean, it caught me off guard to see that those options got about as cheap as they did right there. And I could see making some money on that, even going down if volatility picks up. That got cheap, and 430 is not that far away for how Moderna can jump. And there's a lot of immature hands in this, not immature, but inexperienced hands in this stock right now. I don't think they realize some of the things that I picked up on. Could it get hurt? Sure. I mean, that's all we've been getting is hurt. But to a degree, you know, it's almost worth the effort at certain prices. And I feel like, you know, I could lose, sure. But I can only lose I can't lose that much. Their cost of these are, you know, under $300. So it's what it is. And I'm buying 2 more on the other account. This way here I have some extra oomph to push the whole category up, the whole portfolio, the whole bet, everything that we were in. This is working right now. Cancel replace. We're going to try and get in. So I don't think it's processed yet. That's because we're moving up a bit. Let's do that. See if it changes things. Why is it doing that? Let me take a look. Cancel replace. Okay, that looks good. So that's the bid. Okay, because it's moving up. That's why you do market orders sometimes. Anything under 300, I want to get in. What the hell's the wrong person now? Oh, it went through. Good. Go back. Positions. No, first go to damn orders. Cancel that out. Go back to orders. Go back to orders. All right, so the working position's out. Confirm the filled entry here. I prefer to confirm there than in the mess of everything on my account sometimes. All right, so you've seen what I did. What did I do? Can someone recap? I bought 5 more contracts. Unbelievable. What the hell's wrong with me? Somebody hide me in a closet. All right. I suspect that that's going to work out good. Let's see what happens. I hope. Israel, $13 average on 445 call, August 6th. I think we're all in a bit of a precarious situation, and you're going to have to restructure your bets, specifically speaking. If you gave me your entire scenario, what you're looking at, or if that's your only position, and also what you're trying to achieve, what your risk level is, what, you know, how happy would you be if you were to lose everything versus you know, reach your goal, or, you know, all these things, your risk tolerance. And so if you have a high risk tolerance like I do, well then, you know, I feel like it was worth that we're at some kind of bottom on Moderna, it feels like, and that I was willing to, given I'm already committed to this, that for those prices as cheap as they've gotten while we've been, remember yesterday I say the bloodier things get, the cheaper these other elements you're not looking at besides price brings the price of the contract down. And then when it picks up and wild action is happening, then those prices, you gain on those, even though you don't gain on the actual price. So I'm just taking a calculated risk that I can accept if it goes completely sideways. And if you can do the same thing, well, then you know what you're supposed to do. But if you can't do that, then you know what you're not supposed to do. Now, for those of you who are in it, either way to win it or whatever you've got going on, let me know. What did you decide to do? What are you doing? We're at 410.75. And by the way, guess what? AMC's at 32.70. It's like, sell your other calls on AMC, man. Yeah, maybe I should. Yeah, I'm not going to get sidetracked too much with that. It might be, but we'll take a good quick look. $32.67. Nope. It looks like to me that these apes are just doing a little bit of consolidating, and they're still on an upward trajectory here. There's that movement kind of from here, and it just goes like that. So, the fact that I was able to sell at 33 and change on those other ones was just because I caught it on a higher, it diverged from the path in a higher level, actually. So we'll just sit on those and let them bake for a while longer. Get back over to Moderna. 413.18. Man, got on those 5 calls. See, that's what's power. It's power. What did that do? That means my daily loss for today in this account is only $1,000 now. Let's see what it is for the other one, because I did the same thing in both. Maybe I'll be prudent and get the hell out. Let this be my escape. Why didn't that translate in this account as well? It came up some, but man, let's go. Oh, for one thing, this thing is behind in its values. It's all over the damn place. Yeah, it's behind in catching up, so it is coming up. 413. This quantity. Its price are 314 each. Okay. I mean, it helped doing what I did, that's for sure. But let's see. Let's see if we're getting to the top of some peak on and now I should sell some of those and just play these peaks a bit. Oh, Moderna's reaching. Time now is 2:17, so will the reaching begin and continue reaching and continue reaching? And we're so close to the floor, to what I perceive to be the bottom. Now, am I perfect? Yeah, kind of, but not really when it comes to all of what greed held aside, so, but God made us perfect. But can it go down below 410? It can, but I think it's likely to go up more, so I'm going to ride it on up, baby, and hope I'm right. One thing is for sure, I'm getting impatient myself in terms of waiting for 430 to come around and all in one work. So I am willing to play this up and down movement a bit to try and see if I can overwhelm the system with these cheaper calls I've been noticing. Okay, push it up. Push it up. Do something good for us for once, will ya? Okay. So now it's doing a bit of a dip. I hope it don't dip that hard, because that was an unnatural move up, so it shouldn't dip that hard. It's not like it's been doing that kind of move the whole time and now it's getting ready to go all the way back down again. Can it do that? Yes, but we don't want to see that. What we want to see is either more upward movement or a consolidation right there, just right there. And in the meantime, let's see. Yeah, so we don't know what we're going to get. And if it does kind of consolidate here, it might turn around and go up more. And the hour, the volume, is actually, the volume is falling. And for me, that's a good thing. I like that. Because it means that people who understand the stock are a little bit more the ones sticking with it. You know, we lost a lot of people who are stragglers, who don't know the stock well, which means we have a greater likelihood of realizing its value. Don't let it go too far. And by that I do mean down. It's pointing down. I wouldn't say that pointing up, obviously. All right, folks. Hang on just a moment. I'm not leaving you because I realize today has been a tough battle for all of us. My goodness. Can I even break away to get a drink? Because let's say it fell and it fell below 410. That would bother me after having been at 413. Let's see. That's because they're going to be really close to being in the money. And these ones, they're the cheapest ones now. You know what? Those 510 calls got really cheap. But at the same point, I wouldn't buy them necessarily for $11.50. Okay, so let's hope we don't fall lower than the 410 where we picked up at. And that's the name of today's game. It's just treacherous out there. Although this whole movement's been kind of headed up, which means, and remember, I didn't buy those necessarily to trade them in the interim movement. I bought them because they were cheap, and riding up, I wouldn't have to go as far to gain back some of my lost momentum. And but if I see opportunities to move like that, I also said I would. But when it's barely moving and it's lethargic and I don't know, it's risky. Hello, Keith. Hello? Nah, we're not playing this game. Alright, so now what? Looks like it wants to go up again. So let's see if we can get up, and we can get up higher than our last level, which was 413.08. I don't know if we're even heading up yet. Let's say it started up, but we'll see. There it goes. Up, there it stays. Folks, I'm going to get a drink. Keep yourself nourished or you're not useful to me. We got a whole soldiering battle to do. Oh wait, I know what to do. Ha 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 ha. Or her. Just gonna make that smaller. Mommy. All right, mommy. There you go. 411.62 and growing. Yes, baby, grow. That's why I bought them. I felt like that was the floor. You're looking back where I'm going to be cooking my food. Let me put my speaker and let me bring a phone back there. There's my speaker. You'll be able to hear me with that. Okay. And I'll bring this phone. Hello again. Hello again. Hello again. I hope it's lined up properly, so you can at least see moi. And we're at 410.54. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on things. And these are those garlic stuffed olives. I love those yummies. So we'll start by having one of those. Putting my table up. Let's see what we want to cook. I have meatloaf, Alfredo, fettuccine Alfredo, some rigatoni, I have lasagna, portobello mushroom, goat cheese ravioli. I think we'll go with the fettuccine Alfredo. So we're going with the fettuccine Alfredo. Pulling it out of the freezer. There it is. Okay, putting it in the microwave. Setting it for 5 minutes, and so that'll get the first part. Then I stir it up and put it in again. We're looking at 409.70. Son of a gun, get you back up there, damn it. Got my coffee. Got my drink. We are in the wilderness, so call out to the wilderness and say, please help us. We're going to 408 and HappyHealer Lover just bought. Although those can't be losing too much value. They're kind of cheap and they're at 430 calls. It won't know that much of a difference between 409 and 410 or 407. And I mean, this battle is just a stretched out. It's a battle of attrition. All right. Don't be lulled into doing what I do. And then we have a shitty market. Unless you're willing to accept what I've accepted. I made that extremely clear. And you know what? We get tested, and those who pass the test get to later on, do the celebrating. But it's also a celebration to minimize your losses, accept that which you found hard to accept, but know that it settles and serves you best. All right, I got to go to the bathroom around the corner, take a leak. Yeah, I mean, at these levels, it really might just be the best thing if they don't change today to hold off till tomorrow when we get that new morning action and be prepared to get out when it's right for you. If all you are looking for is an exit point today, don't change that plan tomorrow, by the way. If what you're looking for today is major movement and progress, and then tomorrow you continue on that, that makes sense. But if what you're looking for today is an exit strategy, and come tomorrow, now it's about making all kinds of progress on the same bets, on the same calls, that's a mistake. I think. And the reason why I think that's a mistake is because you're diverging from your goal, and now how are you going to live with that when it could have been everything you needed? wearing us the hell out today. It's 409.46. And it's still kind of in that same area that it's been pushing in, really. 409.52. It's still in that same area. So. Okay, we're down to 53 seconds. Let's go ahead and mix this up. Once this is cooked, I'll join you back inside. Won't be long now. Come on, baby, come on over. Let me be that one to show you. Man, this could be a little bit easier to mix. It's at 409. Man. Let's see. 5.5. Okay. Go ahead and give you the screen back now. It's still cooking. Boy, it feels better in here. Okay, it's kind of hot outside. This is Florida. It gets so hot here. Alright, I'm giving you back the screen so you can see what your HappyHealer lover sees. From seas to shining seas. Alright, Moderna's at 412. Looks like we've got a little bit of sunshine even on a dog's ass. You know what I mean? You get a little bit of sunshine even on a dog's ass. Wait until I'm building out Happy Force 1, which is only right over there. And you guys get to witness all that. That's what my life is. It's like a crazy show for you to witness. Alright, just a crazy 42-year-old lover man. Lover man. I'm loving for all that I can. Yeah, I love me, I love you, and I love all of us too. Can't you just feel the energy though? I love you. Alright, I really like that price action. Come on, Moderna. Time now is 2:34. Let's move. And when I do say let's move, I mean let's move now. That's it? That's as far as you're going? No, I'm gonna go higher than that. Staying within its action there. Auction. Let's go to this guy. Yep. It's experiencing some hard times. This has been better when it was a few dollars higher. But it's okay. We're just going to wait and still wait it out. Maybe that 3 o'clock hour I have something special for us. And sticking to the plan. Oh, by the way, AMC is at 333.55. which means our P&L for the day is this blood has still only brought us to 1235 negative on that account. Man, it's still tough. I worry about you guys. I love you. Being up in one bet does not mean winning in the bet you're losing in. Although a lot of people see that exactly the opposite. They see, oh, well, you have all these different ones, and then, that's like, spreading your eggs out. So, maybe. Alright, my food's almost cooked. And then, silly, sally, shilly, bang, bang. And this job should be so much easier, I'll tell you. Those earnings that are on the screen, they should be translating in a way that's a bit easier, I feel. Although, we are at 12.50. Oh, look at that. And to see that we actually, let me get you back on a more useful screen. So, let's get back up in there. And so it came down and it's coming back up again, and hopefully this height goes past the other height. One peak goes past the other peak, and that'll be a nice start to perhaps reaching higher up, and that's what I want to see. Thank you. Yeah, no, maybe. Feels like it wants to do it. The closer we get to 3 o'clock, man, maybe we'll get some energy behind this guy. Let's go. Alrighty. Whatever. Let's get my dinner in. Okay. Got my din-din. Gotta keep yourself nourished. You back to where you belong. Let's hope this last hour is going to be easier. Ma brutas. Meine Schwesters. We're at 411.99. Okay. Now my food's hot, so we'll let it cool off a little. It's 411.56. 412. And that's what this battle is about, this battle of attrition. Behind me you see the blue of Happy Force 1. It's back there, ready for its job. Price now is almost at 413. How lovely. Alright, Moderna. Yeah, let's get started early. I'm all for that. 3 o'clock hour against the power hour will take us to the 414.50 eventually. Oh, what do you know? Power hour, that's power hour. Man, I wish I bought another call, huh? Let's hope it goes the distance. 450, 414, 414.50, 414.60, 414.61, 414.60, 414.27, 414.85. Looks like we're going to go to 415. All right, let's see at this ugly picture. Oh, wait, nope. Let's see what the value on this account has moved to. All right, so that pulled back some of those losses, but no, we really expect better than that. Or we accept a larger loss. But either way, that's what we're going for. So these are moves that it's kind of been making all day, so we really want to see a breakout from here. Still waiting for that breakout. Hopefully. Now, $4.15 might actually come. Let's see. $14.88, $15.55. Nicely done. We might be in the beginning of a good pull here. Let's not be cocky. Let's just keep open. Man, it would be nice to see 420 again, wouldn't it? We're heading to 416. It's got to cool off more. It's too hot. 416, baby. There it is. 416.20. Thank you, God. Let's do it. Let's get to 420. Let's have that as a nice goal first. 420. Let's go. 418.30, 418.2, 417.90. We're getting some volatility. That means, guess what? Your options are becoming more valuable than they were a moment ago. 417.36, 418. Now let's see our value in relation to what it's been. So that means we look 23.63. See how much that changed the picture just because of the volatility? See that? That wasn't the price action only. Let's hang in there. Come on, 420, bring us some love. Now, let's not forget we're looking for an exit strategy. We would hate to touch, but man, I'm not going to get into negative talk right now. All right, so 418, 416.88, 417. Okay, let's zoom in on this. What the hell is that? Get the hell back over. Okay, 418.35. Yes. Are we feeling a bit happier, folks? I hope. We've been waiting for a breakout. So California, you're coming here to, oh my goodness, you said you shorted it? Oh no. Not now. You're supposed to be making money with us. 418.78, 418.50. Come on, bring in 419, and then we want to see a 420. I want to see a 420, want to see a 420. Hey, folks, it looks like we're on an upward trajectory at this point. Say that much for sure. It'd be nice to see us go positive on the day to start with. Be a nice change. There's a lot of power coming in for the bulls. You could see that in a price action down here. And our volume has picked up 21,000, coming off 125,000 just a moment ago. We're dipping a bit, 416. Got a crouch to jump, and I do believe we might be in such a movement After what we just went through, man, anything would be good. 416.91. Oh boy, come on, let's go. Crouch to jump, bring it up, let's go. Rock and roll, make it, let's do it to it. Let's see it through. Let's see 420 next. $416.90. Bon appetit. 417.15. It's 2:45 p.m. 418, 417.57, 417.25. We're coming back up again on this next peak. Let's make it a peak higher than the last. And we'll know that we're confirming an upward trajectory and an upward pattern. Yep. Looks like we're going to get to 419. 419. Next up, 420. Man, let's move it. I said this morning, I said it's going to make me work for my money today. And I'm thinking about you guys. $417.76. You see, happy Force One. 417.51, and it looks like we are going to turn around now, and hopefully the next peak will be higher than the last. The last one brought us to 419. Incoming 420, hopefully. That's our next setup after we get through 419. You know, when you feel conviction like today, been tested all day, not once did I actually buy a put. And I did buy more calls, but man, that's tough to do when you see that pain in it. 418.87. Yeah, it's been a battle of the bears and the bulls are showing their way. All right. 418.07. 418.40. I want to see this forward momentum. It can turn just as quick as it goes, but of course that still means higher movements, which is better for us. And on the day for today, we're actually only $40 down. So guess what? We're no longer down on this account. That's not because we've got this outstanding bull day. That's more because of our strategy and bet placements. 419.36 heading to 420. Very, very humble about this. Not jumping up and down, not saying see you, told you, none of that crap. Let's see. Gaining some value back there. If anything here, I'm very careful, concerned and considerate about what might be, what can be, and what will be. $419.79. I'll tell you what, are we feeling a little bit better yet? Are we feeling a little bit better now? I hope you are so too. 420 in. Okay, 420 and growing. I think we're on a good roll. And we're in a healthy roll. That's what I want to notice. Look, we're in a healthy roll. So let's just ride it on up, man. Let's make some money. Maybe that's all I needed was to energize myself. We didn't even get into power hour yet. Maybe we're heading to 450 yet. I know what it is. It's because we said, God, help your happy healer lover. And then the happy healer lover said, I'm not worried about me, God. I'm worried about them. That's all God needed to hear. Well, he had to check my heart, make sure it was true first. $421 coming, incoming. Okay, let's check our movements here and see our P&L first off. We are now for the day 380 up in this account, and for the other account, boom shakalaka, throw it away, bring it back in, face knock it, boom shakalaka, boom bang, we're down 745. Well, nope, make that 700. Wow. Ooh-wee. Okay. Well, let's go. For 1950. So now we're having a crouch to jump. That's what I call those. We're definitely in the crouch to jump mode, and I like those modes. Those modes can usually, turn out a pretty good difference. They have like a better support behind them. Now, crouch to jump can sometimes overextend itself and snap back down a little. Well, it looks like it did a snap down. No, not really. But it'll overextend itself and then snap down. But usually it'll just pick right back up and go beyond that too. Okay, so we're at 418.66 and 418.42. And we're turning around the corner. Yeah, crouch to jump. We haven't even touched 3 o'clock yet. I'm staying a bull. I've been a bull all day today. Man, yummy, yummy, yummy. I needed some food, man. Feed yourself. Or like that plant always, feed me! Feed me! That Venus trap plant. Uh-huh. Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? And I say, oh, it's 4/8/19, 4/19. Yeah, let's keep with this movement forward, man. No more downs, no more downs. All right, we'll see where it goes. It has to retrace a little bit sometimes. 418.58. Time now is 2:54, and well, folks, what I'll tell you is if you're more scared than you are confident, and you got an out, well then take it. If you're more scared than you are confident, me, I'm still I've never lost my confidence. It gets tough. It gets tough. That's about it. but it sure does get tough. $4.19. $419.50. $419.50. All right. Dinner was yummy. $418.25. All right. 418.48, baby. Let's go. Time now for 2:57. All right, so looks like it might be just kind of settling here at the 418 level, and the next time it starts pushing, it should push up from here is what I'm kind of thinking. All day today. Let's push it. Today was going to be no easy task. That's what I was just thinking, is that today was going to be no easy task. 418.47, and I see that you know, people are just lovers, and sometimes people are kind of mean, and you know, they think when they have a power about themselves, that's the time to be mean about it. But the truth is, you only show yourself to look like a jackass like that. That's why I say be humble. But although when someone deserves it, give it to them. That's just. So be strong, be a fighter, be a lover more than anything. $418.33. 1447. Looks good for now. We're going to break up more is what we're looking for. That was about a 10-point movement. And from, some of those areas we were hovering in just a moment ago. And it's pretty good. Now the reason why you don't see me getting out is because I felt pretty confident we would see something like this, hoping I wasn't wrong. And the fact is, nothing's changed. I still feel that way now. Is it a fight? Fuck yes. I can't help that. It's a fight. Could we even lose the fight? Well, that's what makes it so scary for many. But that's what it's about. You'll be tested. That's basically what my thing is. I don't accept that this, back and forth movement was gonna end in a bad way. It's more about wanting that breakout so you can determine, okay, I lost, all right, I accept defeat, move on. Or that you head up more and you start, licking your wounds, which is always feeling like a victory. And, you decide again at that point. Obviously, I decided to stay, and obviously many of you are doing the same thing. And so, here we are. Okay, we're climbing up for 1849 or something it was a moment ago. Okay. All right, we're just kind of hovering around that 418 mark. I'm catching up with some friends at the moment, real quickly. Really nice post from a friend I'm receiving. You know, I have very deep relationships because I live all the way. I don't reserve myself, you know, trying to angle this or angle that. That's what lovers get to do. And, you know, you live in a more courageous way. For 1630. Okay, we're seeing more volatility. We are in 306 hour. So let's see what happens. And we're going to see some of this. And for those of us who stuck in it, we're going to see some of this back and forth stuff. It's like, I can't believe you didn't get out. I'm like, you think I stuck in that long putting up with all that crap just to jump out when the times got just remotely easy? Not really, because not really. Yeah, I'm not in it so deep that I think I have to do that, and quite frankly, I still think I believe in the bull caves. Sorry that bothers so many. All right, it's at 417, coming back. Okay, we are in that power hour, and fighting the good fight. At any point, I wouldn't blame you for getting out. AMC is at 33 and a quarter. 33 and a quarter. My P&L for the day that was at even in my account is now 700 down. But we're gonna hold on to it because, boom, we're hard-headed. We are lovers. Yeah. Volume 28,000. Let's see, we were running high there. Let's see what kind of volume levels took us up. And a couple of spikes, and otherwise pretty normal volume. And okay, that's where we stand for 1664. Not too bad. Zoom out a bit. It's a modest lift up. It's not like it's making major progress. That's why I think the feeling was to hold on. It's pretty modest. And for those who are just out for the escape plan and only that, like I told you at that time, I hope you took it. And for those of you who are in it to win it and feel as compelled as I do, that nothing seems to have changed why we were feeling the way we were to start with. And it's enough to keep us in the game. And so if it was a decisive victory for the for the Bears, sure. But it hasn't been that. And in part, we lost value because things slowed down again. That's part of where, your value is derived from when you're fast and slow moving. So keep that part in mind. I'm going to take a look here at Moderna. Oh, I'm in Moderna. I meant AMC. I just want to see their chart action. It's coming off the high here, and the high took us to 44.20. It's a little bit of consolidation. It seems like we're headed back up. Pretty strong there. And so we're at 414.20. Okay, Jose. And let's get out of here. Get back here. Well, 414.39. Okay, so we can turn around now. We can turn around now. And feel it out. 414.50. Knock, 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 knocking on heaven's door. I said knock, 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 knocking on heaven's door. 414.93. 415.15. I said knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Yes. 415.23. Okay, 414.82. So, seems like we're in a pattern, but these patterns can change quick, as you see. And the pattern is it's not the same kind of pattern you see coming up. That coming up pattern was nice and healthy. That was quick too. They're just different kinds of... Seems more sloppy, like it's not put together. And premature, even. So... I hope that's true, and that now we're putting more weight. Remember, when we moved up like that, what's the one thing I said? Because there's some consolidation going on as well. When you put that weight up, then it puts a snapback force into effect, and it wants to snap back. But when it didn't really snap back. It snapped back a little bit, but then kind of fell off itself and did some consolidation and retracement. And so it's at 414.32, and we'll see. I think, I mean, I certainly am not, counting this out by no means. And again, it's not because I haven't talked about the dangers of holding on. It's just that the awards from holding on seem to me far better. For me, far better. You know what I mean? That's it. It's a personal thing. For 14.66. I like how Califax over here. Hi, Cali. We love you, my man. You're here. You're with us, so that's all that counts. But and hey, maybe someone took your advice and it done well for him. I hope. But at the same point, Cali, you aren't perfectly correct either. You were telling us to sell at lower levels. That didn't turn out too great. At the same point, what if it makes a movement up? Are you going to be, callous about that too? Just be humble. That's my attitude. And what we really asked for is that you shared your brilliance. All right, you've got this brilliance. Share it. You didn't do that. The phone was on the screen all day. You just didn't do it. That was your choice. And I put the phone up there for you. And I've gotten some calls today. It wasn't from you. And so, too bad, man. I think that's an integrity issue that you need to take up with yourself. Because if you think you got something to offer and help people with and you're not, well, that's on you. At the same point, I think I'm helping and that's what I'm offering. And, well, here you see we made movements that turned out to be better for holding out. And it's climbing now, 416.25. But on one hand, when you were, when I kind of noticed that comment was there, you sort of disappeared when these movements started going up. So, I'm not sure that was built out of strength. I think you were working on two energies. I think you were working on fear for one thing if you were with us. I think that is possible. And then you decided that, oh, no, this has got to be going down in your own little reasoning way. You don't have anything that you can convey with your mouth or voice box. So that's as far as it goes. It's at 417.21. And so instead you used your bravado and your ego, like how greed hell does. And, and you just make these... That's it. I agree, Jason. Everybody should be happy about making progress. That's what we're here for, to help each other. And that's it. And you listen to Jason. So, can we lose money by hanging in? I don't think there's a bull here that got in this thing not expecting that they could lose money. That's why they're so charged up. And having said that, I don't think there's a bull that got in this thing that wants to just give up at even when they got in it to win, and they believe in what their conviction tells them. So, if you want to be a bear and that's what you're doing and you're making money at it, great. Like Jason said. But don't come at us attacking and this is how you must do. That means you're pumping. And by the way, that's nothing to do with education. That means you don't believe in what you're saying, and that now the only thing you have going for you is if you can convince more people to do what you're doing. Garbage. Speak the truth. 17,417. Thank you, Jason. $417, $416, 50 now. And that could be a turnaround right there because that peak went higher. Now we got to look at this valley if it stays higher than the last valley. AMC is at 33.64. Always welcome news. And that's why I'm hanging on to it. I don't see, with the positions I'm in on AMC right now, which I have 6 call contracts on AMC currently open. I sold 3 of them, so I had 9. And of the 6 that I have open, they're gaining value. The price is going up. And they expire on September 3rd. Safe positions. And that's what I aim to get into. We're already into some very, volatile movements where we can make major progress or losses. But I do think making the kinds of consistent actions we're making, it has been geared more towards progress for us. Well, we're consistent, and that's helpful. People that switch all over the place. I mean, you're confident it's winning. Oh, no, now you're confident it's losing. All you tend to do is follow the losing. You can't do that. Oh, my goodness, you can't do that. And, All right, 416.35. Okay, we are at 417.22. Time now is 3:25. Now it's time to start also thinking about whether you're going to be holding for the evening or not. All right. 417.90. I like what I see. For 17.26. My goodness. 8 hours today, huh? Well, that's because I wasn't going to walk away from this battle. That's why sometimes, like yesterday, I said, oh man, I don't want to drag into this because I had the show last evening. If any of you have seen it, you know I got charged last night. I hurt some people's feelings. I have quite the following on that group, and, there are a bunch of Trump supporters. And, it just bothered me. Some of these folks are a little bit too Trump supportish, and even though I supported Trump, I'm concerned about our future. And to me, they're just being reckless. And so, it bothered me. So, in quabbling, lover quarrels. 416.35. Here's what I wrote a friend. I said, he spoke about Don LaPree and just placed one classified ad. He was a total screw job. A little bit, kind of like Kevin. He sold courses on how to make money, but it was just a con job. And so meet Kevin Paffrath for governor of the state of California. A lot like this guy, 415-36. And so I said, man, that's sad. That's the trail that went cold because Don LaPree died. He killed himself in jail. And I said, that is sad how so many people die searching out for the dream, but having it evade them in greed hell. It's a common thing. And that's what I know to be true. That's why you think the right way is constantly shifting and struggling, and just another 5 years I'll have my dream. It's just, if you reach your dream, it's a dream made in hell and greed, and it's awful. Other people can't share it with you. People become envious of you and hateful and jealous of you. It's not a beautiful world up there, vibrant humanity. It's a lonely place being successful in greed hell. And if you don't make it, then it's just the same lie everybody gets. Just hang in there for another 5 more years, and then it'll be your turn. Just hang in there for another 5 years. I know that's 10, but just hold on, it's going to be your turn. Big fat lie. Better get to the world of American mantics, God's love, the truth. Better get there, or we're all doomed. That's what I know to be factual. Take it from me now, or mock it. It's not true. What a lie, Happy Healer lover. What a lie. Okay. Those words will be reverberating in the rubble that is your future after I'm probably a casualty of war long by then. Okay, so 415.03. For 1471, come on. Greed hell always makes it tough. That's why I told you it's going to take you to the pits of hell before it takes you anywhere else. For 1450. You know, and if I didn't think that Moderna doesn't hold on to its volatility value and its time value and its ability to keep some profit to its options, I would not hold this to tomorrow. But you know, if this thing is settling around 414, it doesn't have a fire under it, people aren't still sure of where it's going, you know what? I'll be brave. I'll stick with what I got. Come tomorrow in the morning, I will look for that movement. And because I don't want another day, and quite frankly, I can't afford at that point another day of this, drag along fight out with bears who don't want to see all of us progress at the same time. Not bears, but literally short sellers. Bears are just on the other side of buys. Sellers and buyers are natural market mechanisms. Short sellers are not. So take that how you want. For 1476, and so what it's going to be for me anyway is if and sometimes I do like a combination of things. I'll sell some, I'll hold some, this kind of thing. But right now I'm holding on to 1, 2, 4, 7, 8. I'm holding on to 8 contracts here and 5 contracts there, and so that's 13 contracts, and that's what I'm holding. And if tomorrow it hits with some real energy, and by that I mean let's say it gets up to 425, or by golly, let's say it gets to 440 or something like that, I'm going to be prepared to push on my sales. I'm going to get rid of them, and it's going to be an early day for me tomorrow. And so I'm either suspecting that we'll make some pretty good movement now and we'll get out in this final 25 minutes, or that I will hold on to these, likely, unless I get enough progress tonight, or, in the next 25 minutes. And come tomorrow, the morning usually holds a lot of movement and action, and I'll seek to get rid of it in that movement, in that action. I'm not looking to have a bang out fight with these contracts in the morning that last all day long. Now, how can an all day long fight emerge out of the morning? Is if we don't get that action to start with, and then now we're still in a protruded fight of attrition. And then you have to ask yourself, and we'll do that then, do I cut my losses and step away from this? Do we do like Belinda did and roll them over? Do we... there's choices to be made at that point. Far better to use the value to roll it over to help pay into the next one than to lose all the value. That might be an action that you make tonight, but you're still getting in deeper, and the risk you're taking then, you're increasing the amount that you can lose if the bears have massive success in some ridiculous happenstance. Then you'll be spending the rest of the week pushing for movement. So I don't always jump headfirst into rolling it, although rolling it isn't always bad either. Look, to buy a future call simply by taking the discount of today's cost of a call is getting a discount at a cost. Getting a cost discount. So it's not like just buying it outright. And so I think you're saving a reason enough to do it in your own mind. It makes sense where I can see where the logic comes into it, actually. And I can't fault you for that. I certainly cannot do that. And the only reason that my account has had some reprieve from the pain today is because I've made progress on AMC. The way it looks, when I seen that movement on AMC, I almost should have just dived in harder on that. And, just done that. I already dived in pretty hard, instinctively. Let's just put it clear. I dived in pretty hard on that as it was. Right. 414.81, which by the way is a climb up. 415. We always get it. Hey, every dog gets a day. Every dog has a day where the sunshine is on his ass. Where the sunshine is on his ass. You know what I mean? The shine is on his ass. So what we're looking for, because what Moderna's been liking to do today is gap up. We're looking for our gap ups. Let's gap up. Let's gap up. If we can get up to over 420 today, I'm out. That's my final line. If we can, because I'm too concerned about how close we are to Friday. So if we can get to 420, the next time we reach 420 today, I'm out. Tomorrow, it has to reach 425 to 430 because of the next day syndrome. So tomorrow it'll be a little bit of a different story. It'll be a little bit harder to reach. That's why each day becomes a little bit harder. And at each moment, to leave this thing standing tall or at least you're going to leave it standing tall no matter how hard it is, but to leave it as tall as you were before. You get what I mean? And so, that's our challenge right now. For 14.16. Yeah, baby. 413.78. Yeah, suck you. I don't like you anymore. We'd like to see it make that movement, and we'd like to see it make it now. Okay. Come on, baby. It seems like it's moving a little bit more in that it could totally at any point make a break up. It could just break up, you know? The top can break away. The glass ceiling can erupt. We have 19 minutes left to the day. And as time progresses, it'll start dawning on people that our next movement will be in the morning. People, things start they have to get their orders in, final day. They have to think about their positions. Where do they want to be? Are bulls going to take this? Or the fight still is there? There really has been no real emerging victor today, honestly. And so what we have are bears and bulls both who got suckered into losses today. And the bears lost too, because it's just the way it goes. We lost value in ways where we all share in the loss. And so we're constantly fighting for that breakaway. And right now, the last time we were at 410, we broke right on up to 421. Now we're at 413. If we broke from 413 up to 423, that would be nice. And over 420, I think that would be a good exit strategy for today, and for tomorrow 425. And then if you can edge more out of it, I mean, these are just roundabouts. It's not exactly like what you might follow, but it's certainly a roundabouts. Oh, and by the way, I want to take a look at any of these really deep calls we have. Where are they? And depending on how cheap they are. Yeah, see? Look at this. I might buy some right now. That's offensively cheap. That's unbelievably cheap, isn't it? Look at this. So I can buy that right now. Get this. For $140. Is that right? No, that's for 10 of them. Okay, for 10. I'm going to do it. To hell with it. That could be a godsend come tomorrow. Doesn't need to make it to 500. Just get a bump. That could be a godsend. I'm going to buy it. I'm going to go for 12 too. Get a little discount. There you go. I'm going to buy that. My little value purchase. Might do it again. Nice little value buy, man. Did I get him? No. Damn. Let me just make this a stupid for a penny. Give me a break. Oh, no, it didn't move up. Okay, get him done. Make this 20. I'm going to buy 20 of these. Nope, 25. I lied. What the hell? It's going up in value already? Cancel replace. Let's put this stupid thing on market order and give me my cheap ass little buy. Oh, it says it's working. Cancel this son of a gun if it's going to make me pay higher for him. Come here. And yeah, I certainly didn't intend to do that. Cancel this. Cancel the fucking order quickly before it gets me in trouble. What the hell is it doing? Go to orders. So it says working. Oh, it bought them all. Let's see what we got. Did it buy them all or not? I don't see them all. I see 2. Alright, cancel order. Yes. Okay. Come back. Positions. Do the same thing. I want to make that purchase. That's a pretty good deal. Buy. I'm going to order 20, 25 still. And they're at 14 now. That's fine. Just give them to me at 14. I got my mindset on it. It looks like an easy play. So I got 28 of those. It didn't cost me a whole bunch for that. Let's see what those are worth right now. That's $364. Give me a break. If that goes somewhere, I'm going to go more rambunctious. Let's see. I'll order another 10. So what's that? Yeah, 10. It's another $130. That'll put me around 500 into that. Ugh, working. Right now it's 346. Okay, it's fine. It's just working. Should have enough to... Oh, I see. It's gone up to 16. Okay. I got enough. I don't have to be greedy. Leave some for the rest of you guys. It's starting to rise. People are realizing it. Because I believe those 5-10 contracts will begin to start to, rip in value once we get a nice run. And, yeah. I mean, those were $14 contracts, so you can't beat them. Very cheap. I mean, what's the worst that can happen there? Really, I think those can become really... I mean, imagine if come tomorrow, the bulls take the horn back, which they got a lot of energy, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to hold up today. And, run this thing up. That's exactly the kind of play you want to get into beforehand. It's a bet, though. That is not a surefire thing. That's why, because it's cheap enough, I did it. For $14.62. Did any of you guys buy any of those cheap calls? You've already seen by now, not everything I do is profitable, so you have to be careful. But at the same point, 415.08's in the box. Let's go. Reach up. Time now, 3:48. Reach up, gap up. We need a gap up, gap up. Gap up. It's a bada beam, it's a bada boom, it's a bada bang-a-ring-a-tang. Let's gap up. Oh, you got it, Jason. You got AMC $34 calls. and then 241 for 813. You know, that's not a bad idea while things are a bit, you know, in this crazy place. And you don't have to just get calls if you feel that you can be a bear and be welcome here. I'm just going to make that out right now. Don't feel like that if you get the other side, you can't be friends with us. You can be. And by the way, that you can be on both sides. That's more or less what I'm saying. I don't want your view to be constricted. I want you to start developing a vision that you can count on. I want you to be my partner, not just my student. Okay, folks, if you can, we're going to be ending the day soon. I don't want to be having sourpuss days where we're all down and out and we can't do the normal things we like to do if we're going to do this more often. So please share this. Be sure to share it. And I love you guys. I hope you're doing great. That in life, it's not all just about your side bets. And, you know, I tell you, this is a bet. It's not, you know, like an investment at this when you're doing options. Now, if you're here following the, you know, the information and the excitement of it all, and you're just in with the shares, that could be exciting too. And, well, then that's great. And, you know, that's more of an investment, though. You can hang on to those, and I think you'll do good. If things drop to $100 tomorrow, all you do is button in and hang on to those suckers. They'll come back. I mean, it's amazing. Moderna has literally been so blessed by the pandemic. I only hope that Moderna blesses America back by being the best company she can be, and it looks like that's what we're getting out of Moderna, and I really back and believe in Moderna. Okay, we're at 14, 14, 15, 415, 416, 415, 16. That's 415.06. We have 3:53 is the time. It looks like we're going to be taking this fight into tomorrow, armed with our additional little side contracts. If you picked any up, I sure did. And I wish you luck, Jason, with those calls you picked up right there. I think you'll be looking a lot better having put them off into the future than what I'm sitting on. And it might turn out that, you know, picking whatever you just picked up, those calls right now, that you might find a nice opportunity to sell those tomorrow and not hold on to them for the full week. You know, the week gives you time to be right, and you take whatever day in that week that gives you the right you're looking for. 415.76. Let's go. Just gap up. Get to 420. Let us close our shit out and be done for today. Gap up. Let's go. Gap up to 422. Do that at least. We'll take 420, but gap up. Let's go. Come on. Gap up. Let's go. Okay, we have to start having the imagination that this might actually happen. 4/16/30, 4/16/50. So let's pretend that if it happened, what we got to do, get an imagination about it, because we're going to have to act quick. Those 30 contracts got me up $56 right now. I'm looking for more than that on those. Those might be the only ones that don't go. I want high volatility for those, and then we'll let those go. And and we got 280. Let's see, incoming. Moderna, Moderna. 4/16/40. Come on, gap up. Let's go. Time now is 3:55. We could still do it. $4/16/60. $4/16/70. Our 30 contracts are already worth $100 more. Remember, that's not bad because we already paid what? We paid $400 for them. And so they're 25% up already. And that's not bad. But you know what? We're going to do better than that on those. 4/16/66. Hopefully. $4/16/74. Let's go. 4/17 incoming. Time now is 3:56. AMC is at 33.35. Jason, I wish you luck with that AMC call, brother. Yep, see you tomorrow, my man. And we have 4/16/26. Scap up, 357 right now. After this 4 o'clock hour hit, stick with me. I'm going to talk to you about the game plan for in the morning because it's going to hit us suddenly if it goes the way I expect. And I want you to have a game plan to get out. Specifically on your calls expiring tomorrow. 4/15/89. That wasn't 16. 4/16. Yeah, we're at 4/16. 3:58. We'd have to gap up quickly if we're going to do it for today. P&L for the day is 1,000 down on this one. On the other one, I suspect it'll be somewhere around the same, unfortunately. I mean more. It's so 2,000 there, so 3,000 down for the day. And you know, our deciding, and whatever your measure is that you're in at, we're all deciding that tomorrow we're willing to be down perhaps double this if it doesn't work out our way. So sell now if you can't accept that. You got 2 minutes. Otherwise, you know, we have a chance to make back some lost ground tomorrow. I feel pretty good about it. These are the bets that we're making. I wish you luck in it if you're doing that. It's a good choice, I think, but that's your choice to make. 3:59 p.m. And it can go sideways. Make your own choice. What can you afford to do, not what do you want to do. Okay, we're getting ready to end at 4 o'clock here. Where are we going to end it at? That's it. It's coming in soon. 4 o'clock incoming. 416.22. So kind of stuff. So we're 1,000 down. 416.26. That's where it is going to end for August 5th today, Thursday, long day. Maybe we'll have a shorter day tomorrow, make our progress, and take an early break for a Friday good weekend. Maybe we'll have some additional options. Tomorrow works to be, turns out to be a pretty good day for making, really, cheap calls. Sometimes you see some good opportunities, and so we'll be looking for that kind of stuff tomorrow. But other than that, I want you to be prepared for wherever, kind of do the math, figure out what you think you're going to be selling your options for, or if you're in the shares. The shares, I look at that to be differently. That if you're buying shares, you should be holding them for a long time. And that's the way I feel about shares. I don't think you should be doing this with shares so much, but we'll see. If that's what you want to do, I'm behind you on it, and that's your choice to make. You can make progress doing that. That's also swing trading. But anyways, have a game plan either way for getting out of this thing before it gives you what you want and then takes it away. That's what I'm trying to say. It'll give you what you want and take it away. That's the travesty I don't want to happen to you. So be prepared for that. If you sell it while it's going up, then you're going to get filled at what you want to get filled at. You get to choose. If you sell it while it's coming down, that's not always the case. And I always still do a market order then, because my mistake was already not selling quick enough by that point. If I'm selling. I think you should have an exit plan to be out as soon as it can happen at 9:30. It could really happen that quick. It can happen at 9:31. It can happen at 9:41. And then, of course, we can have a battle of our, just the same thing we had today, just constant warfare. I don't want that. I hope we have a breakout early on that we can at least make movement out of, and usually we all get that. Today it gave it to both sides. The Bears had a nice little gift, the Bulls had a nice little gift, and if either side was, if you got on at 3, like if you're just buying shares, you could do very well actually, because if you bought in the pre-market at 376 or whatever it was, you say 380 even, and then sold at 440, that's not bad. But that's catching it at the very extremes. And as an options purchaser, you didn't get to do that because by the time it opened, it already gapped up from there. It was already at its closing price from the day before. It's around 419. So have a game plan for getting out of this tomorrow in the morning. Be aggressive about it. Maybe set in some pre-orders if you can. And, usually you have to wait until the morning to set those in. Each one of these brokers are different. So have some pre-orders set in for getting out of it. And rest up good this evening. That was a long day. That was exhausting. And so maybe in the after hours we'll get some good pumping going. I think whatever excitement that the Bears had, that this thing was dropping, big bear today. Let's just talk. Let's do a recap, if we will. Time now is 4:04. Recapping on today's movement. We came into it thinking Bears had a convergence like no other, and they were coming into our stock. Let's get over to the right side. And they were showing themselves to be eager to beat us up into a bunch of itty bitty pieces. They, on comments, Well, things switched around here from Moderna. This is for tomorrow. We can put our... All right, so here's one good thing. Stock sentiment changed. Today, the bulls, they have proved themselves. They held the line. The bears, they had the advantage. Most thought the bears were going to win. And to what tune? Well, we would call it not as strong as the bulls are now. The bears were considered to be the 67, I would say, is what it was, 67% in favor. That's what the stock sentiment said. And that bulls had, I think, 37 or 34 or 3 or something percent. And that is what stock sentiment said. Now, stock sentiment says 83% for bullish and 17% for bearish. So maybe hanging out there for us is going to pay off, because it looks like we have some sentiment changing. And that means we've proven ourselves today. We held firm. We know our value. And the bears that were expecting to make explosive amounts of money are sitting in the same predicament as us for fighting the fight. They're damaged, and they actually, in a way, have lost just by not winning with that kind of sentiment. So that is great news, and it's nice to end on that great news. Out of our hat, we pulled coming back up from 408 to 416. Healthy, a nice way to end the day. People will start with fresh minds tomorrow. We were all worked out. Trust me, if you and I were worked out, the bears were worked out. We were all worked out. The bears lost their confidence today. The bulls just fought the fight they always fight. They know where they're going, and they're going there. I suspect we could do something magical tomorrow, and I don't think I'm going to regret those 30 contracts. I just don't think I'm going to regret them. So we'll see what happens. Do you have any questions for me before we cut loose for today? Oh, Belinda, I pray for you. Jason, I pray for you. Let's all have a good day tomorrow. I know it's tough when it's hard to take a loss. Well, we'll mourn together for our losses. We do it with courage. We stick in it anyway for some reason. And we'll celebrate in our wins. I'll see you tomorrow in the morning here on ModernaExcels. Your Happy Healer lover signing out. God bless you. I love you.